Chapter 38 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 38 The Journey. Malcolm was overjoyed at the prospect of an escape to the country, and yet more to find that his mistress wanted to have him with her, more still to understand that the journey was to be kept a secret. Perhaps now, far from both Cayley and Philtre, he might say something to open her eyes. Yet how should he avoid the appearance of a tale-bearer? It was a sweet, fresh morning, late in the spring, those loveliest of hours that unite the seasons, like the shimmering question of green or blue in the feathers of a peacock. He had set out an hour before the rest, and now, a little way within the park, was coaxing Kelpie to stand, that he might taste the morning in peace. The sun was but a few degrees above the horizon, shining with all his heart, and the earth was taking the shine with all hers. "I too am light," she was saying, "although I can but receive it." The trees were covered with baby leaves, half wrapped in their swaddling clothes, and their breath was a warm, aromatic odor in the glittering air. The air and the light seemed one, and Malcolm felt as if his soul were breathing the light into its very depths, while his body was drinking the soft, spicy wind. For Kelpie, she was as full of life as if she had been meant for a winged horse, but by some accident of nature the wing cases had never opened, and the wing life was forever trying to get out at her feet. The consequent restlessness, where there was plenty of space as here, caused Malcolm no more discomposure than, in his old fishing days, a gale with plenty of sea-room. And the song of the larks was one with the light and the air. The budding of the trees was their way of singing, but the larks beat them at that. What a power of joy, thought Malcolm, there must be in God, to be able to keep so many larks full of bliss. He was going to say, without getting tired, but he saw it was the eternal joy itself that bubbled from their little fountains. Weariness there would be the silence of all song, would be death, utter vanishment to the gladness of the universe. The sun would go out like a spark upon burnt paper, and the heart of man would forget the sound of laughter. Then he said to himself, "The larks do not make their own singing. Do mortals make their own sighing?" And he saw that at least they might open wider the doors of their hearts to the Perseus joy that comes to slay the grief monsters. Then he thought how his life had been widening out with the years. He could not say that it was now more pleasant than it had been. He had stoicism enough to doubt whether it would ever become so from any mere change of circumstances. Dangers and sufferings that one is able for are not misfortunes or even hardships, so far from such that youth delights in them. Indeed, he sorely missed the adventure of the herring fishing. Kelpie, however, was as good as a stiff gale. If only all were well with his sister! Then he would go back to Portlossie and have fishing enough. But he must be patient and follow as he was led. At 23, he reflected, Milton was content to see himself but a poor creature, and was careful only to be ready for whatever work should hereafter be required of him. Such contentment, with such hope and resolve at the back of it, he saw to be the right and the duty both of every man. He whose ambition it is to be ready when he is wanted, whatever the work may be, may wait not the less watchful that he is content. His heart grew lighter, his head clearer, and by the time the two ladies with their attendant appeared, he felt such a masterdom over Kelpie as he had never felt before. They rode 20 miles that day with ease, putting up at the first town. The next day they rode about the same distance. The next day they rode nearly 30 miles. On the 4th, with an early start and a good rest in the middle, they accomplished a yet greater distance, and at night arrived at the gloom Wast Beach. After a journey of continuous delight to 3 at least of the party, Florimel and Malcolm having especially enjoyed that portion of it which led through Surrey, where England and Scotland meet and mingle in waste, heathery moor and rich valley. Much talk had passed between the ladies, and Florimel had been set thinking about many things, though certainly about none after the wisest fashion. A young half-moon was still up when, after riding miles through pine woods, they at length drew near the house. Long before they reached it, however, a confused noise of dogs met them in the forest. Clementina had written to the housekeeper, and every dog about the place, and the dogs were multitudinous, had been expecting her all day, had heard the sound of their horses' hoofs miles off, and had at once begun to announce her approach. Nor were the dogs the only cognizant or expectant animals. Most of the creatures about the place understood that something was happening, and probably associated it with their mistress, for almost every live thing knew her, from the rheumatic cart-horse, 40 years of age, and every whit as respectable in Clementina's eyes as her father's old butler, to the wild cats that haunted the lofts and garrets of the old Elizabethan hunting lodge. When they dismounted, the ladies could hardly get into the house for dogs. Those which could not reach their mistress turned to Florimel, and came swarming about her and leaping upon her, until, much as she liked animal favour, she would gladly have used her whip, but dared not because of the presence of their mistress. If the theories of that mistress allowed them anything of a moral nature, she was certainly culpable in refusing them their right to a few cuts of the whip. Mingled with all the noises of dogs and horses, came a soft nestling murmur that filled up the interspaces of sound which even their tumult could not help leaving. Florimel was too tired to hear it, but Malcolm heard it, and it filled all the interspaces of his soul with a speechless delight. He knew it for the still, small voice of the awful sea. Florimel scarcely cast a glance around the dark, old-fashioned room into which she was shown, but went at once to bed, and when the old housekeeper carried her something from the supper-table at which she had been expected, she found her already fast asleep. By the time Malcolm had put Kelpie to rest, he also was a little tired, and lay awake no moment longer than his sister. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 39. Discipline. What with rats and mice, and cats and owls, and creaks and cracks, there was no quiet about the place from night to morning, and what with swallows and rooks, and cocks and kine, and horses and foals and dogs and pigeons and peacocks, and guinea-fowls and turkeys and geese, and every farm creature but pigs, which, with all her zoetrophy, Clementina did not like, no quiet from morning to night. But if there was no quiet, there was plenty of calm, and the sleep of neither brother nor sister was disturbed. Florimel awoke in the sweetest concert of pigeon murmuring, duck diplomacy, fowl foraging, foal whinnering, the word wants an R in it, and all the noises of rural life. The sun was shining into the room by a window far off at the further end, bringing with him strange sylvan shadows, not at once to be interpreted. He must have been shining for hours, so bright and steady did he shine. She sprang out of bed, with no lazy London resurrection of the old buried, half-sodden corpse, sleepy and ashamed, but with the new birth of the new day, refreshed and strong, like a Hercules baby. A few aching remnants of stiffness was all that was left of the old fatigue. It was a heavenly joy to think that no Cayley would come knocking at her door. She glided down the long room to the sunny window, drew aside the rich, old faded curtain, and peeped out. Nothing but pines and pines, Scotch firs all about and everywhere. They came within a few yards of the window. She threw it open. The air was still. The morning sun shone hot upon them, and the resinous odour exhaled from their bark and their needles and their fresh buds filled the room, sweet and clean. There was nothing, not even a fence, between this wing of the house and the wood. All through his deep sleep, Malcolm heard the sound of the sea, whether of the phantom sea in his soul, or of the world sea to whose murmurs he had listened with such soft delight as he fell asleep, matters little. The sea was with him in his dreams. But when he awoke, it was to no musical crushing of water-drops, no half-articulated tones of animal speech, but to tumult and outcry from the stables. It was but too plain that he was wanted. Either Kelpie had waked too soon, or he had overslept himself. She was kicking furiously. Hurriedly undoing a portion of his clothing, he rushed down and across the yard, shouting to her as he ran, like a nurse as she runs up the stair to a screaming child. She stopped once to give an eager whinny, and then fell to again. Griffiths, the groom, and the few other men about the place were looking on appalled. He darted to the corn-bin, got a great pottleful of oats, and shot into her stall. She buried her nose in them like the very demon of hunger, and he left her for the few moments of peace that would follow. He must finish his dressing as fast as he could. Already, after 4 days of travel, which with her meant anything but a straightforward jog-trot struggle with space, she needed a good gallop. When he returned, he found her just finishing her oats, and beginning to grow angry with her own nose for getting so near the bottom of the manger. While yet there was no worse sign, however, than the fidgeting of her hindquarters, and she was still busy, he made haste to saddle her. But her unusually obstinate refusal of the bit, and his difficulty in making her open her unwilling jaws, gave unmistakable indication of coming conflict. Anxiously he asked the bystanders after some open place where he might let her go, fields or tolerably smooth heath or sandy beach. He dared not take her through the trees, he said, while she was in such a humour. She would dash herself to pieces. They told him there was a road, straight from the stables to the shore, and there miles of pure sand without a pebble. Nothing could be better. He mounted and rode away. Florimel was yet but half dressed, when the door of her room opened suddenly, and Lady Clementina darted in. The lovely chaos of her night not more than half as far reduced to order as that of Florimel's. Her moonlight hair, nearly as long as that of fabled Godiva, was flung wildly about her in heavy masses. Her eyes were wild also. She looked like a holy Maenad. With a glide like the swoop of an avenging angel, she pounced upon Florimel, caught her by the wrist, and pulled her towards the door. Florimel was startled, but made no resistance. She half led, half dragged her up a stair that rose from a corner of the hall gallery to the battlements of a little square tower, whence a few yards of beach, through a chain of slight openings amongst the pines, was visible. Upon that spot of beach a strange thing was going on, at which afresh Clementina gazed with indignant horror, but Florimel eagerly stared with the forward-borne eyes of a spectator of the Roman arena. She saw Kelpie reared on end, striking out at Malcolm with her forehoofs, and snapping with angry teeth, then upon those teeth receive such a blow from his fist that she swerved, and wheeling, flung her hind hoofs at his head. But Malcolm was too quick for her. She spent her heels in the air, and he had her by the bit. Again she reared, and would have struck at him, but he kept well by her side, and with the powerful bit forced her to rear to her full height. Just as she was falling backwards, he pushed her head from him, and bearing her down sideways, seated himself on it the moment it touched the ground. Then first the two women turned to each other. An arch of victory bowed Florimel's lip. Her eyebrows were uplifted. The blood flushed her cheek and darkened the blue in her wide-opened eyes. Lady Clementina's forehead was gathered in vertical wrinkles over her nose, and all about her eyes was contracted as if squeezing from them the flame of indignation, while her teeth and lips were firmly closed. The two made a splendid contrast. When Clementina's gaze fell on her visitor, the fire in her eyes burned more angry still. Her soul was stirred by the presence of wrong and cruelty, and here her guest, and looking her straight in the eyes, was a young woman, one word from whom would stop it all, actually enjoying the sight. "Lady Lossie, I am ashamed of you," she said with severest reproof, and turning from her she ran down the stair. Florimel turned again towards the sea. Presently she caught sight of Clementina glimpsing through the pines, now in glimmer and now in gloom, as she sped swiftly to the shore, and after a few short minutes of disappearance, saw her emerge upon the space of sand where sat Malcolm on the head of the Demoness. But alas, she could only see. She could hardly even hear the sound of the tide. "MacPhail, are you a man?" cried Clementina, startling him, so that in another instant the floundering mare would have been on her feet. With a right noble anger in her face, and her hair flying like a wind-torn cloud, she rushed out of the wood upon him, where he sat quietly, tracing a proposition of Euclid on the sand with his whip. "Ay, and a bold one," was on Malcolm's lips for reply, but he bethought himself in time. "I am sorry what I am compelled to do should annoy your ladyship," he said. What with indignation and breathlessness, she had run so fast, Clementina had exhausted herself in that one exclamation, and stood panting and staring. The black bulk of Kelpie lay outstretched on the yellow sand, giving now and then a sprawling kick or a wamble like a lumpy snake, and her soul commiserated each movement as if it had been the last throe of dissolution, while the grey fire of the mare's one visible fierce eye, turned up from the shadow of Malcolm's superimposed bulk, seemed to her tender heart a mute appeal for woman's help. As Malcolm spoke, he cautiously shifted his position, and half rising, knelt with one knee where he had sat before, looking observant at Lady Clementina. The champion of oppressed animality soon recovered speech. "Get off the poor creature's head instantly," she said, with dignified command. "I will permit no such usage of living thing on my ground." "I am very sorry to seem rude, my lady," answered Malcolm, "but to obey you would perhaps be to ruin my mistress's property. If the mare were to break away, she would dash herself to pieces in the wood." "You have goaded her to madness." "I'm the more bound to take care of her then," said Malcolm. "But indeed it is only temper. Such temper, however, that I almost believe she is at times possessed of a demon." "The demon is in yourself. There is nothing in her but what your cruelty has put there. Let her up, I command you." "I dare not, my lady. If she were to get loose, she would tear your ladyship to pieces." "I will take my chance." "But I will not, my lady. I know the danger, and have to take care of you who do not. There is no occasion to be uneasy about the mare. She is tolerably comfortable. I am not hurting her, not much. Your ladyship does not reflect how strong a horse's skull is, and you see what great powerful breaths she draws." "She is in agony!" cried Clementina. "Not in the least, my lady. She is only balked of her own way, and does not like it." "And what right have you to balk her of her own way? Has she no right to a mind of her own?" "She may of course have her mind, but she can't have her way. She has got a master." "And what right have you to be her master?" "That my master, my Lord Lossie, gave me the charge of her." "I don't mean that sort of thing. That goes for nothing. What right in the nature of things can you have to tyrannize over any creature?" "None, my lady. But the higher nature has the right to rule the lower in righteousness. Even you can't have your own way always, my lady." "I certainly cannot now, so long as you keep in that position. Pray, is it in virtue of your being the higher nature that you keep my way from me?" "No, my lady, but it is in virtue of right. If I wanted to take your ladyship's property, your dogs would be justified in refusing me my way. I do not think I exaggerate when I say that, if my mare here had her way, there would not be a living creature about your house by this day week." Lady Clementina had never yet felt upon her the power of a stronger nature than her own. She had had to yield to authority, but never to superiority. Hence her self-will had been abnormally developed. Her very compassion was self-willed. Now, for the first time, she continuing altogether unaware of it, the presence of such a nature began to operate upon her. The calmness of Malcolm's speech, and the immovable decision of his behaviour, told. "But," she said more calmly, "your mare has had 4 long journeys, and she should have rested to-day." "Rest is just the one thing beyond her, my lady. There is a volcano of life and strength in her you have no conception of. I could not have dreamed of horse like her. She has never in her life had enough to do. I believe that is the chief trouble with her. What we all want, my lady, is a master. A real right master. I've got one myself, and—" "You mean you want one yourself?" said Lady Clementina. "You've only got a mistress, and she spoils you." "That is not what I meant, my lady," returned Malcolm. "But one thing I know is, that Kelpie would soon come to grief without me. I shall keep her here till her half-hour is out, and then let her take another gallop." Lady Clementina turned away. She was defeated. Malcolm knelt there on one knee, with a hand on the mare's shoulder, so calm, so imperturbable, so ridiculously full of argument, that there was nothing more for her to do or say. Indignation, expostulation were powerless upon him as mist upon a rock. He was the oddest, most incomprehensible of grooms. Going back to the house, she met Florimel, and turned again with her to the scene of discipline. Ere they reached it, Florimel's delight with all around her had done something to restore Clementina's composure. The place was precious to her, for there she had passed nearly the whole of her childhood. But to anyone with a heart open to the expressions of nature's countenance, the place could not but have a strange as well as peculiar charm. Florimel had lost her way. I would rather it had been in the moonlight, but slant sunlight was next best. It shone through a slender multitude of mast-like stems, whose shadows complicated the wonder, while the light seemed amongst them to have gathered to itself properties appreciable by other organs besides the eyes, and to dwell bodily with the trees. The soil was mainly of sand, the soil to delight the long tap-roots of the fir trees, covered above with a thick layer of slow-forming mould, in the gradual odoriferous decay of needles and cones and flakes of bark and knots of resinous exudation. It grew looser and sandier, and its upper coat thinner, as she approached the shore. The trees shrunk in size, stood farther apart, and grew more individual, sending out gnarled boughs on all sides of them, and asserting themselves as the tall, slender, branchless ones in the social restraint of the thicker wood dared not do. They thinned, and the sea and the shore came shining through, for the ground sloped to the beach without any intervening abruption of cliff or even bank. They thinned and thinned until all were gone, and the bare, long, yellow sands lay stretched out on both sides for miles, gleaming and sparkling in the sun, especially at one spot, where the water of a little stream wandered about over them, as if it had at length found its home, but was too weary to enter and lose its weariness, and must wait for the tide to come up and take it. But when Florimel reached the strand, she could see nothing of the group she sought. The shore took a little bend, and a tongue of forest came in between. She was on her way back to the house when she met Clementina, also returning discomforted. Pleased as she was with them, her hostess soon interrupted her ecstasies by breaking out an accusation of Malcolm, not untempered, however, with a touch of dawning respect. At the same time, her report of his words was anything but accurate, for as no one can be just without love, so no one can truly report without understanding. But they had not time to discuss him now, as Clementina insisted on Florimel's putting an immediate stop to his cruelty. When they reached the spot, there was the groom again seated on his animal's head, with a new proposition in the sand before him. "Malcolm," said his mistress, "let the mare get up. You must let her off the rest of her punishment this time." Malcolm rose again to his knee. "Yes, my lady," he said, "but perhaps your ladyship wouldn't mind helping me to unbuckle her girths before she gets to her feet. I want to give her a bath. Come to this side," he went on, as Florimel advanced to his request. "Round here by her head. If your ladyship would kneel upon it, that would be best, but you mustn't move till I tell you." "I will do anything you bid me, exactly as you say, Malcolm," responded Florimel. "There's the Colonsay blood. I can trust that," cried Malcolm, with a pardonable outbreak of pride in his family. Whether most of his ancestors could so well have appreciated the courage of obedience is not very doubtful. Clementina was shocked at the insolent familiarity of her poor little friend's groom, but Florimel saw none, and kneeled as if she had been in church, on the head of the mare, with the fierce crater of her fiery brain blazing at her knee. Then Malcolm lifted the flap of the saddle, undid the buckles of the girths, and drawing them a little from under her, laid the saddle on the sand, talking all the time to Florimel, lest a sudden word might seem a direction, and she should rise before the right moment had come. "Please, my lady Clementina, will you go to the edge of the wood? I can't tell what she may do when she gets up. And please, my lady Florimel, will you run there too, the moment you get off her head?" When he got her rid of the saddle, he gathered the reins together in his bridle hand, took his whip in the other, and softly and carefully straddled across her huge barrel without touching her. "No, my lady," he said. "Run for the wood." Florimel rose and fled, heard a great scrambling behind her, and turning at the first tree, which was only a few yards off, saw Kelpie on her hind legs, and Malcolm, whom she had lifted with her, sticking by his knees on her bare back. The moment her forefeet touched the ground, he gave her the spurs severely, and after one plunging kick, off they went westward over the sands, away from the sun. Nor did they turn before they had dwindled to such a speck that the ladies could not have told by their eyes whether it was moving or not. At length they saw it swerve a little. By and by it began to grow larger, and after another moment or two they could distinguish what it was, tearing along towards them like a whirlwind, the lumps of wet sand flying behind like an upward storm of clods. What a picture it was! Only neither of the ladies was calm enough to see it picture-wise. The still sea before, type of the infinite always, and now of its repose. The still, straight, solemn wood behind, like a past world that had gone to sleep, out of which the sand seemed to come flowing down, to settle in the long sand lake of the beach. That flameless furnace of life tearing along the shore, betwixt the sea and the land, between time and eternity, guided, but only half controlled, by the strength of a higher will. And the two angels that had issued, whether out of the forest of the past or the sea of the future, who could tell? And now stood, with hand-shaded eyes, gazing upon that fierce apparition of terrene life. As he came in front of them, Malcolm suddenly wheeled Kelpie, so suddenly and in so sharp a curve that he made her turn close to the ground like a cat when scratchingly she wheels about after a mouse, as Sir Philip Sidney says, and dashed her straight into the sea. The two ladies gave a cry, Florimel of delight, Clementina of dismay, for she knew the coast, and that there it shelved suddenly into deep water. But that was only the better to Malcolm. It was the deep water he sought, though he got it with a little pitch sooner than he expected. He had often ridden Kelpie into the sea at Portlossie, even in the cold autumn weather when first she came into his charge, and nothing pleased her better or quieted her more. He was a heavy weight to swim with, but she displaced much water. She carried her head bravely, he balanced sideways, and they swam splendidly. To the eyes of Clementina, the mare seemed to be labouring for her life. When Malcolm thought she had had enough of it, he turned her head to the shore. But then came the difficulty. So steeply did the shore shelve that Kelpie could not get a hold with her hind hoofs to scramble up into the shallow water. The ladies saw the struggle, and Clementina, understanding it, was running in an agony right into the water with the vain idea of helping them, when Malcolm threw himself off, drawing the reins over Kelpie's head as he fell, and swimming but the length of them shorewards, felt the ground with his feet, and stood. Kelpie, relieved of his weight, floated a little farther on to the shelf, got a better hold with her forefeet, some hold with her hind ones, and was beside him in a moment. The same moment Malcolm was on her back again, and they were tearing off eastward at full stretch. So far did the lessening point recede in the narrowing distance, that the two ladies sat down on the sand, and fell a-talking about Florimel's most uncategorical groom, as Clementina, herself the most uncategorical of women, to use her own scarcely justifiable epithet, called him. She asked if such persons abounded in Scotland. Florimel could but answer that this was the only one she had met with. Then she told her about Richmond Park, and Lord Liftore and Epictetus. "Ah, that accounts for him," said Clementina. "Epictetus was a cynic, a very cruel man. He broke his slave's leg once, I remember." "Mr. Lenormand told me that he was the slave, and that his master broke his leg," said Florimel. "Ah, yes, I dare say. That was it. But it is little consequence. His principles were severe, and your groom has been his too ready pupil. It is a pity he is such a savage. He might be quite an interesting character. Can he read?" "I have just told you of his reading Greek over Kelpie's head," said Florimel, laughing. "Ah, but I meant English," said Clementina, whose thoughts were a little astray. Then, laughing at herself, she explained, "I mean, Can he read aloud? I put the last of the Waverley novels in the box we shall have tomorrow, or the next day at latest, I hope, and I was wondering whether he could read the Scotch, as it ought to be read. I have never heard it spoken, and I don't know how to imagine it." "We can try him," said Florimel. "It will be great fun, anyhow. He is such a character. You will be so amused with the remarks he will make." "But can you venture to let him talk to you?" "If you ask him to read, how will you prevent him? Unfortunately, he has thoughts, and they will out." "Is there no danger of his being rude?" "If speaking his mind about anything in the book be rudeness, he will most likely be rude. Any other kind of rudeness is as impossible to Malcolm as to any gentleman in the land." "How can you be so sure of him?" said Clementina, a little anxious as to the way in which her friend regarded the young man. "My father was, yes, I may say so, attached to him. So much so that I can't quite say what, but something like made him promise never to leave my service. And this I know for myself, that not once, ever since that man came to us, has he done a selfish thing or one to be ashamed of. I could give you proof after proof of his devotion." Florimel's warmth did not reassure Clementina, and her uneasiness wrought to the prejudice of Malcolm. She was never quite so generous to human beings as towards animals. She could not be depended on for justice except to people in trouble, and then she was very apt to be unjust to those who troubled them. "I would not have you place too much confidence in your admirable Crichton of menials, Florimel," she said. "There is something about him I cannot get at the bottom of. Depend upon it, a man who can be cruel would betray on the least provocation." Florimel smiled superior, as she had good reason to do. But Clementina did not understand the smile, and therefore did not like it. She feared the young fellow had already gained too much influence over his mistress. "Florimel, my love," she said, "listen to me. Your experience is not so ripe as mine. That man is not what you think him. One day or other he will, I fear, make himself worse than disagreeable. How can a cruel man be unselfish? I don't think him cruel at all. But then I haven't such a soft heart for animals as you. We should think it silly in Scotland. You wouldn't teach a dog manners at the expense of a howl. You would let him be a nuisance, rather than give him a cut with a whip. What a nice mother of children you will make, Clementina. That's how the children of good people are so often a disgrace to them." "You are like all the rest of the Scotch I ever knew," said Lady Clementina. "The Scotch are always preaching. I believe it is in their blood. You are a nation of parsons. Thank goodness my morals go no farther than doing as I would be done by. I want to see creatures happy about me. For my own sake even, I would never cause pang to person. It gives me such a pang myself." "That's the way you are made, I suppose, Clementina," returned Florimel. "For me, my clay must be coarser. I don't mind a little pain myself, and I can't break my heart for it when I see it, except it be very bad, such as I should care about myself. But here comes the tyrant." Malcolm was pulling up his mare some 100 yards off. Even now she was unwilling to stop. But it was at last only from pure original objection to whatever was wanted of her. When she did stand, she stood stock still, breathing hard. "I have actually succeeded in taking a little out of her at last, my lady," said Malcolm as he dismounted. "Have you got a bit of sugar in your pocket, my lady? She would take it quite gently now." Florimel had none, but Clementina had, for she always carried sugar for her horse. Malcolm held the Demoness very watchfully, but she took the sugar from Florimel's palm as neatly as an elephant, and let her stroke her nose over her wide red nostrils, without showing the least of her usual inclination to punish a liberty with death. Then Malcolm rode her home, and she was at peace till the evening, when he took her out again. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of the Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 40. Moonlight. And now followed a pleasant time. Wastbeach was the quietest of all quiet neighbourhoods. It was the loveliest of spring-summer weather, and the variety of scenery on moor, in woodland, and on coast, within easy reach of such good horsewomen, was wonderful. The first day they rested their horses that would rest, but the next day were in the saddle immediately after an early breakfast. They took the forest way. In many directions were tolerably smooth rides cut, and along them they had good gallops, to the great delight of Florimel after the restraints of Rotten Row, where riding had seemed like dancing a minuet with a waltz in her heart. Malcolm, so far as human companionship went, found it dull, for Lady Clementina's groom regarded him with the contempt of superior age, the most contemptible contempt of all, seeing years are not the wisdom they ought to bring, and the first sign of that is modesty. Again and again his remarks tempted Malcolm to incite him to ride Kelpie. But conscience, the thought of the man's family, and the remembrance that it required all his youthful strength, and that it would therefore be the challenge of the strong to the weak, saved him from the sin, and he schooled himself to the endurance of middle-aged arrogance. For the learning of the lesson he had practice enough. They rode every day, and Griffith did not thaw. But the one thundering gallop he had every morning along the sands with Kelpie, whom footnote. According to the grammars I ought to have written which, but it will not do. I could, I think, tell why, but prefer leaving the question to the reader. End of footnote. Whom no ordinary day's work was enough to save from the heart-burning ferment of repressed activity, was both preparation and amends for the annoyance. When his mistress mentioned the proposal of her friend with regard to the new novel, he at once expressed his willingness to attempt compliance, fearing only, he said, that his English would prove offensive, and his Scotch unintelligible. The task was nowise alarming to him, for he had read aloud much to the schoolmaster, who had also insisted that he should read aloud when alone, especially verse, in order that he might get all the good of its outside as well as inside, its sounds as well as thought, the one being the ethereal body of the other. And he had the best primary qualifications for the art, namely, a delight in the sounds of human speech, a value for the true embodiment of thought, and a good ear, mental as well as vocal, for the assimilation of sound to sense. After these came the quite secondary, yet valuable gift of a pleasant voice, manageable for reflection. And with such an outfit, the peculiarities of his country's utterance, the long-drawn vowels and the outbreak of feeling in chant-like tones and modulations, might be forgiven, and certainly were forgiven by Lady Clementina, who, even in his presence, took his part against the objections of his mistress. On the whole, they were so much pleased with his first reading, which took place the very day the box arrived, that they concluded to restrain the curiosity of their interest in persons and events, for the sake of the pleasure of meeting them always in the final fullness of local colour afforded them by his utterance. While he read, they busied their fingers with their embroidery, for as yet that graceful work, so lovelily described by Cooper in his Task, had not begun to vanish before the crude colours and mechanical vulgarity of Berlin wool, now happily in its turn vanishing like a dry dust cloud into the limbo of the art universe. The well-depicted flower, wrought patiently into the snowy lawn, unfolds its bosom, buds and leaves and sprigs and curling tendrils gracefully disposed, follow the nimble finger of the fair, a wreath that cannot fade of flowers that blow with most success when all besides decay. Footnote. The winter evening. End of footnote. There was not much of a garden about the place, but there was a little lawn amongst the pines, in the midst of which stood a huge old patriarch, with red stem and grotesquely contorted branches. Beneath it was a bench, and there, after their return from their 2 hours' ride, the ladies sat, while the sun was at its warmest, on the mornings of their first and second readings. Malcolm sat on a wheelbarrow. After lunch on the second day, which they had agreed from the first, as ladies so often do, when free of the more devouring sex, should be their dinner, and after due visits paid to a multitude of animals, the desire awoke simultaneously in them for another portion of St. Ronan's Well. They resolved therefore to send for their reader as soon as they had had tea. But when they sent, he was nowhere to be found, and they concluded on a stroll. Anticipating no further requirement of his service that day, Malcolm had gone out. Drawn by the sea, he took his way through the dim, solemn, boughless wood, as if to keep a moonlight tryst with his early love. But the sun was not yet down, and among the dark trees, shot through by the level radiance, he wandered, his heart swelling in his bosom with the glory and the mystery. Again the sun was in the wood, its burning centre, the marvel of the home which he left in the morning, only to return thither at night, and it was now a temple of red light, more gorgeous, more dream-woven than the morning. How he glowed on the red stems of the bare pines, fit pillars for that which seemed temple and rite, organ and anthem in one, the worship of the earth uplifted to its Hyperion. It was a world of faery. Anything might happen in it. Who in that region of marvel would start to see suddenly a knight on a great sober war-horse come slowly pacing down the torrent of carmine splendor, flashing it like the knight of the sun himself, in a flood from every hollow, a gleam from every flat, and a star from every round and knob of his armor? As the trees thinned away, and his feet sank deeper in the looser sand, and the sea broke blue out of the infinite, talking quietly to itself of its own solemn swell into being out of the infinite thought unseen, Malcolm felt as if the world with its loveliness and splendor were sinking behind him, and the cool entrancing sweetness of the eternal dreamland of the soul, where the dreams are more real than any sights of the world, were opening wide before his entering feet. "Shall not death be like this?" he said, and threw himself upon the sand, and hid his face and his eyes from it all. For there is this strange thing about all glory embodied in the material, that, when the passion of it rises to its height, we hurry from its presence, that its idea may perfect itself in silent and dark and deaf delight. Of its material self we want no more. Its real self we have, and it sits at the fountain of our tears. Malcolm hid his face from the source of his gladness, and worshipped the source of that source. Rare as they are at any given time, there have been, I think, such youths in all ages of the world. Youths capable of glorying in the fountain whence issues the torrent of their youthful might. Nor is the reality of their early worship blasted for us by any mistral of doubt that may blow upon their spirit from the icy region of the understanding. The cold fevers, the vital agues that such winds breed, can but prove that not yet has the sun of the perfect arisen upon them, that the eternal has not yet manifested himself in all regions of their being, that a grander, more obedient, therefore more blissful, more absorbing worship yet is possible, nay, is essential to them. These chills are but the shivers of the divine nature, unsatisfied, half-starved, banished from its home, divided from its origin, after which it calls in groanings it knows not how to shape into sounds articulate. They are the spirit wail of the holy infant after the bosom of its mother. Let no man long back to the bliss of his youth, but forward to a bliss that shall swallow even that, and contain it, and be more than it. Our history moves in cycles, it is true, ever returning toward the point whence it started. But it is in the imperfect circles of a spiral it moves. It returns, but ever to a point above the former. Even the second childhood, at which the fool jeers, is the better, the truer, the fuller childhood, growing strong to cast off altogether, with the husk of its own enveloping age, that of its family, its country, its world as well. Age is not all decay. It is the ripening, the swelling of the fresh life within, that withers and bursts the husk. When Malcolm lifted his head, the sun had gone down. He rose and wandered along the sand towards the moon, at length blooming out of the darkening sky, where she had hung all day, like a washed-out rag of light, to revive as the sunlight faded. He watched the banished life of her day-swoon returning, until, gathering courage, she that had been no one shone out fair and clear, in conscious queendom of the night. Then, in the friendly enfolding of her dream light and the dream land it created, Malcolm's soul revived as in the comfort of the lesser, the mitigated glory. And as the moon into radiance from the darkened air, and the nightingale into music from the sleep-stilled world of birds, blossomed from the speechlessness of thought and feeling into a strange kind of brooding song. If the words were half nonsense, the feeling was not the less real. Such as they were, they came almost of themselves, and the tune came with them. Rose o' my heart, open your leaves to the lamp and moon, into the curls let her keek and dirt, she'll take the colour but gie ye tune. Book o' my brain, open your nooks to the starry signs, let the een o' the holy look and strain, and glimmer and score atween the lines. Cup o' my soul, gold and diamond and ruby cup, ye're nought of all but a tomb dry bowl, till the wine o' the kingdom fill ye up. Conscience glass, mirror the infinite all in thee, melt the bounded and make it pass into the tideless, shoreless sea. World o' my life, swing thee round thy sunny track, fire and wind and water and strife, carry them all to the glory back. Ever as he halted for a word, the moonlight and the low sweet waves on the sands filled up the pauses to his ear, and there he lay, looking up to the sky and the moon and the rose-diamond stars, his thoughts half dissolved in feeling, and his feeling half crystallized to thought. Out of the dim wood came two lovely forms into the moonlight, and softly approached him, so softly that he knew nothing of their nearness until Florimel spoke. "Is that MacPhail?" she said. "Yes, my lady," answered Malcolm, and bounded to his feet. "What were you singing?" "You could hardly call it singing, my lady. We should call it crooning in Scotland." "Croon it again, then." "I couldn't, my lady. It's gone." "You don't mean to pretend that you were extemporizing?" "I was crooning what came, like the birds, my lady. I couldn't have done it if I had thought anyone was near." Then, half ashamed, and anxious to turn the talk from the threshold of his secret chamber, he said, "Did you ever see a lovelier night, ladies?" "Not often, certainly," answered Clementina. She was not quite pleased, and not altogether offended, at his addressing them dually. A curious sense of impropriety in the state of things bewildered her. She and her friend talking thus in the moonlight on the seashore, doing nothing, with her friend's groom. And such a groom, his mistress asking him to sing again, and he addressing them both with a remark on the beauty of the night. She had braved the world a good deal, but she did not choose to brave it where nothing was to be had, and she was too honest to say to herself that the world would never know, that there was nothing to brave. She was not one to do that in secret to which she would not hold her face. Yet all the time she had a doubt whether this young man, whom it would certainly be improper to encourage by addressing from any level but one of lofty superiority, did not belong to a higher sphere than theirs. While certainly no man could be more unpresuming, or less forward even when opposing his opinion to theirs. Still, if an angel were to come down and take charge of their horses, would ladies be justified in treating him as other than a servant? "This is just the sort of night," Malcolm resumed, "when I could almost persuade myself I was not quite sure I wasn't dreaming. It makes a kind of borderland betwixt waking and sleeping, knowing and dreaming in our brain. In a night like this, I fancy we feel something like the colour of what God feels when he is making the lovely chaos of a new world, a new kind of world, such as has never been before." "I think we had better go in," said Clementina to Florimel, and turned away. Florimel made no objection, and they walked towards the wood. "You really must get rid of him as soon as you can," said Clementina, when again the moonless night of the pines had received them. "He is certainly more than half a lunatic. It is almost full moon now," she added, looking up. "I have never seen him so bad." Florimel's clear laugh rang through the wood. "Don't be alarmed, Clementina," she said. "He has talked like that ever since I knew him, and if he is mad, at least he is no worse than he has always been. It is nothing but poetry. Yeast on the brain, my father used to say. We should have a fish poet of him. A new thing in the world, he said. He would never be cured till he broke out in a book of poetry." "I should be afraid my father would break the catechism and not rest in his grave till the resurrection, if I were to send Malcolm away." For Malcolm, he was at first not a little mazed at the utter blankness of the wall against which his words had dashed themselves. Then he smiled queerly to himself, and said, "I used to think ilka bonny lass bude to be a poetess. For who should she be bonny, but by the informing harmony o' her being? And what's that but the poetry o' the poet, the maker, as they called a poet in the old Scots tongue? But haith, I ken better and waur noo. There's gane the two bonniest I ever saw, and I s' lay my head there's mair poetry in old man-faced Miss Horn nor in a dozen like them. Eh, but it's some sair to bide. It's sair upon a man to see a bonny woman that has nae poetry, nae inward leechsome harmony in her. But it's doom sairer yet to come upon one wantin' common sense. Saw onybody ever sic a grand sight as my Lady Clementina? And who can say but she's well named frae the heart out? As good at the heart elsewhere as at the een. But eh me, to hear the blither o' nonsense that comes out atween their twa bonny yets o' music. And all 'cause she winna give her heart rest in time enough to grow bigger, but maun aye be settin' at things richt afore their time and her ain fitness for the job. It's sic a faithless kind o' a way, that. I could just fancy I saw her gaein' around the trees o' a simmer night, puttin' honey upon the pears and the peaches, 'cause she couldna lip into nature to ripe them sweet enough. Only 'at she would never take the honey frae the bees. She's just the picture o' nature hersel turnt some demented. I could just fancy I saw her gaein' about among the ripe corn, on sic a night as this o' the moon, happen it frae the frost, and I should warrant no a meshin' o' her nets would she leave, on clip it open gien the twine had a heron by the gills. She's e'en sae pitiful ower the sinner that she winna gie him a chance o' growing better. I wonder gien she believes that there's a great thought abune all and aneath all and roun' all, in all thing. She couldna be in sic a mist o' benevolence and perich-heartedness, gien she could lippen till a wiser. It's nae wonder she kens nothing about poetry but the miserable sids and sawdust, and leavings the grand ladies sing and call songs. Nae mair is it any wonder she should take me for demented, gien she heard what I was singing. Only I cannot think she did that, for I was but crooning till mysel'. Malcolm was wrong there, for he was singing out loud and clear. That was but a kind o' an unknown tongue atween him and me and no anither. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of the Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 41. The Swift. Florimel succeeded so far in reassuring her friend as to the safety, if not sanity, of her groom, that she made no objection to yet another reading from St. Ronan's Well, upon which occasion an incident occurred that did far more to reassure her than all the attestations of his mistress. Clementina, in consenting, had proposed, it being a warm sunny afternoon, that they should that time go down to the lake, and sit with their work on the bank while Malcolm read. This lake, like the whole place, and some of the people in it, was rather strange, not resembling any piece of water that Malcolm at least had ever seen. More than a mile in length, but quite narrow, it lay on the seashore, a lake of deep, fresh water, with nothing between it and the sea but a bank of sand, up which the great waves came rolling in southwesterly winds, one now and then toppling over, to the disconcerting, no doubt, of the piky multitude within. The head only of the mere came into Clementina's property, and they sat on the landward side of it, on a sandy bank among the half-exposed roots of a few ancient firs, where a little stream that fed the lake had made a small gully, and was now trotting over a bed of pebbles in the bottom of it. Clementina was describing to Florimel the peculiarities of the place, how there was no outlet to the lake, how the water went filtering through the sand into the sea, how in some parts it was very deep, and what large pike there were in it. Malcolm sat a little aside as usual, with his face towards the ladies, and the book open in his hand, waiting a sign to begin, but looking at the lake, which here was some 50 yards broad, reedy at the edge, dark and deep in the centre. All at once he sprang to his feet, dropping the book, ran down to the brink of the water, undoing his buckled belt, and pulling off his coat as he ran, threw himself over the bordering reeds into the pool, and disappeared with a great plash. Clementina gave a scream, and started up with distraction in her face. She made no doubt that in the sudden ripeness of his insanity he had committed suicide. But Florimel, though startled by her friend's cry, laughed, and crowded out assurances that Malcolm knew well enough what he was about. It was longer, however, than she found pleasant before a black head appeared, yards away, for he had risen at a great slope, swimming towards the other side. What could he be after? Near the middle he swam more softly, and almost stopped. Then first they spied a small dark object on the surface. Almost the same moment it rose into the air. They thought Malcolm had flung it up. Instantly they perceived that it was a bird, a swift. Somehow it had dropped into the water, but a lift from Malcolm's hand had restored it to the air of its bliss. But instead of turning and swimming back, Malcolm held on, and getting out on the farther side, ran down the beach and rushed into the sea, rousing once more the apprehensions of Clementina. The shore sloped rapidly, and in a moment he was in deep water. He swam a few yards out, swam ashore again, ran around the end of the lake, found his coat, and got from it his pocket-handkerchief. Having therewith dried his hands and face, he wrung out the sleeves of his shirt a little, put on his coat, returned to his place, and said, as he took up the book and sat down, "I beg your pardon, my ladies, but just as I heard my Lady Clementina say pikes, I saw the little swift in the water. There was no time to lose. Swifty had but a poor chance." As he spoke, he proceeded to find the place in the book. "You don't imagine we are going to have you read in such a plight as that?" cried Clementina. "I will take good care, my lady. I have books of my own, and I handle them like babies." "You foolish man! It is of you and your wet clothes, not of the book, I am thinking," said Clementina indignantly. "I'm much obliged to you, my lady, but there's no fear of me. You saw me wash the fresh water out. Salt water never hurts." "You must go and change, nevertheless," said Clementina. Malcolm looked to his mistress. She gave him a sign to obey, and he rose. He had taken 3 steps towards the house when Clementina recalled him. "One word, if you please," she said. "How is it that a man who risks his life for that of a little bird can be so heartless to a great noble creature like that horse of yours? I cannot understand it." "My lady," returned Malcolm with a smile, "I was no more risking my life than you would be in taking a fly out of the milk jug. And for your question, if your ladyship will only think, you cannot fail to see the difference. Indeed, I explained my treatment of Kelpie to your ladyship that first morning in the park, when you so kindly rebuked me for it, but I don't think your ladyship listened to a word I said." Clementina's face flushed, and she turned to her friend with a "Well!" in her eyes. But Florimel kept her head bent over her embroidery, and Malcolm, no further notice being taken of him, walked away. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 42. St. Ronan's Well. The next day the reading was resumed, and for several days was regularly continued. Each day, as their interest grew, longer time was devoted to it. They were all simple enough to accept what the author gave them, nor, had a critic of the time been present to instruct them that in this last he had fallen off, would they have heeded him much. For Malcolm it was the first story by the great unknown he had seen. A question, however, occurring, not of art, but of morals, he was at once on the alert. It arose when they reached that portion of the tale in which the true heir to an earldom and its wealth offers to leave all in the possession of the usurper, on the one condition of his ceasing to annoy a certain lady, whom, by villainy of the worst, he had gained the power of rendering unspeakably miserable. Naturally enough, at this point Malcolm's personal interest was suddenly excited. Here were elements strangely correspondent with the circumstances of his present position. Tyrrell's offer of acquiescence in things as they were, and abandonment of his rights, which in the story is so amazing to the man of the world to whom it is first propounded, drew an exclamation of delight from both ladies, from Clementina because of its unselfishness, from Florimel because of its devotion. Neither of them was at any time ready to raise a moral question, and least of all where the heart approved. But Malcolm was interested after a different fashion from theirs. Often during the reading he had made remarks and given explanations, not so much to the annoyance of Lady Clementina as she had feared, for since his rescue of the Swift she had been more favourably disposed towards him, and had judged him a little more justly. Not that she understood him, but that the gulf between them had contracted. He paused a moment, then said, "Do you think it was right, my ladies? Ought Mr. Tyrrell to have made such an offer?" "It was most generous of him," said Clementina, not without indignation, and with the tone of one whose answer should decide the question. "Splendidly generous," replied Malcolm, "but I so well remember when Mr. Graham first made me see that the question of duty does not always lie between a good thing and a bad thing. There would be no room for casuistry then, he said. A man has very often to decide between one good thing and another. But indeed I can hardly tell without more time to think whether that comes in here. If a man wants to be generous, it must at least be at his own expense." "But surely," said Florimel, not in the least aware that she was changing sides, "a man ought to hold by the rights that birth and inheritance give him." "That is by no means so clear, my lady," returned Malcolm, "as you seem to think. A man may be bound to hold by things that are his rights, but certainly not because they are rights. One of the grandest things in having rights is that, being your rights, you may give them up, except of course they involve duties with the performance of which the abnegation would interfere." "I have been trying to think," said Lady Clementina, "what can be the two good things here to choose between?" "That is the right question, and logically put, my lady," rejoined Malcolm, who, from his early training, could not help sometimes putting on the schoolmaster. "The two good things are, let me see. Yes, on the one hand, the protection of the lady to whom he owed all possible devotion of man to woman, and on the other, what he owed to his tenants, and perhaps to society in general. Yes, as the owner of wealth and position. There is generosity on the one side, and dry duty on the other." "But this was no case of mere love to the lady, I think," said Clementina. "Did Mr. Tyrrell not owe Miss Mowbray what reparation lay in his power? Was it not his tempting of her to a secret marriage, while yet she was nothing more than a girl, that brought the mischief upon her?" "That is the point," said Malcolm, "that makes the one difficulty. Still, I do not see how there can be much of a question. He could have no right to do fresh wrong for the mitigation of the consequences of preceding wrong, to sacrifice others to atone for injuries done by himself." "Where would be the wrong to others?" said Florimel, now back to her former position. "Why could it matter to tenants or society which of the brothers happened to be an earl? Only this, that in the one case, the landlord of his tenants, the earl in society, would be an honourable man, in the other a villain, a difference which might have consequences." "But," said Lady Clementina, "is not generosity something more than duty? Something higher, something beyond it?" "Yes," answered Malcolm, "so long as it does not go against duty, but keeps in the same direction, is in harmony with it. I doubt much, though, whether, as we grow in what is good, we shall not come soon to see that generosity is but our duty, and nothing very grand and beyond it. But the man who chooses to be generous at the expense of justice, even if he give up at the same time everything of his own, is but a poor creature beside him who, for the sake of the right, will not only consent to appear selfish in the eyes of men, but will go against his own heart and the comfort of those dearest to him. The man who accepts a crown may be more noble than he who lays one down and retires to the desert. Of the worthies who do things by faith, some are sawn asunder, and some subdue kingdoms.
The look of the thing is nothing."
Florimel made a neat little yawn over her work. Clementina's hands rested a moment in her lap, and she looked thoughtful. But she resumed her work and said no more. Malcolm began to read again. Presently Clementina interrupted him. She had not been listening. "Why should a man want to be better than his neighbours, any more than to be richer?" she said, as if uttering her thoughts aloud.
"Why, indeed," responded Malcolm, "except he wants to become a hypocrite."
"Then why do you talk for duty against generosity?"
"Oh," said Malcolm, for a moment perplexed. He did not at once catch the relation of her ideas. "Does a man ever do his duty," he rejoined at length, "in order to be better than his neighbours? If he does, he won't do it long. A man does his duty because he must. He has no choice but to do it."
"If a man has no choice, how is it that so many men choose to do wrong?" asked Clementina.
"In virtue of being slaves and stealing the choice," replied Malcolm.
"You are playing with words," said Clementina.
"If I am, at least I am not playing with things," returned Malcolm. "If you like it better, my lady, I will say that, in declaring he has no choice, the man with all his soul chooses the good, recognizing it as the very necessity of his nature."
"If I know in myself that I have a choice, all you say goes for nothing," persisted Clementina. "I am not at all sure I would not do wrong for the sake of another. The more one preferred what was right, the greater would be the sacrifice."
"If it was for the grandeur of it, my lady, that would be for the man's own sake, not his friends."
"Leave that out, then," said Clementina.
"The more a man loved another, then, say a woman, as here in the story, it seems to me, the more willing would he be that she should continue to suffer, rather than cease by wrong. Think, my lady, the essence of wrong is injustice. To help another by wrong is to do injustice to somebody you do not know well enough to love, for the sake of one you do know well enough to love. What honest man could think of that twice? The woman capable of accepting such a sacrifice would be contemptible."
"She need not know of it."
"He would know that she needed but to know of it, to despise him."
"Then might it not be noble in him to consent for her sake to be contemptible in her eyes?"
"If no others were concerned. And then there would be no injustice, therefore nothing wrong and nothing contemptible."
"Might not what he did be wrong in the abstract, without having reference to any person?"
"There is no wrong man can do but is a thwarting of the living right. Surely you believe, my lady, that there is a living power of right, whose justice is the soul of our justice, who will have right done, and causes even our own souls to take up arms against us when we do wrong."
"In plain language, I suppose you mean, do I believe in a God?"
"That is what I mean, if by a God you mean a being who cares about us, and loves justice, that is fair play, one whom therefore we wrong to the very heart when we do a thing that is not just."
"I would gladly believe in such a being if things were so that I could. As they are, I confess it seems to me the best thing to doubt it. I do doubt it very much. How can I help doubting it, when I see so much suffering, oppression, and cruelty in the world? If there were such a being, as you say, would he permit the horrible things we hear of on every hand?"
"I used to find that a difficulty. Indeed, it troubled me sorely, until I came to understand things better. I remember Mr. Graham saying something once like this. I did not understand it for months after. Every kind-hearted person who thinks a great deal of being comfortable, and takes prosperity to consist in being well off, must be tempted to doubt the existence of a God. And perhaps it is well they should be so tempted," he added.
"Why did he add that?"
"I think because such are in danger of believing in an evil God. And if men believed in an evil God, and had not the courage to defy him, they must sink to the very depths of savagery. At least, that is what I ventured to suppose he meant."
Clementina opened her eyes wide, but said nothing. Religious people, she found, could think as boldly as she.
"I remember all about it so well," Malcolm added, thoughtfully. "We had been talking about the Prometheus of Aeschylus, how he would not give in to Jupiter."
"I am trying to understand," said Clementina, and ceased.
and a silence fell, which for a few moments Malcolm could not break. For suddenly he felt as if he had fallen under the power of a spell. Something seemed to radiate from her silence, which invaded his consciousness. It was as if the wind which dwells in the tree of life had waked in the twilight of heaven and blew upon his spirit. It was not that now first he saw that she was beautiful. The moment his eyes fell upon her in the park, he saw her beautiful as he had never seen a woman before. Neither was it that now first he saw her good. Even in that first interview, her heart had revealed itself to him as very lovely. But the foolishness which had flowed from her lips, noble and unselfish as it was, had barred the way betwixt his feelings and her individuality, as effectually as if she had been the loveliest of Venuses, lying uncarved in the lunar marble of Carrara. There are men to whom silliness is an absolute freezing mixture, to whose hearts a plain, sensible woman at once appeals as a woman, while no amount of beauty can serve as sweet oblivious antidote to counteract the nausea produced by folly. Malcolm had found Clementina irritating, and the more irritating that she was so beautiful. But at the first sound from her lips that indicated genuine and truthful thought, the atmosphere had begun to change, and at the first troubled gleam in her eyes, revealing that she pursued some dim-seen thing of the world of reality, a nameless potency throbbed into the spiritual space betwixt her and him, and embraced them in an ether of entrancing relation. All that had been needed to awake love to her was, that her soul, herself, should look out of its windows. And now he had caught a glimpse of it. Not all her beauty, not all her heart, not all her courage could draw him, while she would ride only a hobby horse, however tight its skin might be stuffed with emotions. But now who could tell how soon she might be charging in the front line of the Amazons of the Lord, on as real a horse as any in the heavenly army? For was she not thinking? The rarest human operation in the world? "I will try to speak a little more clearly, my lady," said Malcolm. "If ease and comfort, and the pleasures of animal and intellectual being, were the best things to be had, as they are the only things most people desire, then that Maker who did not care that his creatures should possess, or were deprived of such, could not be a good God. But if the need with the lack of such things should be the means, the only means, of their gaining something in its very nature so much better that—" "But," interrupted Clementina, "if they don't care about anything better, if they are content as they are?" "Should he then who called them into existence be limited in his further intents for the perfecting of their creation, by their notions concerning themselves, who cannot add to their life 1 cubit? Such notions being often consciously dishonest. If he knows them worthless without something that he can give, shall he withhold his hand because they do not care that he should stretch it forth? Should a child not be taught to ride because he is content to run on foot?" "But the means, according to your own theory, are so frightful," said Clementina. "But suppose he knows that the barest beginnings of the good he intends them would not merely reconcile them to those means, but cause them to choose his will at any expense of suffering. I tell you, Lady Clementina," continued Malcolm, rising and approaching her a step or two, "if I had not the hope of one day being good like God himself, if I thought there was no escape out of the wrong and badness I feel within me, and know I am not able to rid myself of without supreme help, not all the wealth and honours of the world could reconcile me to life." "You do not know what you are talking of," said Clementina, coldly and softly, without lifting her head. "I do," said Malcolm. "You mean you would kill yourself but for your belief in God?" "By life I meant being, my lady. If there were no God, I dared not kill myself, lest worse should be waiting me in the awful voids beyond. If there be a God, living or dying is all one, so it be what he pleases." "I have read of saints," said Clementina, with cool dissatisfaction in her tone, "uttering such sentiments." "Sentiments," said Malcolm to himself. "And I do not doubt such were felt, or at least imagined by them. But I fail to understand how, even supposing these things true, a young man like yourself should, in the midst of a busy world and with an occupation which, to say the least—" Here she paused. After a moment, Malcolm ventured to help her. "Is so far from an ideal one, would you say, my lady?" "Something like that," answered Clementina, and concluded, "I wonder how you can have arrived at such ideas." "There is nothing wonderful in it, my lady," returned Malcolm. "Why should not a youth, a boy, a child, for as a child I thought about what the kingdom of heaven could mean, desire with all his might that his heart and mind should be clean, his will strong, his thoughts just, his head clear, his soul dwelling in the place of life? Why should I not desire that my life should be a complete thing, and an outgoing of life to my neighbour? Some people are content not to do mean actions. I want to become incapable of a mean thought or feeling, and so I shall be before all is done." "Still, how did you come to begin so much earlier than others?" "All I know as to that, my lady, is that I had the best man in the world to teach me." "And why did not I have such a man to teach me? I could have learned of such a man too." "If you are able now, my lady, it does not follow that it would have been the best thing for you sooner. Some children learn far better for not being begun early, and will get before others who have been at it for years. As you grow ready for it, somewhere or other you will find what is needful for you, in a book or a friend, or best of all in your own thoughts, the eternal thought speaking in your thought." It flashed through her mind, "Can it be that I have found it now on the lips of a groom?" Was it her own spirit, or another that laughed strangely within her? "Well, as you seem to know so much better than other people," she said, "I want you to explain to me how the God in whom you profess to believe can make use of such cruelties. It seems to me more like the revelling of a demon." "My lady," remonstrated Malcolm, "I never pretended to explain. All I say is that, if I had reason for hoping there was a God, and if I found, from my own experience and the testimony of others, that suffering led to valued good, I should think, hope, expect to find that he caused suffering for reasons of the highest, purest, and kindest import, such as when understood must be absolutely satisfactory to the sufferers themselves. If a man cannot believe that, and if he thinks the pain the worst evil of all, then of course he cannot believe there is a good God. Still, even then, if he would lay claim to being a lover of truth, he ought to give the idea, the mere idea of God fair play, lest there should be a good God after all, and he all his life doing him the injustice of refusing him his trust and obedience." "And how are we to give the mere idea of him fair play?" asked Clementina, rather contemptuously. But I think she was fighting emotion, confused and troublesome. "By looking to the heart of whatever claims to be a revelation of him." "It would take a lifetime to read the half of such." "I will correct myself and say, whatever of the sort has best claims on your regard. Whatever any person you look upon as good believes and would have you believe. At the same time, doing diligently what you know to be right. For if there be a God, that must be his will, and if there be not, it remains our duty." All this time Florimel was working away at her embroidery, a little smile of satisfaction flickering on her face. She was pleased to hear her clever friend talking so with her strange vassal. As to what they were saying, she had no doubt it was all right, but to her it was not interesting. She was mildly debating with herself whether she should tell her friend about Lenormand. Clementina's work now lay on her lap, and her hands on her work, while her eyes at one time gazed on the grass at her feet, at another searched Malcolm's face with a troubled look. The light of Malcolm's candle was beginning to penetrate into her dusky room, the power of his faith to tell upon the weakness of her unbelief. There is no strength in unbelief. Even the unbelief of what is false is no source of might. It is the truth shining from behind that gives the strength to disbelieve. But into the house where the refusal of the bad is followed by no embracing of the good, the house empty and swept and garnished, the bad will return, bringing with it 7 evils that are worse. If something of that sacred mystery, holy in the heart of the Father, which draws together the souls of man and woman, was at work between them, let those scoff at the mingling of love and religion who know nothing of either. But man or woman who, loving woman or man, has never in that love lifted the heart to the Father, and everyone whose divine love has not yet cast at least an arm round the human love, must take heed what they think of themselves, for they are yet but paddlers in the tide of the eternal ocean. Love is a lifting no less than a swelling of the heart. What changes, what metamorphoses, transformations, purifications, glorifications this or that love must undergo ere it take its eternal place in the kingdom of heaven, through all its changes yet remaining in its one essential root, the same, let the coming redemption reveal. The hope of all honest lovers will lead them to the vision. Only let them remember that love must dwell in the will as well as in the heart. But whatever the nature of Malcolm's influence upon Lady Clementina, she resented it, thinking towards and speaking to him repellently. Something in her did not like him. She knew he did not approve of her, and she did not like being disapproved of. Neither did she approve of him. He was pedantic, and far too good for an honest and brave youth. Not that she could say she had seen dishonesty or cowardice in him, or that she could have told which vice she would prefer to season his goodness withal, and bring him to the level of her ideal. And then, for all her theories of equality, he was a groom, therefore to a lady ought to be repulsive, at least when she found him intruding into the chambers of her thoughts, personally intruding, yes, and met there by some traitorous feelings whose behaviour she could not understand. She resented it all, and felt towards Malcolm as if he were guilty of forcing himself into the sacred presence of her bosom's queen, whereas it was his angel that did so, his idea, over which he had no control. Clementina would have turned that idea out, and when she found she could not, her soul started up wrathful, in maidenly disgust with her heart, and cast resentment upon everything in him whereon it would hang. She had not yet, however, come to ask herself any questions. She had only begun to fear that a woman to whom a person from the stables could be interesting, even in the form of an unexplained riddle, must be herself a person of low tastes, and that, for all her pride of coming of honest people, there must be a drop of bad blood in her somewhere. For a time her eyes had been fixed on her work, and there had been silence in the little group. "My lady," said Malcolm, and drew a step nearer to Clementina. She looked up. How lovely she was with the trouble in her eyes. Thought Malcolm, if only she were what she might be, if the form were but filled with the spirit, the body with life. "My lady," he repeated, just a little embarrassed, "I should like to tell you one thing that came to me only lately. Came to me when thinking over the hard words you spoke to me that day in the park. But it is something so awful that I dare not speak of it, except you will make your heart solemn to hear it." He stopped, with his eyes questioning hers. Clementina's first thought once more was madness, but as she steadily returned his look, her face grew pale, and she gently bowed her head in consent. "I will try, then," said Malcolm. "Everybody knows what few think about, that once there lived a man who, in the broad face of prejudiced respectability, truth-hating hypocrisy, commonplace religion, and dull book-learning, affirmed that he knew the secret of life, and understood the heart and history of men, who wept over their sorrows, yet worshipped the God of the whole earth, saying that he had known him from eternal days. The same said that he came to do what the Father did, and that he did nothing but what he had learned of the Father. They killed him, you know, my lady, in a terrible way that one is afraid even to think of. But he insisted that he laid down his life, and that he allowed them to take it. Now I ask, whether that grandest thing, crowning his life, the yielding of it to the hand of violence, he had not learned also from his Father? Was his death the only thing he had not so learned? If I am right, and I do not say if in doubt, then the suffering of those 3 terrible hours was a type of the suffering of the Father himself in bringing sons and daughters through the cleansing and glorifying fires, without which the created cannot be made the very children of God, partakers of the divine nature and peace. Then from the lowest, weakest tone of suffering, up to the loftiest pitch, the divinest acme of pain, there is not one pang to which the sensorium of the universe does not respond. Never an untuneful vibration of nerve or spirit, but thrills beyond the brain or the heart of the sufferer, to the brain, the heart of the universe. And God, in the simplest, most literal, fullest sense, and not by sympathy alone, suffers with his creatures. Well, but he is able to bear it. They are not. I cannot bring myself to see the right of it. Nor will you, my lady, so long as you cannot bring yourself to see the good they get by it. My lady, when I was trying my best with poor Kelpie, you would not listen to me. You are ungenerous, said Clementina, flushing. My lady, persisted Malcolm, you would not understand me. You denied me a heart because of what seemed in your eyes cruelty. I knew that I was saving her from death at the least, probably from a life of torture. God may be good, though to you his government may seem to deny it. There is but one way God cares to govern, the way of the Father King, and that way is at hand. But I have yet given you only the one half of my theory. If God feels pain, then he puts forth his will to bear and subject that pain. If the pain comes to him from his creature, living in him, will the endurance of God be confined to himself, and not in its turn pass beyond the bounds of his individuality, and react upon the sufferer to his sustaining? I do not mean that sustaining which a man feels from knowing his will one with God's, and God with him, but such sustaining as those his creatures also may have, who do not or cannot know whence the sustaining comes. I believe that the endurance of God goes forth to uphold, that his patience is strength to his creatures, and that while the whole creation may well groan, its suffering is more bearable therefore than it seems to the repugnance of our regard. That is a dangerous doctrine, said Clementina. Will it then make the cruel man more cruel to be told that God is caring for the tortured creature, from the citadel of whose life he would force an answer to save his own, from the sphinx that must at last devour him, let him answer ever so wisely? Or will it make the tender less pitiful to be consoled a little in the agony of beholding what they cannot alleviate? Many hearts are from sympathy as sorely in need of comfort as those with whom they suffer. And to such I have one word more, to your heart, my lady, if it will consent to be consoled. The animals, I believe, suffer less than we, because they scarcely think of the past, and not at all of the future. It is the same with children, Mr. Graham says. They suffer less than grown people, and for the same reason. To get back something of this privilege of theirs, we have to be obedient, and take no thought for the morrow. Clementina took up her work. Malcolm walked away. "Malcolm," cried his mistress, "are you not going on with the book?" "I hope your ladyship will excuse me," said Malcolm. "I would rather not read more just at present." It may seem incredible that one so young as Malcolm should have been able to talk thus, and indeed my report may have given words more formal and systematic than his really were. For the matter of them, it must be remembered that he was not young in the effort to do and understand, and that the advantage to such a pupil of such a teacher as Mr. Graham is illimitable. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 43. A Perplexity. After Malcolm's departure, Clementina attempted to find what Florimel thought of the things her strange groom had been saying. She found only that she neither thought at all about them, nor had a single true notion concerning the matter of their conversation. Seeking to interest her in it, and failing, she found, however, that she had greatly deepened its impression upon herself. Florimel had not yet quite made up her mind whether or not she should open her heart to Clementina, but she approached the door of it in requesting her opinion upon the matter of marriage between persons of social conditions widely parted. frightfully sundered, she said. Now Clementina was a radical of her day, a reformer, a leveller, one who complained bitterly that some should be so rich and some so poor. In this she was perfectly honest. Her own wealth, from a vague sense of unrighteousness in the possession of it, was such a burden to her that she threw it away where often it made other people stumble, if not fall. She professed to regard all men as equal, and believed that she did so. She was powerful in her contempt of the distinctions made between certain of the classes, but had signally failed in some bold endeavours to act as if they had no existence, except in the whims of society. As yet, no man had sought her nearer regard for whom she would deign to cherish even friendship. As to marriage, she professed right honestly an entire disinclination, even aversion to it, saying to herself that if ever she should marry, it must be, for the sake of protest and example, one notably beneath her in social condition. He must be a gentleman, but his claims to that rare distinction should lie only in himself, not his position, in what he was, not in what he had. But it is one thing to have opinions, and another to be called upon to show them beliefs. It is one thing to declare all men equal, and another to tell the girl who looks up to you for advice that she ought to feel herself at perfect liberty to marry, say, a groom. And when Florimel proposed the general question, Clementina might well have hesitated. And indeed she did hesitate. But in vain she tried to persuade herself that it was solely for the sake of her young and inexperienced friend that she did so. As little could she honestly say that it was from doubt of the principles she had so long advocated. Had Florimel been open with her, and told her what sort of inferior was in her thoughts, instead of representing the gulf between them as big enough to swallow the city of Rome? Had she told her that he was a gentleman, a man of genius and gifts, noble and large-hearted, and indeed better bred than any other man she knew, the fact of his profession would only have clenched Lady Clementina's decision in his favour. And if Florimel had been honest enough to confess the encouragement she had given him, nay, the absolute love passages there had been, Clementina would at once have insisted that her friend should write an apology for her behaviour to him, should dare the dastard world, and offer to marry him when he would. But, Florimel putting the question as she did, how should Clementina imagine anything other than that it referred to Malcolm? And a strange confusion of feeling was the consequence. Her thoughts heaved in her like the half-shaped monsters of a spiritual chaos, and amongst them was one she could not at all identify. A direct answer she found impossible. She found also that in presence of Florimel, so much younger than herself, and looking up to her for advice, she dared not even let the questions now pressing for entrance appear before her consciousness. She therefore declined giving an answer of any sort, was not prepared with one, she said. Much was to be considered, no two cases were just alike. They were summoned to tea, after which she retired to a room, shut the door, and began to think. An operation which, seldom easy if worth anything, was in the present case peculiarly difficult, both because Clementina was not used to it, and the subject-object of it was herself. I suspect that self-examination is seldom the most profitable. Certainly it is sometimes the most unpleasant, and always the most difficult of moral actions, that is, to perform after a genuine fashion. I know that very little of what passes for it has the remotest claim to reality, and I will not say it has never to be done, but I am certain that a good deal of the energy spent by some devout and upright people on trying to understand themselves and their own motives would be expended to better purpose, and with far fuller attainment, even in regard to that object itself, in the endeavour to understand God, and what he would have us to do. Lady Clementina's attempt was as honest as she dared make it. It went something after this fashion. How is it possible I should counsel a young creature like that, with all her gifts and privileges, to marry a groom, to bring the stable into her chamber? If I did, if she did, has she the strength to hold her face to it? Yes, I know how different he is from any other groom that ever rode behind a lady. But does she understand him?
Is she capable of such a regard for him as could outlast a week of closer intimacy? At her age, it is impossible she should know what she was doing in daring such a thing. It would be absolute ruin to her. And how could I advise her to do what I could not do myself? But then, if she is in love with him? She rose and paced the room, not hurriedly. She never did anything hurriedly, but yet with unleisurely steps, until, catching sight of herself in the glass, she turned away as from an intruding and unwelcome presence, and threw herself on her couch, burying her face in the pillow. Presently, however, she rose again, her face glowing, and again walked up and down the room, almost swiftly now. I can but indicate the course of her thoughts. If what he says be true, it opens another and higher life. What a man he is, and so young! Has he not convicted me of feebleness and folly, and made me ashamed of myself? What better thing could man or woman do for another than lower her in her own haughty eyes, and give her a chance of becoming such as she had but dreamed of the shadow of? He is a gentleman, every inch. Hear him talk. Scotch, no doubt, and, well, a little long-winded, a bad fault at his age. But see him ride, see him swim, and to save a bird. But then he is hard, severe at best. All religious people are so severe. They think they are safe themselves, and so can afford to be hard on others. He would serve his wife the same as his mare if he thought she required it. And I have known women for whom it might be the best thing. I am a fool, a soft-hearted idiot. He told me I would give a baby a lighted candle if it cried for it. Or didn't he? I believe he never uttered a word of the sort. He only thought it. As she said this, there came a strange light in her eyes, and the light seemed to shine from all around them, as well as from the orbs themselves. Suddenly she stood still as a statue in the middle of the room, and her face grew white as the marble of one. For a minute she stood thus, without a definite thought in her brain. The first that came was something like this. Then Florimel does love him, and wants help to decide whether she shall marry him or not. Poor weak little wretch. Then if I were in love with him, I would marry him. Would I? It is well perhaps that I'm not. But he is 10 times too good for her. He would be utterly thrown away on her. But I am her counsel, not his. And what better could come to her than to have such a man for her husband? And instead of that contemptible Philtre, with his grand earldom ways and proud nose, he has little to be proud of that must take to his rank for it. Fancy a right man condescending to be proud of his own rank. Pooh! But this groom is a man, all a man, grand from the centre out, as the great God made him. Yes, it must be a great God that made such a man as that. That is, if he is the same he looks, the same all through. Perhaps there are more gods than one, and one of them is the devil and made Philtre. But am I bound to give her advice? Surely not. I may refuse, and rightly too. A woman that marries from advice, instead of from a mighty love, is wrong. I need not speak. I shall just tell her to consult her own heart, and conscience, and follow them. But gracious me, am I then going to fall in love with the fellow? This stable man who pretends to know his Maker? Certainly not. There is nothing of the kind in my thoughts. Besides, how should I know what falling in love means? I never was in love in my life, and don't mean to be. If I were so foolish as to imagine myself in any danger, would I be such a fool as to be caught in it? I should think not, indeed. What if I do think of this man in a way I never thought of anyone before? Is there anything odd in that? How should I help it, when he is unlike anyone I ever saw before? One must think of people as one finds them. Does it follow that I have power over myself no longer, and must go where any chance feeling may choose to lead me? Here came a pause. Then she started, and once more began walking up and down the room, now hurriedly indeed. "I will not have it!" she cried aloud, and checked herself, dashed at the sound of her own voice.
but her soul went on loud enough for the thought universe to hear. There can't be a God, or he would never subject his women to what they don't choose. If a God had made them, he would have them queens over themselves at least. And I will be queen, and then perhaps a God did make me. A slave to things inside myself, thoughts and feelings I refuse, and which I ought to have control over. I don't want this in me, yet I can't drive it out. I will drive it out. It is not me. A slave on my own ground. Worst slavery of all. It will not go. That must be because I do not will it strong enough. And if I don't will it, my God, what does that mean? That I am a slave already? Again she threw herself on her couch, but only to rise and yet again pace the room. Nonsense. It is not love. It is merely that nobody could help thinking about one who had been so much before her mind for so long. One, too, who had made her think. Ah, there, I do believe, lies the real secret of it all. There's the main cause of my trouble, and nothing worse. I must not be foolhardy, though, and remain in danger, especially as, for anything I can tell, he may be in love with that foolish child. People, they say, like people that are not all like themselves. Then I am sure he might like me. She seems to be in love with him. I know she cannot be half a quarter in real love with him. It's not in her. She did not rejoin Florimel that evening. It was part of the understanding between the ladies that each should be at absolute liberty. She slept little during the night, starting awake as often as she began to slumber, and before the morning came was a good deal humbled. All sorts of means are kept at work to make the children obedient and simple and noble. Joy and sorrow are servants in God's nursery. Pain and delight, ecstasy and despair, minister in it. But amongst them there is none more marvellous in its potency than that mingling of all pains and pleasures, to which we specially give the name of love. When she appeared at breakfast, her countenance bore traces of her suffering, but a headache, real enough, though little heeded in the commotion upon whose surface it floated, gave answer to the not very sympathetic solicitude of Florimel. Happily, the day of their return was near at hand. Some talk there had been of protracting their stay, but to that Clementina avoided any further allusion. She must put an end to an intercourse which she was compelled to admit was, at least, in danger of becoming dangerous. This much she had with certainty discovered concerning her own feelings, that her heart grew hot and cold at the thought of the young man belonging more to the mistress who could not understand him than to herself who imagined she could. And it wanted no experience in love to see that it was therefore time to be on her guard against herself, for to herself she was growing perilous. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 44. The Mind of the Author. The next was the last day of the reading. They must finish the tale that morning, and on the following set out to return home, travelling as they had come. Clementina had not the strength of mind to deny herself that last indulgence. A long 4 days' ride in the company of this strangest of attendants. After that, if not the deluge, yet a few miles of Sahara. It is the opinion of many that he has entered into a Moravian mission, for the use of which he had previously drawn considerable sums, read Malcolm, and paused, with book half closed. "Is that all?" asked Florimel. "Not quite, my lady," he answered. "There isn't much more, but I was just thinking whether we hadn't come upon something worth a little reflection. Whether we haven't here a window into the mind of the author of Waverley, whoever he may be, Mr. Scott or another." "You mean," said Clementina interrogatively, and looked up from her work, but not at the speaker. "I mean, my lady, that perhaps we here get a glimpse of the author's own opinions, or feelings rather, perhaps." "I do not see what of the sort you can find there," returned Clementina. Neither should I, my lady, if Mr. Graham had not taught me how to find Shakespeare in his plays. A man's own nature, he used to say, must lie at the heart of what he does, even though not another man should be sharp enough to find him there. Not a hypocrite, the most consummate, he would say, but has his hypocrisy written in every line of his countenance and motion of his fingers. The heavenly lavatories can read it, though the earthly may not be able. And you think you can find him out? Said Clementina, dryly. Not the hypocrite, my lady, but Mr. Scott here. He is only round a single corner, and one thing is, he believes in a God. How do you make that out? He means this Mr. Tyrrell for a fine fellow, and on the whole approves of him. Does he not, my lady? Certainly. Of course all that duelling is wrong, but then Mr. Scott only half disapproves of it. And it is almost a pity it is wrong, remarked Malcolm with a laugh. It is such an easy way of settling some difficult things. Yet I hate it. It's so cowardly. I may be a better shot than the other and know it all the time. He may know it too, and have twice my courage, and I may think him in the wrong when he knows himself in the right. There is one man I have felt as if I should like to kill. When I was a boy I killed the cats that ate my pigeons. A look of horror almost distorted Lady Clementina's countenance. I don't know what to say next, my lady, he went on with a smile, because I have no way of telling whether you look shocked for the cats I killed, or the pigeons they killed, or the man I would rather see killed than have him devour more of my white doves, he concluded sadly, with a little shake of the head. But, please God, he resumed, I shall manage to keep them from him, and let him live to be as old as Methuselah, if he can, even if he should grow in cunning and wickedness all the time. I wonder how he will feel when he comes to see what a sneaking cat he is. But this is not what we set out for. Mr. Tyrrell, then, the author's hero, joins the Moravians at last. What are they? Questioned Clementina. Simple, good, practical Christians, I believe, answered Malcolm. But he only does it when disappointed in love. No, my lady, he is not disappointed. The lady is only dead. Clementina stared a moment, then dropped her head as if she understood. Presently she raised it again and said, But, according to what you said the other day, in doing so, he was forsaking altogether the duties of the station in which God had called him. That is true. It would have been a far grander thing to do his duty where he was, than to find another place and another duty. An earldom allotted is better than a mission preferred. And at least you must confess, interrupted Clementina, that he only took to religion because he was unhappy. Certainly, my lady, it is the nobler thing to seek God in the days of gladness, to look up to him in trustful bliss when the sun is shining. But if a man be miserable, if the storm is coming down on him, what is he to do? There is nothing mean in seeking God then, though it would have been nobler to seek him before. But to return to the matter in hand, the author of Waverley makes his noble-hearted hero, whom assuredly he had no intention of disgracing, turn Moravian, and my conclusion from it is that, in his judgment, nobleness leads in the direction of religion, that he considers it natural for a noble mind to seek comfort there for its deepest sorrows. Well, it may be so. But what is religion without consistency in action? Said Clementina. Nothing, answered Malcolm. Then how can you, professing to believe as you do, cherish such feelings towards any man as you have just been confessing? I don't cherish them, my lady, but I succeed in avoiding hate better than suppressing contempt, which perhaps is the worse of the two. There may be some respect in hate. Here he paused, for here was a chance that was not likely to recur. He might say before two ladies what he could not say before one. If he could but rouse Florimel's indignation, then at any suitable time only a word more would be needful to direct it upon the villain. Clementina's eyes continued fixed upon him. At length he spoke. I will try to make 2 pictures in your mind, my lady, if you will help me to paint them. In my mind they are not painted pictures. A long sea-coast, my lady, and a stormy night. The sea-horses rushing in from the north-east, and the snowflakes beginning to fall. On the margin of the sea, a long dune or sandbank, and on the top of it, her head bare, and her thin cotton dress nearly torn from her by the wind, a young woman, worn and white, with an old faded tartan shawl tight about her shoulders, and the shape of a baby inside it upon her arm.
"Oh, she doesn't mind the cold," said Florimel. "When I was there, I didn't mind it a bit."
"She does not mind the cold," answered Malcolm. "She is far too miserable for that."
"But she has no business to take the baby out on such a night," continued Florimel, carelessly critical. "You ought to have painted her by the fireside. They have all of them firesides to sit at. I have seen them through the windows many a time."
"Shame or cruelty had driven her from it," said Malcolm, "and there she was."
"Do you mean you saw her yourself wandering about?" asked Clementina.
20 times, my lady."
Clementina was silent. "Well, what comes next?" said Florimel.
"Next comes a young gentleman. But this is a picture in another frame, although of the same night. A young gentleman in evening dress, sipping his Madeira, warm and comfortable, and a bland temper that should follow the best of dinners, his face beaming with satisfaction after some boast concerning himself, or with silent success in the concoction of 1 or 2 compliments to have at hand when he joins the ladies in the drawing-room.
"Nobody can help such differences," said Florimel. "If there were nobody rich, who would there be to do anything for the poor? It's not the young gentleman's fault that he is better born and has more money than the poor girl."
"No," said Malcolm. "But what if the poor girl has the young gentleman's child to carry about from morning to night?"
"Oh, well, I suppose she's paid for it," said Florimel, whose innocence must surely have been supplemented by some stupidity, born of her flippancy. "Do be quiet, Florimel," said Clementina. "You don't know what you are talking about." Her face was in a glow, and one glance at it set Florimel's in a flame. She rose without a word, but with a look of mingled confusion and offence, and walked away. Clementina gathered her work together, but ere she followed her, she turned to Malcolm, looked him calmly in the face, and said, "No one can blame you for hating such a man."
"Indeed, my lady, but some one would, the only one for whose praise or blame we ought to care more than a straw or two. He tells us we are neither to judge nor to hate. But—"
"I cannot stay and talk with you," said Clementina. "You must pardon me if I follow your mistress." Another moment, and he would have told her all, in the hope of her warning Florimel. But she was gone. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 45 The Ride Home. Florimel was offended with Malcolm. He had put her confidence in him to shame, speaking of things to which he ought not once to have even alluded. But Clementina was not only older than Florimel, but in her loving endeavours for her kind, had heard many a pitiful story, and was now saddened by the tale, not shocked at the teller. Indeed, Malcolm's mode of acquainting her with the grounds of the feeling she had challenged pleased both her heart and her sense of what was becoming, while, as a partisan of women, finding a man also of their part, she was ready to offer him the gratitude of all womankind in her one typical self. "What a rough diamond is here," she thought. "Rough?" echoed her heart. "How is he rough? What fault could the most fastidious find with his manners? True, he speaks as a servant, and where could his manners be if he did not? But neither in tone, expression, nor way of thinking is he in the smallest degree servile. He is like a great pearl, clean out of the sea, bred, it is true, in the midst of strange surroundings, but pure as the moonlight. And if a man so environed yet has grown so grand, what might he not become with such privileges as— Good Clementina, what did she mean? Did she imagine that such mere gifts as she might give him could do more for him than the great sea, with the torment and conquest of its winds and tempests, more than his own ministrations of love and victories over passion and pride?
What the final touches of the shark skin are to the marble that stands lord of the flaming bow, that only can wealth and position be to the man who has yielded neither to the judgments of the world, nor the drawing of his own inclinations, and so has submitted himself to the chisel and mallet of his Maker. Society is the barber who trims a man's hair, often very badly too, and pretends he made it grow. If her owner should take her, body and soul, and make of her being a gift to his, then indeed. But Clementina was not yet capable of perceiving that, while what she had in her thought to offer might hurt him, it could do him little good. Her feeling concerning him, however, was all the time far indeed from folly. Not for a moment did she imagine him in love with her. Possibly she admired him too much to attribute to him such an intolerable and insolent presumption as that would have appeared to her own inferior self. Still, she was far indeed from certain, were she, as befits the woman so immeasurably beyond even the aspiration of the man, to make him offer implicit of hand and havings, that he would reach out his to take them. And certainly that she was not going to do, in which determination, whether she knew it or not, there was as much modesty and gracious doubt of her own worth as there was pride and maidenly recoil. In one resolve she was confident, that her behaviour towards him should be such as to keep him just where he was, affording him no smallest excuse for taking one step nearer. And they would soon be in London, where she would see nothing, or next to nothing more of him. But should she ever cease to thank God, that was, if ever she came to find him, that in this groom he had shown her what he could do in the way of making a man. Heartily she wished she knew a nobleman or two like him. In the meantime she meant to enjoy, with carefulness, the ride to London, after which things should be as before. The morning arrived. They finished breakfast. The horses came round and stood at the door, all but Kelpie. The ladies mounted. What a morning to leave the country and go back to London. The sun shone clear on the dark pine woods. The birds were radiant in song. All under the trees the ferns were unrolling each its mystery of ever-generating life. The soul of the summer was there, whose mere idea sends the heart into the eyes, while itself flits mocking from the cage of words. A gracious mystery it was, in the air, in the sun, in the earth, in their own hearts. The lights of heaven mingled and played with the shadows of the earth, which looked like the souls of the trees that had been out wandering all night, and had been overtaken by the sun ere they could re-enter their dark cells. Every motion of the horses under them was like a throb of the heart of the earth, every bound like a sigh of her bliss. Florimel shouted almost like a boy with ecstasy, and Clementina's moonlight went very near changing into sunlight as she gazed and breathed and knew that she was alive. They started without Malcolm, for he must always put his mistress up and then go back to the stable for Kelpie. In a moment they were in the wood, crossing its shadows. It was like swimming their horses through a sea of shadows. Then came a little stream, and the horses splashed it about like children from very gamesomeness. Half a mile more, and there was a sawmill with a mossy wheel, a pond behind, dappled with sun and shade, a dark rush of water along a brown trough, and the air full of the sweet smell of sawn wood. Clementina had not once looked behind, and did not know whether Malcolm had yet joined them or not. All at once the wild vitality of Kelpie filled the space beside her, and the voice of Malcolm was in her ears. She turned her head. He was looking very solemn. "Will you let me tell you, my lady, what this always makes me think of?" he said. "What in particular do you mean?" returned Clementina coldly. "This smell of new sawn wood that fills the air, my lady." She bowed her head. "It makes me think of Jesus in his Father's workshop," said Malcolm. "How he must have smelled the same sweet scent of the trees of the world, broken for the uses of men, that is now so sweet to me. Oh, my lady, it makes the earth very holy and very lovely to think that as we are in the world, so was he in the world. Oh, my lady, think. If God should be so nearly one with us that it was nothing strange to him thus to visit his people, that we are not the offspring of the soulless tyranny of law, that knows not even its own self, but the children of an unfathomable wonder, of which science gathers only the foam bills on the shore, children in the house of a living Father, so entirely our Father, that he cares even to death that we should understand and love him. He reined Kelpie back, and as she passed on, his eyes caught a glimmer of emotion in Clementina's. He fell behind, and all that day did not come near her again. Florimel asked her what he had been saying, and she compelled herself to repeat a part of it. "He is always saying such odd, out-of-the-way things," remarked Florimel. "I used sometimes, like you, to fancy him a little astray, but I soon found I was wrong. I wish you could have heard him tell a story he once told my father and me. It was one of the wildest you ever heard. I can't tell to this day whether he believed it himself or not. He told it quite as if he did. Could you not make him tell it again as we ride along? It would shorten the way." "Do you want the way shortened? I don't. But indeed it would not do to tell it so. It ought to be heard just where I heard it, at the foot of the ruined castle where the dreadful things in it took place. You must come and see me at Lossie House in the autumn, and then he shall tell it you. Besides, it ought to be told in Scotch, and there you will soon learn enough to follow it. Half the charm depends on that." Although Malcolm did not again approach Clementina that day, he watched almost her every motion as she rode. Her lithe, graceful back and shoulders, for she was a rebel against the fashion of the day in dress as well as in morals, and, believing in the natural stay of the muscles, had found them responsive to her trust. The noble poise of her head and the motions of her arms, easy yet decided, were ever present to him, though sometimes he could hardly have told whether his sight or his mind. Now in the radiance of the sun, now in the shadow of the wood, now against the green of the meadow, now against the blue of the sky, and now in the faint moonlight through which he followed, as a ghost in the realms of Hades might follow the ever-flitting phantom of his love. Day glided after day. Adventure came not near them. Soft and lovely as a dream the morning dawned, the noon flowed past, the evening came, and the death that followed was yet sweeter than the life that had gone before. Through it all, daydream and nightly trance, radiant air and moony mist, before him glowed the shape of Clementina, its every motion a charm. After that shape he could have been content, oh how content, to ride on and on, through the ever-unfolding vistas of an eternal succession. Occasionally his mistress would call him to her, and then he would have one glance of the day side of the wondrous world he had been following. Somewhere within it must be the word of the living one. Little he thought that all the time she was thinking more of him who had spoken that word in her hearing. That he was the object of her thoughts, not a suspicion crossed the mind of the simple youth. How could he imagine a lady like her, taking a fancy to what, for all his marquisate, he was still in his own eyes, a raw young fisherman, only just learning how to behave himself decently? No doubt, ever since she began to listen to reason, the idea of her had been spreading like a sweet odour in his heart, but not because she had listened to him. The very fullness of his admiration had made him wrathful with the intellectual dishonesty, for in her it could not be stupidity, that quenched his worship, and the first dawning sign of a reasonable soul drew him to her feet, where, like Pygmalion before his statue, he could have poured out his heart in thanks that she consented to be a woman. But even the intellectual phantom, nay, even the very phrase of being in love with her, had never risen upon the dimmest verge of his consciousness, and that although her being had now become to him of all but absorbing interest. I say all but, because Malcolm knew something of one whose idea she was, who had uttered her from the immortal depths of his imagination. The man to whom no window into the treasures of the Godhead has yet been opened may well scoff at the notion of such a love, for he has this advantage, that, while one like Malcolm can never cease to love, He, gifted being, can love today and forget tomorrow, or next year. Where is the difference? Malcolm's main thought was, what a grand thing it would be to rouse a woman like Clementina to lift her head into the regions mild of calm and serene air, above the smoke and stir of this dim spot, which men call earth. If anyone think that love has no right to talk religion, I answer for Malcolm at least, asking, whereof shall a man speak, if not out of the abundance of his heart? That man knows little either of love or of religion, who imagines they ought to be kept apart. Of what sort, I ask, is either, if unfit to approach the other? Has God created a love that must separate from himself? Is love then divided? Or shall not love to the heart created lift up the heart to the heart creating? Alas for the love that is not treasured in heaven, for the moth and the rust will devour it. Ah, these pitiful old moth-eaten loves! All the journey, then, Malcolm was thinking how to urge the beautiful lady into finding for herself whether she had a father in heaven or not. A pupil of Mr. Graham, he placed little value in argument that ran in any groove but that of persuasion, or any value in persuasion that had any end but action. On the second day of the journey, he rode up to his mistress, and told her, taking care that Lady Clementina should hear, that Mr. Graham was now preaching in London, adding that, for his part, he had never before heard anything fit to call preaching. Florimel did not show much interest, but asked where, and Malcolm fancied he could see Lady Clementina make a mental note of the place. If only, he thought, she would let the power of that man's faith have a chance of influencing her, all would be well. The ladies talked a good deal, but Florimel was not in earnest about anything, and for Clementina to have turned the conversation upon those possibilities, dim dawning through the chaos of her world, which had begun to interest her, would have been absurd, especially since such was her confusion and uncertainty, that she could not tell whether they were clouds or mountains, shadows or continents. Besides, why give a child sovereigns to play with, when counters or dominoes would do as well? Clementina's thoughts could not have passed into Florimel and become her thoughts. Their hearts, their natures must come nearer first. Advise Florimel to disregard rank and marry the man she loved? As well counsel the child to give away the cake he would cry for with intensified selfishness the moment he had parted with it. Still, there was that in her feeling for Malcolm which rendered her doubtful in Florimel's presence. Between the grooms, little passed. Griffith's contempt for Malcolm found its least offensive expression in silence, its most offensive in the shape of his countenance. He could not make him the simplest reply without a sneer. Malcolm was driven to keep mostly behind. If by any chance he got in front of his fellow groom, Griffith would instantly cross his direction and ride between him and the ladies. His look seemed to say that he had to protect them. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 46. Portland Place. The latter part of the journey was not so pleasant. It rained. It was not cold, however, and the ladies did not mind it much. It accorded with Clementina's mood, and as to Florimel, but for the thought of meeting Cayley, her fine spirits would have laughed the weather to scorn. Malcolm was merry. His spirits always rose at the appearance of bad weather, as indeed with every show of misfortune a response antagonistic invariably awoke in him. On the present occasion he had even to repress the constantly recurring impulse to break out into song. His bosom's lord sat lightly on his throne. Griffith was the only miserable one of the party. He was tired, and did not relish the thought of the work to be done before getting home. They entered London in a wet fog, streaked with rain and dyed with smoke. Florimel went with Clementina for the night, and Malcolm carried a note from her to Lady Belair, after which, having made Kelpie comfortable, he went to his lodgings. When he entered the curiosity shop, the woman received him with evident surprise, and when he would have passed through to the stair, stopped him with the unwelcome information that, finding he did not return, and knowing nothing about himself or his occupation, she had, as soon as the week for which he had paid in advance was out, let the room to an old lady from the country. "It is no great matter to me," said Malcolm, thoughtful over the woman's want of confidence in him, for he had rather liked her. "Only I am sorry you could not trust me a little." "It's all you know, young man," she returned. "People as lives in London must take care of theirselves, not wait for other people to do it. They'd soon find theirselves nowheres in particular. I've took care on your things, and laid 'em all together, and the sooner you find another place for 'em the better, for they do take up a deal of room." His personal property was not so bulky, however, but that in 10 minutes he had it all in his carpet bag and a paper parcel, carrying which he re-entered the shop. "Would you oblige me by allowing these to lie here till I come for them?" he said. The woman was silent for a moment. "I'd rather see the last on 'em," she answered. "To tell the truth, I don't like the look on 'em. You acts a part, young man. I'm on the square myself. But you'll find plenty to take you in. No, I can't do it. Take 'em with you." Malcolm turned from her, and with his bag in one hand and the parcel under the other arm, stepped from the shop into the dreary night. There he stood in the drizzle. It was a by-street into which gas had not yet penetrated, and the oil lamps shone red and dull through the fog. He concluded to leave the things with Merton, while he went to find a lodging. Merton was a decent sort of fellow, not in his master's confidence, and Malcolm found him quite as sympathetic as the small occasion demanded. "It ain't no sort o' night," he said, "to go looking for a bed. Let's go and speak to my old woman. She's a wonner at contrivin'." He lived over the stable, and they had but to go up the stair. Mrs. Merton sat by the fire. A cradle with a baby was in front of it. On the other side sat Cayley, in suppressed exultation, for here came what she had been waiting for, the first fruits of certain arrangements between her and Mrs. Catanach. She greeted Malcolm distantly, but neither disdainfully nor spitefully. "I trust you've brought me back my lady, MacPhail," she said, then added, thawing into something like jocularity, "I shouldn't have looked to you to go running away with her." "I left my lady at Lady Clementina Thornycroft's an hour ago," answered Malcolm. "Oh, of course. Lady Clem's everything now." "I believe my lady's not coming home till tomorrow," said Malcolm. "All the better for us," returned Cayley. "Her room ain't ready for her." "But I didn't know you lodged with Mrs. Merton, MacPhail," she said, with a look at the luggage he had placed on the floor. "Lawks, miss!" cried the good woman. "Wherever should we put him up, as has but the next room?" "You'll have to find that out, mother," said Merton. "Sure you've got enough to shake down for him. With a truss of straw to help, you'll manage it somehow. Eh, old lady? I'll be bound." And with that he told Malcolm's condition. "Well, I suppose we must manage it somehow," answered his wife. "But I'm afraid we can't make him over comfortable." "I don't see but we could take him in at the house," said Cayley reflectively. "There is a small room empty in the garret, I know. It ain't much more than a closet, to be sure, but if he could put up with it for a night or two, just till he found a better, I would run across and see what they say." Malcolm wondered at the change in her, but could not hesitate. The least chance of getting settled in the house was a thing not to be thrown away. He thanked her heartily. She rose and went, and they sat and talked till her return. She had been delayed, she said, by the housekeeper. The cross old Patch had objected to taking in anyone from the stables. "I'm sure," she went on, "there ain't a ghost of a reason why you shouldn't have the room, except that it ain't good enough. Nobody else wants it, or is likely to. But it's all right now, and if you'll come across in about an hour, you'll find it ready for you. One of the girls in the kitchen, I forget her name, offered to make it tidy for you. Only take care, I give you warning, she's a great admirer of Mr. MacPhail." Therewith she took her departure, and at the appointed time Malcolm followed her. The door was opened to him by one of the maids, whom he knew by sight,
and in her guidance he soon found himself in that part of a house he liked best, immediately under the roof. The room was indeed little more than a closet in the slope of the roof, with only a skylight. But just outside the door was a storm window, from which, over the top of a lower range of houses, he had a glimpse of the mews yard. The place smelt rather badly of mice, while, as the skylight was immediately above his bed, and he had no fancy for drenching that with an infusion of soot, he could not open it. These, however, were the sole faults he had to find with the place. Everything looked nice and clean, and his education had not tended to fastidiousness. He took a book from his bag and read a good while, then went to bed and fell fast asleep. In the morning he woke early, as was his habit, sprang at once on the floor, dressed, and went quietly down. The household was yet motionless. He had begun to descend the last stair, when all at once he turned deadly sick and had to sit down, grasping the balusters. In a few minutes he recovered, and made the best speed he could to the stable, where Kelpie was now beginning to demand her breakfast. But Malcolm had never in his life before felt sick, and it seemed awful to him. Something that had appeared his own, a portion, hardly a portion, rather an essential element of himself, had suddenly deserted him, left him a prey to the inroad of something that was not of himself, bringing with it faintness of heart, fear, and dismay. He found himself for the first time in his life trembling, and it was to him a thing as appalling as strange. While he sat on the stair he could not think, but as he walked to the mews he said to himself, "Am I then the slave of something that is not myself? Something to which my fancied freedom and strength are a mockery? Was my courage, my peace, all the time dependent on something not me, which could be separated from me, and but a moment ago was separated from me, and left me as helplessly dismayed as the veriest coward in creation? I wonder what Alexander would have thought if, as he swung himself on Bucephalus, he had been taken as I was on the stair." Afterwards, talking the thing over with Mr. Graham, he said, "I saw that I had no hand in my own courage. If I had any courage, it was simply that I was born with it. If it left me, I could not help it. I could neither prevent nor recall it. I could only wait until it returned. Why, then, I asked myself, should I feel ashamed that, for 5 minutes, as I sat on the stair, Kelpie was a terror to me, and I felt as if I dared not go near her? I had almost reached the stable before I saw into it a little. Then I did see that if I had had nothing to do with my own courage, it was quite time I had something to do with it. If a man had no hand in his own nature, character, being, what could he be better than a divine puppet? A happy creature, possibly. A heavenly animal, like the grand horses and lions of the book of the Revelation. But not one of the gods that the sons of God, the partakers of the divine nature, are. For this end came the breach in my natural courage, that I might repair it from the will and power God had given me, that I might have a hand in the making of my own courage, in the creating of myself. Therefore I must see to it." Nor had he to wait for his next lesson, namely, the opportunity of doing what he had been taught in the first. For just as he reached the stable, where he heard Kelpie clamouring with hoofs and teeth, after her usual manner when she judged herself neglected, the sickness returned, and with it such a fear of the animal he heard thundering and clashing on the other side of the door, as amounted to nothing less than horror. She was a man-eating horse, a creature with bloody teeth, brain-spattered hoofs, and eyes of hate. A flesh-loving devil had possessed her, and was now crying out for her groom, that he might devour him. He gathered with agonized effort every power within him to an awful counsel, and thus he said to himself, "Better 1,000 times my brain plastered to the stable wall than I should hold him in the head of a dastard. How can God look at me with any content, if I quail in the face of his 4-footed creature? Does he not demand of me action according to what I know, not what I may chance at any moment to feel? God is my strength, and I will lay hold of that strength and use it, or I have none, and Kelpie may take me and welcome." Therewith the sickness abated so far that he was able to open the stable door. And having brought them once into the presence of their terror, his will arose and lorded it over his shrinking, quivering nerves, and like slaves they obeyed him. Surely the father of his spirit was most in that will, when most that will was Malcolm's own. It is when a man is most a man, that the cause of the man, the God of his life, the very life himself, the original life-creating life, is closest to him, is most within him. The individual, that his individuality may blossom, and not soon be massed into the common clay, must have the vital indwelling of the primary individuality which is its origin. The fire that is the hidden life of the bush will not consume it. Malcolm tottered to the corn-bin, staggered up to Kelpie, fell up against her hindquarters as they dropped from a great kick, but got into the stall beside her. She turned eagerly, darted at her food, swallowed it greedily, and was quiet as a lamb while he dressed her. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 47. Portlossie and Scaurnose. Meantime, things were going rather badly at Portlossie and Scaurnose, and the Factor was the devil of them. Those who had known him longest said he must be Fey, that is, doomed, so strangely altered was his behaviour. Others said he took more counsel with his bottle than had been his wont, and got no good from it. Almost all the fishers found him surly, and upon some he broke out in violent rage, while to certain whom he regarded as Malcolm's special friends he carried himself with cruel oppression. The notice to leave at midsummer clouded the destiny of Joseph Maire and his family, and every householder in the 2 villages believed that to take them in would be to call down the like fate upon themselves. But Meg Parton, at least, was not to be intimidated. Her outbursts of temper were but the hurricanes of a tropical heart, not much the less true and good and steadfast that it was fierce. Let the Factor rage as he would, Meg was absolute in her determination that, if the cruel sentence was carried out, which she hardly expected, her house should be the shelter of those who had received her daughter when her severity had driven her from her home. That would leave her own family and theirs 3 months to look out for another abode. Certain of Blue Peter's friends ventured a visit of intercession to the Factor, and were received with composure and treated with consideration until their object appeared, when his wrath burst forth so wildly that they were glad to escape without having to defend their persons. Only the day before had he learned with certainty from Miss Horne that Malcolm was still in the service of the Marchioness, and in constant attendance upon her when she rode. It almost maddened him. He had for some time taken to drinking more toddy after his dinner, and it was fast ruining his temper. His wife, who had from the first excited his indignation against Malcolm, was now reaping her reward. To complete the troubles of the fisher folk, the harbour at Portlossie had, by a severe equinoctial storm, been so filled with sand as to be now inaccessible at lower than half-tide, nobody as yet having made it his business to see it attended to. But in the midst of his anxieties about Florimel and his interest in Clementina, Malcolm had not been forgetting them. As soon as he was a little settled in London, he had written to Mr. Sutor, and he to architects and contractors, on the subject of a harbour at Scaurnose. But there were difficulties, and the matter had been making but slow progress. Malcolm, however, had insisted, and in consequence of his determination to have the possibilities of the thing thoroughly understood, 3 men appeared one morning on the rocks at the bottom of the cliff on the west side of the nose. The children of the village discovered them, and carried the news, whereupon, the men being all out in the bay, the women left their work and went to see what the strangers were about. The moment they were satisfied that they could make nothing of their proceedings, they naturally became suspicious. To whom the fancy first occurred nobody ever knew,
But such was the unhealthiness of the moral atmosphere of the place, caused by the injustice and severity of Mr. Crathie, that, once suggested, it was universally received that they were sent by the Factor, and that for a purpose only too consistent with the treatment Scaurnose, they said, had invariably received, ever since first it was the dwelling of fishers. Had not their fathers told them how unwelcome they were to the lords of the land? And what rents had they not to pay? And how poor was the shelter for which they paid so much, without a foot of land to grow a potato in? To crown all, the Factor was at length about to drive them in a body from the place, Blue Peter first, one of the best as well as the most considerable men among them. His notice to quit was but the beginning of a clearance. It was easy to see what those villains were about. On that precious rock, their only friend, the one that did its best to give them the sole shadow of harbourage they had, cutting off the wind from the northeast a little, and breaking the eddy round the point of the nose. What could they be about, but marking the spots where to bore the holes for the blasting powder, that should scatter it to the winds, and let death and destruction and the wild sea howling in upon Scaurnose, that the cormorant and the bittern might possess it, the owl and the raven dwell in it. But it would be seen what their husbands and fathers would say to it when they came home. In the meantime they must themselves do what they could. What were the men's wives for, if not to act for their husbands when they happened to be away? The result was a shower of stones upon the unsuspecting surveyors, who forthwith fled, and carried the report of their reception to Mr. Souter at Duff Harbour. He wrote to Mr. Crathie, who till then had heard nothing of the business, and the news increased both his discontent with his superiors and his wrath with those whom he had come to regard as his rebellious subjects. The stiff-necked people of the Bible was to him always now, as often as he heard the words, the people of Scaurnose and the Seton of Portlossie. And having at length committed this overt outrage, would he not be justified by all in taking more active measures against them? When the fishermen came home and heard how their women had conducted themselves, they accepted their conjectures, and approved of their defence of the settlement. It was well for the landlopers, they said, that they had only the women to deal with. Blue Peter did not so soon hear of the affair as the rest, for his Annie had not been one of the assailants. But when the hurried retreat of the surveyors was described to him in somewhat graphic language by one of those concerned in causing it, he struck his clenched fist in the palm of his other hand, and cried, "Well served! There, that's what comes o' your new—" He had all but broken his promise, as he had already broken his faith to Malcolm, when his wife laid her hand on his mouth and stopped the issuing word. He started with sudden conviction, and stood for a moment in absolute terror at sight of the precipice down which he had been on the point of falling. Then, straightway excusing himself to his conscience on the ground of non-intent, was instantly angrier with Malcolm than before. He could not reflect that the disregarded cause of the threatened sin was the greater sin of the two. The breach of that charity which thinketh no evil may be a graver fault than a hasty breach of promise. Peter had not been improving since his return from London. He found less satisfaction in his religious exercises, was not unfrequently clouded in temper, occasionally even to sullenness, referred things oftener than formerly to the vileness of the human nature, but was far less willing than before to allow that he might himself be wrong, while somehow the Bible had no more the same plenitude of relation to the wants of his being, and he rose from the reading of it unrefreshed. Men asked each other what had come to Blue Peter, but no one could answer the question. For himself, he attributed the change, which he could not but recognize, although he did not understand it, to the withdrawing of the Spirit of God, in displeasure that he had not merely allowed himself to be inveigled into a playhouse, but, far worse, had enjoyed the wickedness he saw there. When his wife reasoned that God knew he had gone in ignorance, trusting his friend, he cried, "What's that to him who judges righteous judgment? What's all our poor miserable excuses in the een that can see through the walls of the heart? Ignorance is no innocence." Thus he lied for God, pleading his cause on the principles of hell. But the eye of his wife was single, and her body full of light.
Therefore to her it was plain that neither the theatre nor his conscience concerning it was the cause of the change. It had to do with his feelings towards Malcolm. He wronged his friend in his heart, half knew it, but would not own it. Fearing to search himself, he took refuge in resentment, and to support his hard judgment, put false and cruel interpretations on whatever befell. So that, with love and anger and wrong acknowledged, his heart was full of bitterness. "It's all the drumblet love o' him," said Annie to herself. "Poor fellow! Gin only Malcolm would come hame, and let him ken he's no the villain he takes him for. I'll no believe mysel' that the lad I kissed like my ain mither's son afore he gaed away would turn like that upon us maist the minute he was out o' sight, and all for a few words about a foolish play-actin'. Lord bliss us a', Marquises is men." "We'll see, Peter, my man," she said when the neighbour took her leave, "whether the wife, though she hasna been to the ill place, and that's surely Lunnon, canna tell the true frae the false full better nor her man, that kens sae muckle mair nor she wants to ken. Let's sit and let's see." Blue Peter made no reply, but perhaps the deepest depth in his fall was that he feared his wife might be right, and he have one day to stand ashamed before both her and his friend. But there are marvellous differences in the quality of the sins of different men, and a noble nature like Peter's would have to sink far indeed to be beyond redemption. Still, there was one element mingling with his wrongness, whose very triviality increased the difficulty of long-delaying repentance. He had been not a little proud at finding himself the friend of a marquis. From the first they had been friends, when the one was a youth and the other a child, and had been out together in many a stormy and dangerous sea. More than once or twice, driven from the churlish ocean to the scarce less inhospitable shore, they had lain all night in each other's arms, to keep the life awake within their frozen garments. And now this marquis spoke English to him. It rankled. All the time, Blue Peter was careful to say nothing to injure Malcolm in the eyes of his former comrades. His manner, when his name was mentioned, however, he could not honestly school to the conveyance of the impression that things were as they had been betwixt them. Folk marked the difference, and it went to swell the general feeling that Malcolm had done ill to forsake a seafaring life for one upon which all fishermen must look down with contempt. Some in the Seton went so far in their enmity as even to hint at an explanation of his conduct in the truth of the discarded scandal which had laid Lizzie's child at his door. But amongst them was one who, having wronged him thus and been convinced of her error, was now so fiercely his partisan as to be ready to wrong the whole town in his defence. That was Meg Parton, properly Mistress Findlay, Lizzie's mother. Although the daughter had never confessed, the mother had yet arrived at the right conclusion concerning the father of her child. How, she could hardly herself have told, for the conviction had grown by accretion, a sign here and a sign there, impalpable save to maternal sense, had led her to the truth. And now, if anyone had a word to say against Malcolm, he had better not say it in the hearing of the Partoness. One day Blue Peter was walking home from the upper town of Portlossie, not with the lazy gait of the fisherman off work, poised backwards, with hands in trouser pockets, but stooping care-laden, with listless swinging arms. Thus Meg Parton met him, and of course attributed his dejection to the factor. "Deil hae him for an upsettin' rascal that hasna pride enough to hold him on licket the gentry's shoon. The man maun be fey. I hope he may, and I wuss I saw the burial o' him makin' for the kirkyard. It's nae ill to wuss weel to all body it wad be left. His nose is turnt twice the colour in the last 12 month. He'll be drinkin' bias. Gin only Malcolm MacPhail had been at hame to hold him in order." Peter said nothing, and his silence, to one who spake out whatever came, seemed fuller of restraints and meanings than it was. She challenged it at once. "Noo what mean ye by sayin' nothing, Peter? God kens it's the worst thing man or woman can say o' onybody to hold their tongue. It's a thing I never was blamed with mysel', and I would not do it." "That's verra true," said Peter. "The mair waits intil it when I lay to the door o' anither," persisted Meg,
Peter, gin ye hae onything again my friend Malcolm MacPhail, out wi' like a man, and no plague the gunpowder plot o'er again. Ill wo's the worst powther ye can lay in the bottom o' ony man's boat. But say it ye like, I s' uphold Malcolm again the hale postie o' ye. Gin he was but here, I say it again, honest lad.
But she could not rouse Peter to utterance, and losing what little temper she had, she rated him soundly, and sent him home, saying with the prophet Jonah, "Do I not well to be angry?" For that also he placed to Malcolm's account. Nor was his home any more a harbour for his riven boat, seeing his wife only longed for the return of him with whom his spirit chode. She regarded him as an exiled king, one day to reappear and justify himself in the eyes of all, friends and enemies. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 48. Torture. Though unable to eat any breakfast, Malcolm persuaded himself that he felt nearly as well as usual when he went to receive his mistress's orders. Florimel had had enough of horseback, for several days to come indeed, and would not ride. So he saddled Kelpie and rode to Chelsea to look after his boat. To get rid of the mare, he rang the stable bell at Mr. Lenormand's, and the gardener let him in. As he was putting her up, the man told him that the housekeeper had heard from his master. Malcolm went to the house to learn what he might, and found to his surprise that, if he had gone on the continent, he was there no longer, for the letter, which contained only directions concerning some of his pictures, was dated from Newcastle, and bore the Durham postmark of a week ago. Malcolm remembered that he had heard Lenormand speak of Durham Cathedral, and in the hope that he might be spending some time there, begged the housekeeper to allow him to go to the study to write to her master. When he entered, however, he saw something that made him change his plan, and having written, instead of sending the letter, as he intended, enclosed to the postmaster at Durham, he left it upon an easel. It contained merely an earnest entreaty to be made and kept acquainted with his movements, that he might at once let him know if anything should occur that he ought to be informed concerning. He found all on board the yacht in ship shape, only Davy was absent. Travers explained that he sent him on shore for a few hours every day. He was a sharp boy, he said, and the more he saw, the more useful he would be, and as he never gave him any money, there was no risk of his mistaking his hours. "When do you expect him?" asked Malcolm. "At 4 o'clock," answered Travers. "It is 4 now," said Malcolm. A shrill whistle came from the Chelsea shore. "And there's Davy," said Travers. Malcolm got into the dinghy and rowed ashore. "Davy," he said, "I don't want you to be all day on board, but I can't have you be longer away than an hour at a time." "Aye, aye, sir," said Davy. "Now, attend to me." "Aye, aye, sir." "Do you know Lady Lossie's house?" "No, sir, but I ken her seel." "How is that?" "I hae seen her, mair nor 2 or 3 times, ridin' with yoursel to yon hoose yonner." "Would you know her again?" "Aye, would I, fine that. What for no, sir?" "It's a good way to see a lady across the Thames and know her again." "Ow, but I took the spy-glass till her," answered Davy, reddening. "You are sure of her, then?" "I am that, sir." "Then come with me, and I will show you where she lives. I will not ride faster than you can run, but mind you don't look as if you belonged to me." "Na, na, sir, there's folk takin' notice." "What do you mean by that?" "There's a wee laddie been after mysel twice or thrice." "Did you do anything?" "He wasna big enough to lick, so I just got him the last time and pulled his nose, and I dinna think he'll come after me again." To see what the boy could do, Malcolm let Kelpie go at a good trot. But Davy kept up without effort, now shooting ahead, now falling behind, now stopping to look in at a window, and now to cast a glance at a game of pitch and toss. No mere passer-by could have suspected that the sailor boy belonged to the horsemen. He dropped him not far from Portland Place, telling him to go and look at the number, but not stare at the house. All the time he had had no return of the sickness, but, although thus actively occupied,
had felt greatly depressed. One main cause of this was, however, that he had not found his religion stand him in such stead as he might have hoped. It was not yet what it must be to prove its reality. And now his eyes were afresh opened to see that in his nature and thoughts lay large spaces wherein God ruled not supreme, desert places where who could tell what might appear? For in such regions wild beasts range, evil herbs flourish, and demons go about. If in very deed he lived and moved and had his being in God, then assuredly there ought not to be one cranny in his nature, one realm of his consciousness, one wellspring of thought, where the will of God was a stranger. If all were as it should be, then surely there would be no moment, looking back on which he could not at least say, "Yet like some sweet beguiling melody, so sweet we know not we are listening to it, thou the meanwhile wast blending with my thought, yea, with my life and life's own secret joy." "In that agony o' sickness, as I sat upon the stair," he said to himself, for still in his own thoughts he spoke his native tongue, "where was my God in all my thoughts? I did cry till him, I mind weel, but it was my reelin' brain, and no my trustin' heart it cried. Ay me, I doubt gin the Lord were to come to me noo, he wouldna find muckle faith in my part o' the earth. Ay, I would like to let him see something like lippening. I would fain trust him till his heart's content, but I doubt it's only spiritual ambition, or better would ha' come o' it by this time. Gin that sickness come again, I maun see, now 'at I'm forewarned o' my ain wakeness, what I can do. It maun be something better nor last time, or I'll tine heart althegither. Weel, maybe I need to be humbled. The Lord help me." In the evening he went to the schoolmaster, and gave him a pretty full account of where he had been and what had taken place since last he saw him, dwelling chiefly on his endeavours with Lady Clementina. From Mr. Graham's lodging to the north-eastern gate of the Regent's Park, the nearest way led through a certain passage, which, although a thoroughfare to persons on foot, was little known. Malcolm had early discovered it, and always used it. Part of this short cut was the yard and back premises of a small public-house. It was between 11 and 12 as he entered it for the second time that night. Sunk in thought, and suspecting no evil, he was struck down from behind, and lost his consciousness. When he came to himself, he was lying in the public-house, with his head bound up, and a doctor standing over him, who asked him if he had been robbed. He searched his pockets, and found that his old watch was gone, but his money left. One of the men standing about said he would see him home. He half thought he had seen him before, and did not like the look of him, but accepted the offer, hoping to get on the track of something thereby. As soon as they entered the comparative solitude of the park, he begged his companion, who had scarcely spoken all the way, to give him his arm, and leaned upon it as if still suffering, but watched him closely. About the middle of the park, where not a creature was in sight, he felt him begin to fumble in his coat-pocket and draw something from it. But when, unresisted, he snatched away his other arm, Malcolm's fist followed it, and the man fell, nor made any resistance while he took from him a short stick, loaded with lead, and his own watch, which he found in his waistcoat pocket. Then the fellow rose with apparent difficulty, but the moment he was on his legs, ran like a hare, and Malcolm let him run, for he felt unable to follow him. As soon as he reached home he went to bed, for his head ached severely, but he slept pretty well, and in the morning flattered himself he felt much as usual. But it was as if all the night that horrible sickness had been lying in wait on the stair to spring upon him. For the moment he reached the same spot on his way down, he almost fainted. It was worse than before. His very soul seemed to turn sick. But although his heart died within him, somehow, in the confusion of thought and feeling occasioned by intense suffering, it seemed while he clung to the balusters, as if with both hands he were clinging to the skirts of God's garment. And through the black smoke of his fainting, his soul seemed to be struggling up towards the light of his being. Presently the horrible sense subsided as before,
and again he sought to descend the stair and go to Kelpie. But immediately the sickness returned, and all he could do after a long and vain struggle was to crawl on hands and knees up the stairs and back to his room. There he crept upon his bed, and was feebly committing Kelpie to the care of her Maker, when consciousness forsook him. It returned, heralded by frightful pains all over his body, which by and by subsiding, he sank again to the bottom of the black Lethe. Meantime, Kelpie had got so wildly uproarious that Merton tossed her half a truss of hay, which she attacked like an enemy, and ran to the house to get somebody to call Malcolm. After what seemed endless delay, the door was opened by his admirer, the scullery maid, who, as soon as she heard what was the matter, hastened to his room. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Devorah Allen. Chapter 49. The Philtre. Before he again came to himself, Malcolm had a dream, which, although very confused, was in parts more vivid than any he had ever had. His surroundings in it were those in which he actually lay, and he was ill, but he thought it the one illness he had before. His head ached, and he could rest in no position he tried. Suddenly he heard a step he knew better than any other approaching the door of his chamber. It opened, and his grandfather in great agitation entered, not following his hands, however, in the fashion usual to blindness, but carrying himself like any sight-gifted man. He went straight to the washstand, took up the water bottle, and with a look of mingled wrath and horror, dashed it on the floor. The same instant a cold shiver ran through the dreamer, and his dream vanished. But instead of waking in his bed, he found himself standing in the middle of the floor, his feet wet, the bottle in shivers about him, and strangest of all, the neck of the bottle in his hand. He lay down again, grew delirious, and tossed about in the remorseless persecution of centuries. But at length his tormentors left him, and when he came to himself, he knew he was in his right mind. It was evening, and someone was sitting near his bed. By the light of the long snuff tallow candle, he saw the glitter of two great black eyes watching him, and recognized the young woman who had admitted him to the house the night of his return, and whom he had since met once or twice as he came and went. The moment she perceived that he was aware of her presence, she threw herself on her knees at his bedside, hid her face, and began to weep. The sympathy of his nature rendered yet more sensitive by weakness and suffering, Malcolm laid his hand on her head and sought to comfort her. "Don't be alarmed about me," he said. "I shall soon be all right again." "I can't bear it," she sobbed. "I can't bear to see you like that, and all my fault." "Your fault? What can you mean?" said Malcolm. "But I did go for the doctor for all it may be the hanging of me," she sobbed. "Miss Cayley said I wasn't to, but I would, and I did. They can't say I meant it, can they?" "I don't understand," said Malcolm feebly. "The doctor says somebody's been and poisoned you," said the girl, with a cry that sounded like a mingled sob and howl. "And he's been a-poking of all sorts of things down your poor throat." And again she cried aloud in her agony. "Well, never mind. I'm not dead, you see, and I'll take better care of myself after this. Thank you for being so good to me. You've saved my life." "Ah, you won't be so kind to me when you know all, Mr. MacPhail," sobbed the girl. "It was myself gave you the horrid stuff. But God knows I didn't mean to do you no harm, no more than your own mother." "What made you do it, then?" asked Malcolm. "The witch woman told me to. She said that if I gave it, you would... She buried her face in the bed, and so stifled a fresh howl of pain and shame. "And it was all lies, lies," she resumed, lifting her face again, which now flashed with rage. "For I know you'll hate me worse than ever now." "My poor girl, I never hated you," said Malcolm. "No,
But you did as bad. You never looked at me. And now you'll hate me out and out. And the doctor says if you die, he'll have it all searched into. And Miss Cayley, she look at me as if she suspect me of a hand in it, and they won't let alone till they've got me hanged for it. And it's all along of love of you. And I tell you the truth, Mr. MacPhail, and you can do anything with me you like. I don't care. Only you won't let them hang me, will you? Oh, please don't. She said all this with clasped hands, and the tears streaming down her face. Malcolm's impulse was, of course, to draw her to him and comfort her, but something warned him. "Well, you see I'm not going to die just yet," he said as merrily as he could. "And if I find myself going, I shall take care the blame falls on the right person. What was the witch woman like? Sit down on the chair there and tell me all about her." She obeyed with a sigh, and gave him such a description as he could not mistake. He asked where she lived, but the girl had never met her anywhere but in the street, she said. Questioning her very carefully as to Cayley's behaviour to her, Malcolm was convinced that she had a hand in the affair. Indeed, she had happily more to do with it than even Mrs. Catanach knew, for she had traversed her treatment to the advantage of Malcolm. The midwife had meant the potion to work slowly, but the lady's maid had added to the pretended philtre a certain ingredient in whose efficacy she had reason to trust. And the combination, while it wrought more rapidly, had yet apparently set up a counteraction favourable to the effects of the struggling vitality, which it stung to an agonized resistance. But Malcolm's strength was now exhausted. He turned faint, and the girl had the sense to run to the kitchen and get him some soup. As he took it, her demeanour and regards made him anxious, uncomfortable, embarrassed. It is to any true man a hateful thing to repel a woman. It is such a reflection upon her. "I've told you everything, Mr. MacPhail, and it's gospel truth I've told you," said the girl after a long pause. It was a relief when first she spoke, but the comfort vanished as she went on, and with slow, perhaps unconscious movements approached him. "I would have died for you, and here that devil of a woman has been making me kill you. Oh, how I hate her! Now you will never love me a bit, not one tiny little bit, forever and ever." There was a tone of despairful entreaty in her words that touched Malcolm deeply. "I am more indebted to you than I can speak, or you imagine," he said. "You have saved me from my worst enemy. Do not tell any other what you have told me, or let anyone know that we have talked together. The day will come when I shall be able to show you my gratitude." Something in his tone struck her, even through the folds of her passion. She looked at him a little amazed, and for a moment the tide ebbed. Then came a rush that overmastered her. She flung her hands above her head and cried, "That means you will do anything but love me!" "I cannot love you as you mean," said Malcolm. "I promise to be your friend, but more is out of my power." A fierce light came into the girl's eyes. But that instant a terrible cry, such as Malcolm had never heard, but which he knew must be Kelpie's, rang through the air, followed by the shouts of men, the tones of fierce execration, and the clash and clang of hoofs. "Good God!" he exclaimed, and forgetting everything else, sprang from the bed and ran to the window outside his door. The light of their lanterns dimly showed a confused crowd in the yard of the mews, and amidst the hellish uproar of their coarse voices he could hear Kelpie plunging and kicking. Again she uttered the same ringing scream. He threw open the window and cried to her that he was coming, but the noise was far too great for his enfeebled voice. Hurriedly he added a garment or two to his half-dress, rushed to the stair, passing his new friend who watched anxiously at the head of it without seeing her, and shot from the house. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of the Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 50 The Demoness at Bay. When he reached the yard of the mews, the uproar had nothing abated. But when he cried out to Kelpie, through it all came a whinny of appeal, instantly followed by a scream. When he got up to the lanterns, he found a group of wrathful men with stable forks surrounding the poor animal, from whom the blood was streaming before and behind. Fierce as she was, she dared not move, but stood trembling with the sweat of terror pouring from her. Yet her eyes showed that not even terror had cowed her. She was but biding her time. Her master's first impulse was to scatter the men right and left, but on second thoughts, of which he was even then capable, he saw that they might have been driven to apparent brutality in defense of their lives. And besides, he could not tell what Kelpie might do if suddenly released. So he caught her by the broken halter and told them to fall back. They did so carefully, it seemed unwillingly, but the mare had eyes and ears only for her master. What she had never done before, she nosed him over face and shoulders, trembling all the time. Suddenly one of her tormentors darted forward and gave her a terrible prod in the off-hind quarter, but he paid dearly for it. Ere he could draw back, she lashed out and shot him half across the yard with his knee-joint broken. The whole set of them rushed at her. "Leave her alone," shouted Malcolm, "or I will take her part. Between us we'll do for a dozen of you." "The devil's in her," said one of them. "You'll find more of him in that rascal groaning yonder. You had better see to him. He'll never do such a thing again, I fancy. Where is Merton?" They drew off and went to help their comrade, who lay senseless. When Malcolm would have led Kelpie in, she stopped suddenly at the stable door, and started back, shuddering, as if the memory of what she had endured there overcame her. Every fibre of her trembled. He saw that she must have been pitifully used before she broke loose and got out. But she yielded to his coaxing, and he led her to her stall without difficulty. He wished Lady Clementina herself could have been his witness, how she knew her friend and trusted him. Had she seen how the poor bleeding thing rejoiced over him, she could not have doubted that his treatment had been in part at least a success. Kelpie had many enemies amongst the men of the Mews. Merton had gone out for the evening, and they had taken the opportunity of getting into her stable and tormenting her. At length she broke her fastenings. They fled, and she rushed out after them. They carried the maimed man to the hospital, where his leg was immediately amputated. Malcolm washed and dried his poor animal, handling her as gently as possible, for she was in a sad plight. It was plain he must not have her here any longer. Worse to her at least was sure to follow. He went up, trembling himself now, to Mrs. Merton. She told him she was just running to fetch him when he arrived. She had no idea how ill he was. But he felt all the better for the excitement, and after he had taken a cup of strong tea, wrote to Mr. Souter to provide men on whom he could depend, if possible the same who had taken her there before, to await Kelpie's arrival at Aberdeen. There he must also find suitable housing and attention for her at any expense until further directions, or until, more probably, he should claim her himself. He added many instructions to be given as to her treatment. Until Merton returned he kept watch, then went back to the chamber of his torture, which, like Kelpie, he shuddered to enter. The cook let him in, and gave him his candle, but hardly had he closed his door when a tap came to it, and there stood Rose, his preserver. He could not help feeling embarrassed when he saw her. "I see you don't trust me," she said. "I do trust you," he answered. "Will you bring me some water? I dare not drink anything that has been standing." She looked at him with inquiring eyes, nodded her head, and went. When she returned, he drank the water. "There, you see I trust you," he said with a laugh. "But there are people about who, for certain reasons, want to get rid of me. Will you be on my side?" "That I will," she answered eagerly. "I've not got my plans laid yet, but will you meet me somewhere near this tomorrow night? I shall not be at home, perhaps, all day." She stared at him with great eyes, but agreed at once, and they appointed time and place. He then bade her good night, and the moment she left him lay down on the bed to think. But he did not trouble himself yet to unravel the plot against him, or determine whether the violence he had suffered had the same origin with the poisoning. Nor was the question merely how to continue to serve his sister without danger to his life, for he had just learned what rendered it absolutely imperative that she should be removed from her present position. Mrs. Merton had told him that Lady Lossie was about to accompany Lady Belair and Lord Philtre to the Continent. That must not be. Whatever means might be necessary to prevent it. Before he went to sleep, things had cleared themselves up considerably. He woke much better, and rose at his usual hour. Kelpie rejoiced him by affording little other sign of the cruelty she had suffered than the angry twitching of her skin when hand or brush approached a wound. The worst fear was that some few white hairs might by and by in consequence fleck her spotless black. Having urgently committed her to Merton's care, he mounted Honour and rode to the Aberdeen wharf. There, to his relief, time growing precious, he learned that the same smack in which Kelpie had come was to sail the next morning for Aberdeen. He arranged at once for her passage, and before he left, saw to every contrivance he could think of for her safety and comfort. He warned the crew concerning her temper, but at the same time prejudiced them in her favour by the argument of a few sovereigns. He then rode to the Chelsea Reach, where the Psyche had now grown to be a feature of the river in the eyes of the dwellers upon its banks. At his whistle, Davy tumbled into the dinghy like a round ball over the gunwale, and was rowing for the shore ere his whistle had ceased ringing in Malcolm's own ears. He left him with his horse, went on board, and gave various directions to Travers, then took Davy with him, and bought many things at different shops, which he ordered to be delivered to Davy when he should call for them. Having next instructed him to get everything on board as soon as possible, and appointed to meet him at the same place and hour he had arranged with Rose, he went home. A little anxious lest Florimel might have wanted him, for it was now past the hour at which he usually waited her orders, he learned to his relief that she was gone shopping with Lady Belair, upon which he set out for the hospital, whither they had carried the man Kelpie had so terribly mauled. He went not merely led by sympathy, but urged by a suspicion also which he desired to verify or remove. On the plea of identification he was permitted to look at him for a moment, but not to speak to him. It was enough. He recognized him at once as the same whose second attack he had foiled in the Regent's Park. He remembered having seen him about the stable, but had never spoken to him. Giving the nurse a sovereign and Mr. Souter's address, he requested her to let that gentleman know as soon as it was possible to conjecture the time of his leaving. Returning, he gave Merton a hint to keep his eye on the man, and some money to spend for him as he judged best. He then took Kelpie for an airing. To his surprise, she fatigued him so much that when he had put her up again he was glad to go and lie down. When it came near the time for meeting Rose and Davy, he got his things together in the old carpet-bag, which held all he cared for, and carried it with him. As he drew near the spot, he saw Davy already there, keeping a sharp lookout on all sides. Presently Rose appeared, but drew back when she saw Davy. Malcolm went to her. "Rose," he said, "I am going to ask you to do me a great favour, but you cannot, except you are able to trust me." "I do trust you," she answered. "All I can tell you now is that you must go with that boy tomorrow. Before night you shall know more. Will you do it?" "I will," answered Rose. "I dearly love a secret." "I promise to let you understand it, if you do just as I tell you." "I will." "Be at this very spot then tomorrow morning, at 6 o'clock. Come here, Davy. This boy will take you where I shall tell him." She looked from the one to the other. "I'll risk it," she said. "Put on a clean frock, and take a change of linen with you and your dressing things. No harm shall come to you." "I'm not afraid," she answered, but looked as if she would cry. "Of course you will not tell anyone." "I will not, Mr. MacPhail." "You are trusting me a great deal, Rose, but I am trusting you too, more than you think. Be off with that bag, Davy, and be here at 6 tomorrow morning, to carry this young woman's satchel for her." Davy vanished. "Now, Rose," continued Malcolm, "you had better go and make your preparations." "Is that all, sir?" she said. "Yes, I shall see you tomorrow. Be brave." Something in Malcolm's tone and manner seemed to work strangely on the girl. She gazed up at him half frightened, but submissive, and went at once, looking, however, sadly disappointed. Malcolm had intended to go and tell Mr. Graham of his plans that same night, but he found himself too much exhausted to walk to Camden Town. And thinking over it, he saw that it might be as well if he took the bold measure he contemplated without revealing it to his friend, to whom the knowledge might be the cause of inconvenience. He therefore went home and to bed, that he might be strong for the next day. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 51 The Psyche. He rose early the next morning, and having fed and dressed Kelpie, strapped her blanket behind her saddle, and by all the macadamized ways he could find, rode her to the wharf, near where the Thames tunnel had just been commenced. He had no great difficulty with her on the way, though it was rather nervous work at times. But of late her submission to her master had been decidedly growing. When he reached the wharf, he rowed her straight along the gangway onto the deck of the smack, as the easiest, if not perhaps the safest way of getting her on board. As soon as she was properly secured, and he had satisfied himself as to the provision they had made for her, impressed upon the captain the necessity of being bountiful to her, and brought a loaf of sugar on board for her use, he left her with a lighter heart than he had had ever since first he fetched her from the same deck. It was a long way to walk home, but he felt much better, and thought nothing of it. And all the way, to his delight, the wind met him in the face. A steady westerly breeze was blowing. If God makes his angels wings, as the psalmist says, here was one sent to wait upon him. He reached Portland Place in time to present himself for orders at the usual hour. On these occasions his mistress not unfrequently saw him herself, but to make sure he sent up the request that she would speak with him. "I am sorry to hear that you have been ill, Malcolm," she said kindly as he entered the room, where happily he found her alone. "I am quite well now, thank you, my lady," he returned. "I thought your ladyship would like to hear something I happened to come to the knowledge of the other day." "Yes, what was that?" "I called at Mr. Lenormand's to learn what news there might be of him. The housekeeper let me go up to his painting room, and what should I see there, my lady, but the portrait of my Lord Marquis, more beautiful than ever, the brown smear all gone, and the likeness, to my mind, greater than before." "Then Mr. Lenormand is come home!" cried Florimel, scarce attempting to conceal the pleasure his report gave her. "That I cannot say," said Malcolm. "His housekeeper had a letter from him a few days ago from Newcastle. If he is come back, I do not think she knows it. It seems strange, for who would touch one of his pictures but himself? Except indeed he got some friend to set it to rights for your ladyship. Anyhow, I thought you would like to see it again." "I will go at once," Florimel said, rising hastily. "Get the horses, Malcolm, as fast as you can." "If my Lord Liftore should come before we start?" he suggested. "Make haste," returned his mistress, impatiently. Malcolm did make haste, and so did Florimel. What precisely was in her thoughts, who shall say, when she could not have told herself? But doubtless the chance of seeing Lenormand urged her more than the desire to see her father's portrait. Within 20 minutes they were riding down Grosvenor Place, and happily heard no following hoof-beats. When they came near the river, Malcolm rode up to her and said, "Would your ladyship allow me to put up the horses in Mr. Lenormand's stable? I think I could show your ladyship a point or two that may have escaped you." Florimel thought for a moment, and concluded it would be less awkward, would indeed tend rather to her advantage with Lenormand, should he really be there, to have Malcolm with her. "Very well," she answered. "I see no objection. I will ride round with you to the stable, and we can go in the back way." They did so. The gardener took the horses, and they went up to the study. Lenormand was not there, and everything was just as when Malcolm was last in the room. Florimel was much disappointed, but Malcolm talked to her about the portrait, and did all he could to bring back vividly the memory of her father. At length, with a little sigh, she made a movement to go. "Has your ladyship ever seen the river from the next room?" said Malcolm, and as he spoke, threw open the door of communication, near which they stood. Florimel, who was always ready to see, walked straight into the drawing-room, and went to a window. "There is that yacht, lying there still," remarked Malcolm. "Does she not remind you of the Psyche, my lady?" "Every boat does that," answered his mistress. "I dream about her. but I couldn't tell her from many another. People used to boats, my lady, learn to know them like the faces of their friends. What a day for a sail." "Do you suppose that one is for hire?" said Florimel. "We can ask," replied Malcolm, and with that went to another window, raised the sash, put his head out, and whistled. Over tumbled Davy into the dinghy at the Psyche's stern, unloosed the painter, and was rowing for the shore ere the minute was out. "Why, they're answering your whistle already," said Florimel. "A whistle goes farther, and perhaps is more imperative than any other call," returned Malcolm evasively. "Will your ladyship come down and hear what they say?" A wave from the slow silting lagoon of her girlhood came washing over the sands between, and Florimel flew merrily down the stair, and across hall and garden and road to the river bank, where was a little wooden stage or landing place with a few steps, at which the dinghy was just arriving. "Will you take us on board and show us your boat?" said Malcolm. "Aye, aye, sir," answered Davy. Without a moment's hesitation, Florimel took Malcolm's offered hand and stepped into the boat. Malcolm took the oars and shot the little tub across the river. When they got alongside the cutter, Travers reached down both his hands for hers, and Malcolm held one of his for her foot, and Florimel sprang on deck. "Young woman on board, Davy?" whispered Malcolm. "Aye, aye, sir, down in the fore," answered Davy, and Malcolm stood by his mistress. "She is like the Psyche," said Florimel, turning to him, "only the mast is not so tall." "Her topmast is struck, you see, my lady, to make sure of her passing clear under the bridges." "Ask them if we couldn't go down the river a little way," said Florimel. "I should so like to see the houses from it." Malcolm conferred a moment with Travers and returned. "They are quite willing, my lady," he said. "What fun!" cried Florimel, her girlish spirit all at the surface. "How I should like to run away from horrid London altogether, and never hear of it again. Dear old Lossie house, and the boats, and the fishermen," she added meditatively. The anchor was already up, and the yacht drifting with the falling tide. A moment more, and she spread a low treble-reefed mainsail behind, a little jib before, and the western breeze filled and swelled and made them alive, and with wind and tide she went swiftly down the smooth stream. Florimel clapped her hands with delight. The shores and all their houses fled up the river. They slid past rowboats, and great heavy barges loaded to the lip, with huge red sails and yellow, glowing and gleaming in the hot sun. For one moment the shadow of Vauxhall Bridge gloomed like a death cloud, chill and cavernous, over their heads. Then out again they shot into the lovely light and heat of the summer world. "It's well we ain't got to shoot Putney or Battersea," said Travers with a grim smile, as he stood shaping her course by inches with his magic-like steering, in the midst of a little covey of pleasure boats. "With this wind we might have brought either on 'em about our ears like an old barn." "This is life," cried Florimel, as the river bore them nearer and nearer to the vortex, deeper and deeper into the tumult of London. How solemn the silent yet never resting highway, almost majestic in the stillness of its hurrying might, as it rolled heedless past houses and wharfs that crowded its brinks. They darted through under Westminster Bridge, and boats and barges more and more numerous covered the stream. Waterloo Bridge, Blackfriars Bridge they passed. Sunlight all, and flashing water, and gleaming oars and gay boats, and endless motion, out of which rose calm, solemn, reposeful, the resting yet hovering dome of St. Paul's, with its satellite spires, glittering in the tremulous hot air that swathed in multitudinous ripples the mighty city. Southwark Bridge, and only London Bridge, lay between them and the open river, still widening as it flowed to the aged ocean. Through the centre arch they shot, and lo, a world of masts, waiting to woo with white sails the winds that should bear them across deserts of water, to lands of wealth and mystery. Through the labyrinth led the highway of the stream, and downward they still swept, past the tower, and past the wharf where that morning Malcolm had said good-bye for a time to his four-footed subject and friend. The smack's place was empty. With her hugest of sails, she was tearing and flashing away out of their sight, far down the river before them.
Through dingy, dreary Limehouse they sank, and coasted the melancholy, houseless Isle of Dogs. But on all sides were ships, and when they thinned at last, Greenwich rose before them. London and the parks looked unendurable from this more varied life, more plentiful air, and above all, more abundant space. The very spirit of freedom seemed to wave his wings about the yacht, fanning full her sails. Florimel breathed as if she never could have enough of the sweet wind. Each breath gave her all the boundless region whence it blew. She gazed as if she would fill her soul with the sparkling grey of the water, the sun-melted blue of the sky, and the incredible green of the flat shores. For minutes she would be silent, her parted lips revealing her absorbed delight, then break out in a volley of questions, now addressing Malcolm, now Travers. She tried Davy too, but Davy knew nothing except his duty here. The Thames was like an unknown eternity to the creature of the wan water, about which, however, he could have told her 1,000 things. Down and down the river they flew, and not until miles and miles of meadows had come between her and London, not indeed until Gravesend appeared, did it occur to Florimel that perhaps it might be well to think by and by of returning. But she trusted everything to Malcolm, who of course would see that everything was as it ought to be. Her excitement began to flag a little. She was getting tired. The bottle had been strained by the ferment of the wine. She turned to Malcolm. "Had we not better be putting about?" she said. "I should like to go on forever, but we must come another day, better provided. We shall hardly be in time for lunch." It was nearly 4 o'clock, but she rarely looked at her watch, and indeed wound it up only now and then. "Will you go below and have some lunch, my lady?" said Malcolm. "There can't be anything on board," she answered. "Come and see, my lady," rejoined Malcolm, and led the way to the companion. When she saw the little cabin, she gave a cry of delight. "Why, it is just like our own cabin in the Psyche," she said, "only smaller. Is it not, Malcolm?" "It is smaller, my lady," returned Malcolm. "But then there is a little state-room beyond." On the table was a nice meal, cold, but not the less agreeable in the summer weather. Everything looked charming. There were flowers, the linen was snowy, and the bread was the very sort Florimel liked best. "It is a perfect fairy tale," she cried, "and, I declare, here is our crest on the forks and spoons. What does it all mean, Malcolm?" But Malcolm had slipped away and gone on deck again, leaving her to food and conjecture, while he brought Rose up from the fore-cabin for a little air. Finding her fast asleep, however, he left her undisturbed. Florimel finished her meal, and set about examining the cabin more closely. The result was bewilderment. How could a yacht, fitted with such completeness, such luxury, be lying for hire in the Thames? As for the crest on the plate, that was a curious coincidence. Many people had the same crest. But both materials and colours were like those of the Psyche. Then the pretty bindings on the bookshelves attracted her. Every book was either one she knew of, or one which Malcolm had spoken to her. He must have had a hand in the business. Next she opened the door of the stateroom. But when she saw the lovely little berth, and the indications of every comfort belonging to a lady's chamber, she could keep her pleasure to herself no longer. She hastened to the companion-way, and called Malcolm. "What does it all mean?" she said, her eyes and cheeks glowing with delight. "It means, my lady, that you are on board your own yacht, the Psyche. I brought her with me from Portlossie, and have had her fitted up according to the wish you once expressed to my lord your father, that you could sleep on board. Now you might make a voyage of many days in her." "Oh, Malcolm!" was all Florimel could answer. She was too pleased to think as yet of any of the 1,000 questions that might naturally have followed. "Why, you've got the Arabian Nights, and all my favourite books there," she said at length. "How long shall we have before we get among the ships again?" She fancied she had given orders to return, and that the boat had been put about. "A good many hours, my lady," answered Malcolm. "Ah, of course," she returned. "It takes much longer against wind and tide. But my time is my own," she added, rather in the manner of one asserting a freedom she did not feel. "And I don't see why I should trouble myself. It will make some to do, I dare say, if I don't appear at dinner."
But it won't do anybody any harm. They wouldn't break their hearts if they never saw me again." "Not one of them, my lady," said Malcolm. She lifted her head sharply, but took no further notice of his remark. "I won't be plagued any more," she said, holding counsel with herself, but intending Malcolm to hear. "I will break with them, rather. Why should I not be as free as Clementina? She comes and goes when and where she likes, and does what she pleases." "Why, indeed?" said Malcolm, and a pause followed, during which Florimel stood apparently thinking, but in reality growing sleepy. "I will lie down a little," she said, "with one of those lovely books." The excitement, the air, and the pleasure generally had wearied her. Nothing could have suited Malcolm better. He left her. She went to her berth and fell fast asleep. When she awoke, it was some time before she could think where she was. A strange ghostly light was about her, in which she could see nothing plain, but the motion helped her to understand. She rose, and crept to the companion ladder and up on deck. Wonder upon wonder! A clear full moon reigned high in the heavens, and below there was nothing but water, gleaming with her molten face, or rushing past the boat lead-coloured grey and white. Here and there a vessel, a snow-cloud of sails, would glide between them and the moon, and turn black from truck to waterline. The mast of the Psyche had shot up to its full height. The reef points of the mainsail were loose, and the gaff was crowned with its topsail. Foresail and jib were full, and she was flying as if her soul thirsted within her after infinite spaces. Yet what more could she want? All around her was wave rushing upon wave, and above her blue heaven and regnant moon. Florimel gave a great sigh of delight. But what could it mean? What was Malcolm about? Where was he taking her? What would London say to such an escapade extraordinary? Lady Belair would be the first to believe she had run away with her groom. She knew so many instances of that sort of thing. And Lord Leftoria would be the next. It was too bad of Malcolm. But she did not feel very angry with him, notwithstanding. For had he not done it to give her pleasure? And assuredly he had not failed. He knew better than anyone how to please her, better even than Lenormand. She looked around her. No one was to be seen but Davy, who was steering. The mainsail hid the men, and Rose, having been on deck for 2 or 3 hours, was again below. She turned to Davy, but the boy had been schooled, and only answered, "I mauna say nothing so long as I'm steering, mem." She called Malcolm. He was beside her ere his name had left her lips. The boy's reply had irritated her, and coming upon this sudden and utter change in her circumstances, made her feel as one no longer lady of herself and her people, but a prisoner. "Once more, what does this mean, Malcolm?" she said in high displeasure. "You have deceived me shamefully. You left me to believe we were on our way back to London, and here we are out at sea. Am I no longer your mistress? Am I a child to be taken where you please? And what, pray, is to become of the horses you left at Mr. Lenormand's?" Malcolm was glad of a question he was prepared to answer. "They are in their own stalls by this time, my lady. I took care of that." "Then it was all a trick to carry me off against my will!" she cried with growing indignation. "Hardly against your will, my lady," said Malcolm, embarrassed and thoughtful, in a tone deprecating and apologetic. "Utterly against my will," insisted Florimel. "Could I ever have consented to go to sea with a boat full of men, and not a woman on board? You have disgraced me, Malcolm." Between anger and annoyance, she was on the point of crying. "It's not so bad as that, my lady. Here, Rose." At his word, Rose appeared. "I've brought one of Lady Belair's maids for your service, my lady," Malcolm went on. "She will do the best she can to wait on you." Florimel gave her a look. "I don't remember you," she said. "No, my lady, I was in the kitchen." "Then you can't be of much use to me." "A willing heart goes a long way, my lady," said Rose prettily. "That is true," returned Florimel, rather pleased. "Can you get me some tea?" "Yes, my lady." Florimel turned, and, much to Malcolm's content vouchsafing him not a word more, went below. Presently a little silver lamp appeared in the roof of the cabin, and in a few minutes Davy came, carrying the tea-tray, and followed by Rose with the teapot.
As soon as they were alone, Florimel began to question Rose, but the girl soon satisfied her that she knew little or nothing. When Florimel pressed her how she could go she knew not where at the desire of a fellow servant, she gave such confused and apparently contradictory answers that Florimel began to think ill of both her and Malcolm, and to feel more uncomfortable and indignant. And the more she dwelt upon Malcolm's presumption and speculated as to his possible design in it, she grew the angrier. She went again on deck. By this time she was in a passion, little mollified by the sense of her helplessness. "MacPhail," she said, laying the restraint of dignified utterance upon her words, "I desire you to give me a good reason for your most unaccountable behaviour. Where are you taking me?" "To Lossie House, my lady." "Indeed," she returned with scornful and contemptuous surprise. "Then I order you to change your course at once and return to London." "I cannot, my lady." "Cannot? Whose orders but mine are you under, pray?" "Your father's, my lady." "I have heard more than enough of that unfortunate statement, and the measureless assumptions founded on it. I shall heed it no longer." "I am only doing my best to take care of you, my lady, as I promised him. You will know it one day, if you will but trust me." "I have trusted you 10 times too much, and have gained nothing in return but reasons for repenting it. Like all other servants made too much of, you have grown insolent. But I shall put a stop to it. I cannot possibly keep you in my service after this. Am I to pay a master where I want a servant?" Malcolm was silent. "You must have some reason for this strange conduct," she went on. "How can your supposed duty to my father justify you in treating me with such disrespect? Let me know your reasons. I have a right to know them." "I will answer you, my lady," said Malcolm. "Davy, go forward. I will take the helm. Now, my lady, if you will sit on that cushion. Rose, bring my lady a fur cloak you will find in the cabin. Now, my lady, if you will speak low, that neither Davy nor Rose shall hear us. Travers is deaf. I will answer you." "I ask you," said Florimel, "why you have dared to bring me away like this. Nothing but some danger threatening me could justify it." "There you say it, my lady." "And what is the danger, pray?" "You were going on the continent with Lady Belair and Lord Philtre, and without me to do as I had promised." "You insult me!" cried Florimel. "Are my movements to be subject to the approbation of my groom? Is it possible my father could give his henchman such authority over his daughter? I ask you again, where was the danger?" "In your company, my lady." "So!" exclaimed Florimel, attempting to rise in sarcasm as she rose in wrath, lest she should fall into undignified rage. "And what may be your objection to my companions?" "That Lady Belair is not respected in any circle where her history is known, and that her nephew is a scoundrel." "It but adds to the wrong you heap on me that you compel me to hear such wicked abuse of my father's friends," said Florimel, struggling with tears of anger. But for regard to her dignity, she would have broken out in fierce and voluble rage. "If your father knew Lord Philtre as I do, he would be the last man my Lord Marquis would see in your company." "Because he gave you a beating, you have no right to slander him," said Florimel spitefully. Malcolm laughed. He must either laugh or be angry. "May I ask how your ladyship came to hear of that?" "He told me himself," she answered. "Then, my lady, he is a liar, as well as worse. It was I who gave him the drubbing he deserved, for his insolence to my mistress. I am sorry to mention the disagreeable fact, but it is absolutely necessary you should know what sort of man he is." "And if there be a lie, which of the two is more likely to tell it?" "That question is for you, my lady, to answer." "I never knew a servant who would not tell a lie," said Florimel. "I was brought up a fisherman," said Malcolm. "And," Florimel went on, "I have heard my father say no gentleman ever told a lie." "Then Lord Philtre is no gentleman," said Malcolm. "But I am not going to plead my own cause even to you, my lady. If you can doubt me, do. I have only one thing more to say. That when I told you and my Lady Clementina about the fisher girl and the gentleman—" "How dare you refer to that again? Even you ought to know there are things a lady cannot hear. It is enough you affronted me with that before Lady Clementina, and after foolish boasts on my part of your good breeding. Now you bring it up again when I cannot escape your low talk." "My lady, I am sorrier than you think. But which is worse,
that you should hear such a thing spoken of, or make a friend of the man who did it, and that is Lord Philtre."
Florimel turned away, and gave her seeming attention to the moonlit waters, sweeping past the swift-sailing cutter. Malcolm's heart ached for her. He thought she was deeply troubled. But she was not half so shocked as he imagined. Infinitely worse would have been the shock to him, could he have seen how little the charge against Philtre had touched her. Alas, evil communications had already in no small degree corrupted her good manners. Lady Belair had uttered no bad words in her hearing, had softened to decency every story that required it, had not unfrequently tacked a worldly wise moral to the end of one, and yet, such had been the tone of her telling, such the allotment of laughter and lamentation, such the acceptance of things as necessary, and such the repudiation of things as quixotic, puritanical, impossible, that the girl's natural notions of the lovely and the clean had got dismally shaken and confused. Happily it was as yet more her judgment than her heart that was perverted. But had she spoken out what was in her thoughts as she looked over the great wallowing water, she would have merely said that for all that, Philtre was no worse than other men. They were all the same. It was very unpleasant, but how could a lady help it? If men would behave so, were by nature like that, women must not make themselves miserable about it. They need ask no questions. They were not supposed to be acquainted with the least fragment of the facts, and they must cleave to their ignorance and lay what blame there might be on the women concerned. The thing was too indecent even to think about. Ostrich-like they must hide their heads, close their eyes and take the vice in their arms, to love, honour, and obey, as if it were virtue's self, and men as pure as their demands on their wives. There are thousands that virtually reason thus. Only ignore the thing effectually, and for you it is not. Lie right thoroughly to yourself, and the thing is gone. The lie destroys the fact. So reasoned Lady Macbeth, until conscience at last awoke, and she could no longer keep even the smell of the blood from her. What need Lady Lossie care about the fisher girl, or any other concerned with his past, so long as he behaved like a gentleman to her? Malcolm was a foolish, meddling fellow, whose interference was the more troublesome that it was honest. She stood thus gazing on the waters that heaved and swept astern, but without knowing that she saw them, her mind full of such nebulous matter as, condensed, would have made such thoughts as I have set down. And still and ever the water rolled and tossed away behind in the moonlight. "Oh, my lady," said Malcolm, "what it would be to have a soul as big and as clean as all this." She made no reply, did not turn her head or acknowledge that she heard him. A few minutes more she stood, then went below in silence, and Malcolm saw no more of her that night. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 52. Hope Chapel. It was Sunday, during which Malcolm lay at the point of death, some 3 stories above his sister's room. There, in the morning, while he was at the worst, she was talking with Clementina, who had called to see whether she would not go and hear the preacher of whom he had spoken with such fervour. Florimel laughed. "You seem to take everything for gospel Malcolm says, Clementina." "Certainly not," returned Clementina, rather annoyed. "Gospel nowadays is what nobody disputes and nobody heeds. But I do heed what Malcolm says, and intend to find out, if I can, whether there is any reality in it. I thought you had a high opinion of your groom." "I would take his word for anything a man's word can be taken for," said Florimel. "But you don't set much store by his judgment?" "Oh, I dare say he's right. But I don't care for the things you like so much to talk with him about. He's a sort of poet, anyhow, and poets must be absurd. They are always either dreaming or talking about their dreams. They care nothing for the realities of life. No, if you want advice, you must go to your lawyer or clergyman, or some man of common sense, neither groom nor poet." "Then, Florimel, it comes to this, that this groom of yours is one of the truest of men, and one who possessed your father's confidence.
but you are so much his superior that you are capable of judging him, and justified in despising his judgment. Only in practical matters, Clementina. And duty towards God is with you such a practical matter that you cannot listen to anything he has got to say about it. Florimel shrugged her shoulders. For my part, I would give all I have to know there was a God worth believing in. Clementina! What? Of course there is a God. It is very horrible to deny it. Which is worse, to deny it or to deny him? Now, I confess to doubting it, that is, the fact of a God. But you seem to me to deny God himself, for you admit there is a God, think it very wicked to deny that. And yet you don't take interest enough in him to wish to learn anything about him. You won't think, Florimel. I don't fancy you ever really think. Florimel again laughed. I am glad, she said, that you don't judge me incapable of that high art. But it is not so very long since Malcolm used to hint something much the same about yourself, my lady. Then he was quite right, returned Clementina. I am only just beginning to think, and if I can find a teacher, here I am, his pupil. Well, I suppose I can spare my groom quite enough to teach you all he knows, Florimel said, with what Clementina took for a marked absence of expression. She reddened, but she was not one to defend herself before her principals. If he can, why should he not? She said. But it was of his friend Mr. Graham I was thinking, not himself. You cannot tell whether he has got anything to teach you. Your groom's testimony gives likelihood enough to make it my duty to go and see. I intend to find the place this evening. It must be some little ranting Methodist conventicle. He would not be allowed to preach in a church, you know. Of course not. The Church of England is like the apostle that forbade the man casting out devils, and got forbid himself for it, with this difference that she won't be forbid. Well, she chooses her portion with Dives and not Lazarus. She is the most arrant respecter of persons I know, and her Christianity is worse than a farce. It was that first of all that drove me to doubt. If I could find a place where everything was just the opposite, the poorer it was, the better I should like it. It makes me feel quite wicked to hear a smug parson reading the gold ring and the goodly apparel, while the pew-openers beneath are illustrating in dumb show the very thing the apostle is pouring out the vial of his indignation upon over their heads, doing it calmly and without a suspicion, for the parson, while he reads, is rejoicing in his heart over the increasing aristocracy of his congregation. The farce is fit to make a devil in torment laugh. Once more Florimel laughed aloud. Another revolution, Clementina, and we shall have you heading the canaille to destroy Westminster Abbey. I would follow any leader to destroy falsehood, said Clementina. No canaille will take that up until it meddles with their stomachs or their pew rents. Really, Clementina, you are the worst Jacobin I ever heard talk. My groom is quite an aristocrat beside you. Not an atom more than I am. I do acknowledge an aristocracy, but it is one neither of birth, nor of intellect, nor of wealth. What is there besides to make one? Something I hope to find before long. What if there be indeed a kingdom and an aristocracy of life and truth? Will you or will you not go with me to hear the schoolmaster? I will go anywhere with you, if it were only to be seen with such a beauty, said Florimel, throwing her arms round her neck and kissing her. Clementina gently returned the embrace, and the thing was settled. The sound of their wheels, pausing in swift revolution with the clangour of iron hoofs on rough stones at the door of the chapel, refreshed the diaconal heart like the sound of water in the desert. For the first time in the memory of the oldest, the day-spring of success seemed on the point of breaking over Hope Chapel. The ladies were ushered in by Mr. Marshall himself, to Clementina's disgust and Florimel's amusement, with much the same attention as his own shop-walker would have shown to carriage customers. How could a man who taught light and truth be found in such a mean entourage? But the setting was not the jewel. A real stone might be found in a copper ring. So said Clementina to herself as she sat waiting her hoped-for instructor. Mrs. Catanach settled her broad back into its corner, chuckling over her own wisdom and foresight. Her seat was at the pulpit end of the chapel, at right angles to almost all the rest of the pews, chosen because thence, if indeed she could not well see the preacher, she could get a good glimpse of nearly every one that entered. Keen-sighted both physically and intellectually, She recognized Florimel the moment she saw her. "'Twa does mair to the body craw," she laughed to herself. "A man thrashin' and twa birdies pickin'," she went on, quoting the old nursery nonsense. Then she stooped and let down her veil. Florimel hated her, and therefore might know her. "It's the day o' the Lord with old Sanny Graham," she resumed to herself as she lifted her head. "He stickit nae mair, but a chosen trumpet at last. Fall fa him for a wearful cratur for all that. He has neither balm of grace nor pith o' damnation. Yon lad Fleming, 'at preached in the Bailie's barn about the dogs gaein' round and round the walls o' the New Jerusalem, gin he had but holden thegither and no gane to the worms sae soon, would hae done a score o' him. But Sanny angers me to that degree, 'at but for reasons, like yon twa, I would gang out in the mids o' one o' his palavers, and never come back, though I have a hale quarter o' my sittin' to sit out yet, and it cost me dear, and fits the old back o' me no that ill." When Mr. Graham rose to read the psalm, great was Clementina's disappointment. He looked altogether, as she thought, of a sort with the place, mean and dreary, of the chapel very chapelly, and she did not believe it could be the man of whom Malcolm had spoken. By a strange coincidence, however, a kind of occurrence as frequent as strange, he read for his text that same passage about the gold ring and the vile raiment, in which we learn how exactly the behaviour of the early Jewish churches corresponded to that of the later English ones, and Clementina soon began to alter her involuntary judgment of him, when she found herself listening to an utterance beside which her most voluble indignation would have been but as the babble of a child. Sweeping, incisive, withering, blasting denunciation, logic and poetry combining in one torrent of genuine eloquence, poured confusion and dismay upon head and heart of all who set themselves up for pillars of the Church, without practising the first principles of the doctrine of Christ. Men who, professing to gather their fellows together in the name of Christ, conducted the affairs of the Church on the principles of hell. Men so blind and dull and slow of heart that they would never know what the outer darkness meant until it had closed around them. Men who paid court to the rich for their money, and to the poor for their numbers. Men who sought gain first, safety next, and the will of God not at all. Men whose presentation of Christianity was enough to drive the world to a preferable infidelity. Clementina listened with her very soul. All doubt as to whether this was Malcolm's friend vanished within 2 minutes of his commencement. If she rejoiced a little more than was humble or healthful in finding that such a man thought as she thought, she gained this good notwithstanding, the presence and power of a man who believed in righteousness the doctrine he taught. Also she perceived that the principles of equality he held were founded on the infinite possibilities of the individual, and of the race only through the individual, and that he held these principles with an absoluteness, an earnestness, a simplicity that dwarfed her loudest objurgation to the uneasy murmuring of a sleeper. She could not but trust him, and her hope grew great that perhaps for her he held the key of the kingdom of heaven. She saw that if what this man said was true, then the gospel was represented by men who knew nothing of its real nature, and by such she had been led into a false judgment of it. "If such a man," said the schoolmaster in conclusion, "would but once represent to himself that the man whom he regards as beneath him may nevertheless be immeasurably above him, and that, after no arbitrary judgment, but according to the absolute facts of creation, the scale of the kingdom of God, in which being is rank, if he could persuade himself of the possibility that he may yet have to worship before the feet of those on whom he looks down, as on the creatures of another and meaner order of creation, would it not sting him to rise and, lest this should be one of such, make offer of his chair to the poor man in the vile raiment? Would he evermore all his life long dare to say, 'Stand thou there,' or 'Sit here under my footstool'?" During the week that followed, Clementina reflected with growing delight on what she had heard, and looked forward to hearing more of a kind correspondent on the approaching Sunday. Nor did the shock of the disappearance of Florimel with Malcolm abate her desire to be taught by Malcolm's friend. Lady Belair was astounded, mortified, enraged. Philtre turned grey with passion, then livid with mortification at the news. Not one of all their circle, as Florimel had herself foreseen, doubted for a moment that she had run away with that groom of hers. Indeed, upon examination, it became evident that the scheme had been for some time in hand. The yacht they had gone on board had been lying there for months, and although she was her own mistress and might marry whom she pleased, it was no wonder she had run away, for how could she have held her face to it, up after it? Lady Clementina accepted the general conclusion, but judged it individually. She had more reason to be distressed at what seemed to have taken place than anyone else. Indeed, it stung her to the heart, wounding her worse than in its first stunning effects she was able to know. Yet she thought better rather than worse of Florimel because of it. What she did not like in her with reference to the affair was the depreciatory manner in which she had always spoken of Malcolm. If genuine, it was quite inconsistent with due regard for the man for whom she was yet prepared to sacrifice so much. If, on the other hand, her slight opinion of his judgment was a pretense, then she had been disloyal to the just prerogatives of friendship. The latter part of that week was the sorest time Clementina had ever passed. But like a true woman, she fought her own misery and sense of loss, as well as her annoyance and anxiety, constantly saying to herself that, be the thing as it might, she could never cease to be glad that she had known Malcolm MacPhail. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 53. A New Pupil. The sermon Lady Clementina heard with such delight had followed one levelled at the common and right-worldly idea of success harboured by each, and unquestioned by one of the chief men of the community. Together they caused a strange, uncertain sense of discomfort in the mind diagonal. Slow to perceive that that idea, nauseous in his presentment of it, was the very same cherished and justified by themselves. Unwilling also to believe that in his denunciation of respecters of persons they themselves had a full share, they yet felt a little uneasy from the vague whispers of their consciences on the side of the neglected principles enounced, clashing with the less vague conviction that if those whispers were encouraged and listened to, the ruin of their hopes for their chapel, and their influence in connection with it, must follow. They eyed each other doubtfully, and there appeared a general tendency amongst them to close-pressed lips and single shakes of the head. But there were other forces at work, tending in the same direction. Whatever may have been the influence of the schoolmaster upon the congregation gathered in Hope Chapel, there was one on whom his converse, supplemented by his preaching, had taken genuine hold. Frederick Marshall had begun to open his eyes to the fact that, regarded as a profession, the ministry, as they called it in their communion, was the meanest way of making a living in the whole creation, one deserving the contempt of every man honest enough to give honourable work, that is, work worth the money, for the money paid him. Also, he had a glimmering insight, on the other hand, into the truth of what the Dominie said, that it was the noblest of martyrdoms to the man who, sent by God, loved the truth with his whole soul, and was never happier than when bearing witness of it, except, indeed, in those blessed moments when receiving it of the Father. In consequence of this opening of his eyes, the youth recoiled with dismay from the sacrilegious mockery of which he had been guilty in meditating the presumption of teaching holy things, of which the sole sign that he knew anything was now afforded by this same recoil. At last he was not far from the kingdom of heaven, though whether he was to be sent to persuade men that that kingdom was amongst them, and must be in them, remained a question. On the morning after the latter of those two sermons, Frederick, as they sat at breakfast, succeeded, with no small effort, for he feared his mother, in blurting out to his father the request that he might be taken into the counting-house, and when indignantly requested, over the top of the teapot, to explain himself, declared that he found it impossible to give his mind to a course of education which could only end in the disappointment of his parents, seeing he was at length satisfied that he had no call to the ministry. His father was not displeased at the thought of having him at the shop, but his mother was for some moments speechless with angry tribulation. Recovering herself, with scornful bitterness she requested to know to what tempter he had been giving ear, for tempted he must have been, ere son of hers would have been guilty of backsliding from the cause, of taking his hand from the plough and looking behind him. The youth returned such answers as, while they satisfied his father he was right, served only to convince his mother, where yet conviction was hardly needed, that she had to thank the Dominie for his defection, his apostasy from the church to the world. Incapable of perceiving that now first there was hope of a genuine disciple in the child of her affection, she was filled with the gall of disappointment, and with spite against the man who had taught her son how worse than foolish it is to aspire to teach before one has learned. Nor did she fail to cast scathing reflections on her husband, in that he had brought home a viper in his bosom, a wolf into his fold, the wretched minion of a worldly church to lead her son away captive at his will. And partly, no doubt, from his last uncomfortable sermons, but mainly from the play of Mrs. Marshall's tongue on her husband's tympanum, the deacons in full conclave agreed that no further renewal of the invitation to preach, for them, should be made to the schoolmaster. Just the end of the business Mr. Graham had expected, and for which he had provided. On Tuesday morning he smiled to himself, and wondered whether, if he were to preach in his own schoolroom the next Sunday evening, anyone would come to hear him. On Saturday he received a cool letter of thanks for his services, written by the ironmonger in the name of the deacons, enclosing a cheque, tolerably liberal as ideas went, in acknowledgment of them. The cheque Mr. Graham returned, saying that, as he was not a preacher by profession, he had no right to take fees. It was a half-holiday. He walked up to Hampstead Heath, and was paid for everything in sky and cloud, fresh air and a glorious sunset. When the end of her troubled week came, and the Sunday of her expectation brought lovely weather, with a certain vague suspicion of peace, into the regions of Mayfair and Spitalfields, Clementina walked across the Regent's Park to Hope Chapel and its morning observances, but thought herself poorly repaid for her exertions by having to listen to a dreadful sermon and worse prayers from Mr. Masker, one of the chief priests of Commonplace, a comfortable idol to serve, seeing he accepts as homage to himself all that any man offers to his own person, opinions, or history. But Clementina contrived to endure it, comforting herself that she had made a mistake in supposing Mr. Graham preached in the morning. In the evening her carriage once again drew up with clang and clatter at the door of the chapel. But her coachman was out of temper at having to leave the bosom of his family circle, as he styled the table that upheld his pot of beer and jar of tobacco, of a Sunday, and sought relief to his feelings in giving his horses a lesson in crawling, the result of which was fortunate for his mistress. When she entered, the obnoxious Mr. Masker was already reading the hymn. She turned at once and made for the door. But her carriage was already gone. A strange sense of loneliness and desolation seized her. The place had grown hateful to her, and she would have fled from it. Yet she lingered in the porch. The eyes of the man in the pulpit, with his face of false solemnity and low importance, she seemed to feel the look of them on her back. Yet she lingered. Now that Malcolm was gone, how was she to learn when Mr. Graham would be preaching? "If you please, ma'am," said a humble and dejected voice. She turned, and saw the seamed and smoky face of the pew-opener, who had been watching her from the lobby, and had crept out after her. She dropped a curtsy, and went on hurriedly, with an anxious look now and then over her shoulder. "Oh, ma'am, we shan't see him no more. Our people here, they're very good people, but they don't like to be told the truth. It seems to me as if they knowed it so well, they thought as how there was no need for them to mind it." "You don't mean that Mr. Graham has given up preaching here?" "They've given up asking of him to preach, lady. But if ever there was a good man in that pulpit, Mr. Graham he do be that man." "Do you know where he lives?" "Yes, ma'am, but it would be hard to direct you." Here she looked in at the door of the chapel with a curious, half-frightened glance, as if to satisfy herself that the inner door was closed. "But," she went on, "they won't miss me now the service is begun, and I can be back before it's over. I'll show you where, ma'am."
"I should be greatly obliged to you," said Clementina. "Only I am sorry to give you the trouble." "To tell the truth, I'm only too glad to get away," she returned. "For the place it do look like a cemetery now he's out of it." "Was he so kind to you?" "He never spoke word to me as to myself like. No, nor never gave me sixpence like Mr. Masker do. But he give me strength in my heart to bear up, and that's better than meat or money." It was a good half-hour's walk, and during it Clementina held what conversation she might with her companion. It was not much the woman had to say of a general sort. She knew little beyond her own troubles and the help that met them. But what else are the two main forces whose composition results in upward motion? Her world was very limited. The houses in which she went charing, the chapel she swept and dusted, the neighbours with whom she gossiped, the little shops where she bought the barest needs of her bare life. But it was at least large enough to leave behind her, and if she was not one to take the kingdom of heaven by force, she was yet one to creep quietly into it. The earthly life of such as she, immeasurably less sordid than that of the poet who will not work for his daily bread, or that of the speculator who, having settled money on his wife, risks that of his neighbour, passing away like a cloud, will hang in their west, stained indeed, but with gold, blotted, but with roses. Dull as it all was now, Clementina yet gained from her unfoldings a new outlook upon life, its needs, its sorrows, its consolations, and its hopes. Nor was there any vulgar pity in the smile of the one, or of degrading acknowledgment in the tears of the other, when a piece of gold passed from hand to hand as they parted. The Sunday-sealed door of the stationer's shop, for there was no private entrance to the house, was opened by another sad-faced woman. What a place to seek the secret of life in! Lovelily enfolds the husk its kernel, but what the human eye turns from as squalid and unclean may enfold the seed that clasps, couched in infinite withdrawment, the vital germ of all that is lovely and graceful, harmonious and strong. All without which no poet would sing, no martyr burn, no king rule in righteousness, no geometrician pore over the marvellous must. The woman led her through the counter into a little dingy room behind the shop, looking out on a yard a few feet square, with a water-butt, half a dozen flower-pots, and a maimed plaster Cupid perched on the window-sill. There sat the schoolmaster, in conversation with the lady, whom the woman of the house, awed by her sternness and grandeur, had, out of regard to her lodger's feelings, shown into her parlour, and not into his bedroom. Cherishing the hope that the patent consequences of his line of action might have already taught him moderation, Mrs. Marshall, instead of going to chapel to hear Mr. Masker, had paid Mr. Graham a visit, with the object of enlisting his sympathies if she could, at all events his services, in the combating of the scruples he had himself aroused in the bosom of her son. What had passed between them I do not care to record, but when Lady Clementina, unannounced of the landlady, entered, there was light enough, notwithstanding the non-reflective properties of the water-butt, to reveal Mrs. Marshall flushed and flashing, Mr. Graham grave and luminous, and to enable the chapel business eye of Mrs. Marshall, which saw every stranger that entered Hope, at once to recognize her as having made one of the congregation the last Sunday evening. Evidently one of Mr. Graham's party, she was not prejudiced in her favour, but there was that in her manner which impressed her. That something ethereal and indescribable, which she herself was constantly aping, and almost involuntarily she took upon herself such honours as the place, despicable in her eyes, would admit of. She rose, made a sweeping curtsy, and addressed Lady Clementina with such a manner as people of Mrs. Marshall's ambitions put off and on like their clothes. "Pray take a seat, ma'am, such as it is," she said, with a wave of her hand. "I believe I have had the pleasure of seeing you at our place." Lady Clementina sat down. The room was too small to stand in, and Mrs. Marshall seemed to take the half of it. "I am not aware of the honour," she returned, doubtful what the woman meant. Perhaps some shop or dressmaker's. Clementina was not one who delighted in freezing her humbler fellow-creatures, as we know, but there was something altogether repulsive in the would-be grand, but really arrogant behaviour of her fellow-visitor.
"I mean," said Mrs. Marshall, a little abashed, for ambition is not strength, "at our little Bethel in Kentish Town. Not that we live there," she explained with a superior smile. "Oh, I think I understand. You must mean the chapel where this gentleman was preaching." "That is my meaning," assented Mrs. Marshall. "I went there tonight," said Clementina, turning with some timidity to Mr. Graham. "That I did not find you there, sir, will, I hope, explain—" Here she paused, and turned again to Mrs. Marshall. "I see you think with me, ma'am, that a true teacher is worth following." As she said this, she turned once more to Mr. Graham, who sat listening with a queer, amused, but right courteous smile. "I hope you will pardon me," she continued, "for venturing to call upon you, and as I have the misfortune to find you occupied, allow me to call another day. If you would set me a time, I should be more obliged than I can tell you," she concluded, her voice trembling a little. "Stay now, if you will, madam," returned the schoolmaster, with a bow of oldest-fashioned courtesy. "This lady has done laying her commands upon me, I believe." "As you think proper to call them commands, Mr. Graham, I conclude you intend to obey them," said Mrs. Marshall, with a forced smile and an attempt at pleasantry. "Not for the world, madam," he answered. "Your son is acting the part of a gentleman. Yes, I make bold to say, of one who is very nigh the kingdom of heaven, if not indeed within its gate. And before I would check him, I would be burnt at the stake. Even were your displeasure the fire, madam," he added with a kindly bow. "Your son is a fine fellow." "He would be if he were left to himself. Good evening, Mr. Graham. Good-bye, rather, for I think we are not likely to meet again." "In heaven, I hope, madam, for by that time we shall be able to understand each other," said the schoolmaster, still kindly. Mrs. Marshall made no answer beyond a facial flash as she turned to Clementina. "Good evening, ma'am," she said. "To pay court to the earthen vessel because of the treasure it may happen to hold, is to be a respecter of persons as bad as any." An answering flash broke from Clementina's blue orbs, but her speech was more than calm as she returned. "I learned something of that lesson last Sunday evening, I hope, ma'am. But you have left me far behind, for you seem to have learned disrespect even to the worthiest of persons. Good evening, ma'am." She looked the angry matron full in the face, with an icy regard, from which, as from the Gorgon eye, she fled. The victor turned to the schoolmaster. "I beg your pardon, sir," she said, "for presuming to take your part, but a gentleman is helpless with a vulgar woman." "I thank you, madam. I hope that the sharpness of your rebuke— but indeed, the poor woman can hardly help her rudeness, for she is very worldly, and believes herself very pious. It is the old story, hard for the rich." Clementina was struck. "I too am rich and worldly," she said, "but I know that I am not pious. And if you would but satisfy me that religion is common sense, I would try to be religious with all my heart and soul." "I willingly undertake the task. But let us know each other a little first. And lest I should afterwards seem to have taken an advantage of you, I hope that you have no wish to be nameless to me, for my friend Malcolm.M'Phail had so described you that I recognized your ladyship at once." Clementina said that, on the contrary, she had given her name to the woman who opened the door. "It is because of what Malcolm said of you that I ventured to come to you," she added. "Have you seen Malcolm lately?" he asked, his brow clouding a little. "It is more than a week since he has been to me." Thereupon, with embarrassment, such as she would never have felt except in the presence of pure simplicity, she told of his disappearance with his mistress. "And you think they have run away together?" said the schoolmaster, his face beaming with what, to Clementina's surprise, looked almost like merriment. "Yes, I think so," she answered. "Why not, if they choose?" "I will say this for my friend Malcolm," returned Mr. Graham composedly, "that whatever he did, I should expect to find not only all right in intention, but prudent and well devised also. The present may well seem a rash, ill-considered affair for both of them, but—" "I see no necessity either for explanation or excuse," said Clementina, too eager to mark that she interrupted Mr. Graham. "In making up her mind to marry him, Lady Lossie has shown greater wisdom and courage than, I confess, I had given her credit for." "And Malcolm?" rejoined the schoolmaster softly. "Should you say of him that he showed equal wisdom?" I decline to give an opinion upon the gentleman's part in the business, answered Clementina, laughing, but glad there was so little light in the room, for she was painfully conscious of the burning of her cheeks. Besides, I have no measure to apply to Malcolm, she went on a little hurriedly. He is like no one else I have ever talked with, and I confess there is something about him I cannot understand. Indeed, he is beyond me altogether. Perhaps, having known him from infancy, I might be able to explain him, returned Mr. Graham, in a tone that invited questioning. Perhaps, then, said Clementina, I may be permitted, in jealousy of the teaching I have received of him, to confess my bewilderment that one so young should be capable of dealing with such things as he delights in. The youth of the prophet makes me doubt his prophecy. At least, rejoined Mr. Graham, the phenomenon coincides with what the master of these things said of them, that they were revealed to babes, and not to the wise and prudent. As to Malcolm's wonderful facility in giving them form and utterance, that depends so immediately on the clear sight of them, that, granted a little of the gift poetic, developed through reading and talk, we need not wonder much at it. You consider your friend a genius? Suggested Clementina. I consider him possessed of a kind of heavenly common sense, equally at home in the truths of divine relation and the facts of the human struggle with nature and her forces. I should never have discovered my own ignorance in certain points of the mathematics, but for the question that boy put to me before he was 12 years of age. A thing not understood lay in his mind like a fretting foreign body. But there is a far more important factor concerned than this exceptional degree of insight. Understanding is the reward of obedience. Peter says, the Holy Ghost, whom God hath given them that obey him. Obedience is the key to every door. I am perplexed at the stupidity of the ordinary religious being. In the most practical of all matters, he will talk and speculate and try to feel, but he will not set himself to do. It is different with Malcolm. From the first he has been trying to obey. Nor do I see why it should be strange that even a child should understand these things, if they are the very elements of the region for which we were created, and to which our being holds essential relations, as a bird to the air or a fish to the sea. If a man may not understand the things of God whence he came, what shall he understand? How then is it that so few do understand? Because where they know, so few obey. This boy, I say, did. If you had seen, as I have, the almost superhuman struggles of his will to master the fierce temper his ancestors gave him, you would marvel less at what he has so early become. I have seen him, white with passion, cast himself on his face on the shore, and cling with his hands to the earth, as if in a paroxysm of bodily suffering. Then, after a few moments, rise and do a service to the man who had wronged him. Were it any wonder if the light should have soon gone up in a soul like that? When I was a younger man, I used to go out with the fishing boats now and then, drawn chiefly by my love for the boy, who earned his own bread that way before he was in his teens. One night we were caught in a terrible storm, and had to stand out to sea in the pitch dark. He was then not 14. "Can you let a boy like that steer?" I said to the captain of the boat. "Yes, just a boy like that," he answered. "Malcolm'll steer as straight as a porpoise." When he was relieved, he crept over the thwarts to where I sat. "Is there any true definition of a straight line, sir?" he said. "I can't take the one in my Euclid." "So you're not afraid, Malcolm?" I returned, heedless of his question, for I wanted to see what he would answer. "Afraid, sir?" he rejoined with some surprise. "I would ill like to hear the Lord say, 'O thou a little faith.'" "But," I persisted, "God may mean to drown you." "And what for no?" he returned. "Gin you were to tell me it I might be drownt on him meant it, I would be fleyt enough." "I see your ladyship does not understand. I will interpret the dark saying. And why should he not drown me? If you were to tell me I might be drowned without his meaning it, I should be frightened enough. Believe me, my lady, the right way is simple to find, though only they that seek it first can find it. But I have allowed myself," concluded the schoolmaster, "to be carried adrift in my laudation of Malcolm. You did not come to hear praises of him, my lady." "I owe him much," said Clementina. "But tell me then, Mr. Graham, how is it that you know there is a God, and one fit to be trusted as you trust him?" "In no way that I can bring to bear on the reason of another so as to produce conviction." Then what is to become of me? I can do for you what is far better. I can persuade you to look and see whether before your own door stands not a gate, lies not a path to walk in. Entering by that gate, walking in that path, you shall yourself arrive at the conviction, which no man can give you, that there is a living love and truth at the heart of your being, and pervading all that surrounds you. The man who seeks the truth in any other manner will never find it. Listen to me a moment, my lady. I loved that boy's mother. Naturally, she did not love me. How could she? I was very unhappy. I sought comfort from the unknown source of my life. He gave me to understand his Son, and so I understood himself, knew that I came of God, and was comforted. But how do you know that it was not all a delusion, the product of your own fervid imagination? Do not mistake me. I want to find it true. It is a right and honest question, my lady. I will tell you, not to mention the conviction which a truth beheld must carry with itself, and concerning which there can be no argument, either with him who does or him who does not see it. This experience goes far with me, and would with you if you had it, as you may. Namely, that all my difficulties and confusions have gone on clearing themselves up ever since I set out to walk in that way. My consciousness of life is threefold what it was, my perception of what is lovely around me, and my delight in it threefold, my power of understanding things and of ordering my way threefold also, the same with my hope and my courage, my love to my kind, my power of forgiveness. In short, I cannot but believe that my whole being and its whole world are in process of rectification for me. Is not that something to set against the doubt born of the eye and ear, and the questions of an intellect that can neither grasp nor disprove? I say nothing of better things still. To the man who receives such as I mean, they are the heart of life. To the man who does not, they exist not. But I say, if I thus find my whole being enlightened and redeemed, and know that therein I fare according to the word of the man of whom the old story tells, if I find that his word and the result of action founded upon that word correspond and agree, opening a heaven within and beyond me, in which I see myself delivered from all that now in myself is to myself despicable and unlovely, if I can reasonably to myself, not to another, cherish hopes of a glory of conscious being, divinely better than all my imagination when most daring could invent, a glory springing from absolute unity with my Creator, and therefore with my neighbour. If the Lord of the ancient tale, I say, has thus held word with me, am I likely to doubt much or long whether there be such a Lord or no? What then is the way that lies before my own door? Help me to see it. It is just the old way, as old as the conscience, that of obedience to any and every law of personal duty. But if you have ever seen the Lord, if only from afar, if you have any vaguest suspicion that the Jew, Jesus, who professed to have come from God, was a better man than other men, one of your first duties must be to open your ears to his words, and see whether they commend themselves to you as true. Then, if they do, to obey them with your whole strength and might, upheld by the hope of the vision promised in them to the obedient. This is the way of life, which will lead a man out of the miseries of the 19th century, as it led Paul out of the miseries of the first. There followed a little pause, and then a long talk about what the schoolmaster had called the old story, in which he spoke with such fervid delight of this and that point in the tale, removing this and that stumbling block by giving the true reading or the right interpretation, showing the what and why and how, the very intent of our Lord in the thing he said or did, that for the first time in her life Clementina began to feel as if such a man must really have lived, that his blessed feet must really have walked over the acres of Palestine, that his human heart must indeed have thought and felt, worshipped and borne right humanly. Even in the presence of her new teacher, and with his words in her ears, she began to desire her own chamber, that she might sit down with the neglected story and read for herself. The schoolmaster walked with her to the chapel door. There her carriage was already waiting. He put her in,
And while the Reverend Jacob Masker was still holding forth upon the difference between adoption and justification, Clementina drove away, never more to delight the hearts of the deacons with the noise of the hoofs of her horses, staying the wheels of her yellow chariot. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 54. The Fey Factor. When Mr. Crathie heard of the outrage the people of Scaurnose had committed upon the surveyors, he vowed he would empty every house in the place at Michaelmas. His wife warned him that such a wholesale proceeding must put him in the wrong with the country, seeing they could not all have been guilty. He replied it would be impossible, the rascals hung so together, to find out the ringleaders even. She returned that they all deserved it, and that a correct discrimination was of no consequence. It would be enough to the purpose if he made a difference. People would then say he had done his best to distinguish. The factor was persuaded, and made out a list of those who were to leave, in which he took care to include all the principal men, to whom he gave warning forthwith to quit their houses at Michaelmas. I do not know whether the notice was in law sufficient, but exception was not taken on that score. Scaurnose, on the receipt of the papers, all at the same time, by the hand of the bellman of Portlossie, was like a hive about to swarm. Endless and complicated were the comings and goings between the houses, the dialogues, confabulations, and consultations, in the one street and its many closes. In the middle of it, in front of the little public house, stood, all that day and the next, a group of men and women, for no 5 minutes in its component parts the same, but like a cloud ever slow dissolving and as continuously reforming, some dropping away, others falling too. Such nid-nodding, such uplifting and fanning of palms among the women, such semi-revolving side shakes of the head, such demonstration of fists, and such cursing among the men, had never before been seen and heard in Scaurnose. The result was a conclusion to make common cause with the first victim of the factor's tyranny, namely Blue Peter, whose expulsion would arrive 3 months before theirs, and was unquestionably head and front of the same cruel scheme for putting down the fisher folk altogether. 3 of them, therefore, repaired to Joseph's house, commissioned with the following proposal and condition of compact: that Joseph should defy the notice given to him to quit, they pledging themselves that he should not be expelled. Whether he agreed or not, they were equally determined, they said, when their turn came, to defend the village. But if he would cast in his lot with them, they would, in defending him, gain the advantage of having the question settled 3 months sooner for themselves. Blue Peter sought to dissuade them, specially insisting on the danger of bloodshed. They laughed. They had anticipated objection, but being of the youngest and roughest in the place, the idea of a scrimmage was, neither in itself nor in its probable consequences, at all repulsive to them. They answered that a little blood-letting would do nobody any harm, neither would there be much of that, for they scorned to use any weapon sharper than their fists or a good thick rung. The women and children would take stones, of course. Nobody would be killed, but every meddlesome authority taught to let Scaurnose and fishers alone. Peter objected that their enemies could easily starve them out. Dubbs rejoined that, if they took care to keep the sea-door open, their friends at Portlossie would not let them starve. Grossart said he made no doubt the factor would have the Seton to fight as well as Scaurnose, for they must see plainly enough that their turn would come next. Joseph said the factor would apply to the magistrates, and they would call out the militia. "And we'll call out Bucky," answered Dubbs. "Man," said Fight Fulp, the oldest of the 3, "the hale shore, frae the Brow to Fort George'll be up in a jiffy, and all the country, frae John o' Groats to Berwick'll hear how the fisher folks misguided. And at last it'll come to the king, and syne we'll get our rights, for he'll no stand to see it, and maiters'll soon be set upon a better footing for poor folk that has no friend but God and the sea." The greatness of the result represented laid hold of Peter's imagination, and the resistance to injustice necessary to reach it stirred the old tar in him. When they took their leave, he walked halfway up the street with them, and then turned to tell his wife what they had been saying, all the way murmuring to himself as he went, "The Lord is a man of war." And ever as he said the words,
He saw as in a vision the great man-of-war in which he had served, sweeping across the bows of a Frenchman and raking him gun after gun from stem to stern. Nor did the warlike mood abate until he reached home and looked his wife in the eyes. He told her all, ending with the half-repudiatory, half-tentative words. "That's what they say, you see, Annie." "And what say ye, Joseph?" returned his wife. "Oh, I'm no sayin'," he answered. "What are ye thinkin' then, Joseph?" she pursued. "Ye canna say you're no thinkin'." "Na, I'll no say that, lass," he replied, but said no more. "Weel, gin ye winna say," resumed Annie, "I wull. And my say is, 'at it looks to me unco like takin' things intil yer ain han'." "And whose hands should we take them intil but our ain?" said Peter, with a falseness which in another would have roused his righteous indignation. "That's not the pint. It's whase hand you're taking them out of," returned she, and spoke with solemnity and significance. Peter made no answer, but the words, "Vengeance is mine," began to ring in his mental ears instead of "The Lord is a man of war." Before Mr. Graham left them, and while Peter's soul was flourishing, he would have simply said that it was their part to endure, and leave the rest to the God of the sparrows. But now the words of men whose judgment had no weight with him threw him back upon the instinct of self-defence, driven from which by the words of his wife, he betook himself not, alas, to the protection, but to the vengeance of the Lord. The next day he told the 3 commissioners that he was sorry to disappoint them, but he could not make common cause with them, for he could not see it his duty to resist, much as it would gratify the natural man. They must therefore excuse him if he left Scaurnose at the time appointed. He hoped he should leave friends behind him. They listened respectfully, showed no offence, and did not even attempt to argue the matter with him. But certain looks passed between them. After this, Blue Peter was a little happier in his mind, and went more briskly about his affairs. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 55 The Wanderer. It was a lovely summer evening, and the sun, going down just beyond the point of the Scaurnose, shone straight upon the Parton's door. That it was closed in such weather had a significance, general as well as individual. Doors were oftener closed in the Seton now. The spiritual atmosphere of the place was less clear and open than hitherto. The behaviour of the factor, the trouble of their neighbours, the conviction that the man who depopulated Scaurnose would at least raise the rents upon them, had brought a cloud over the feelings and prospects of its inhabitants, which their special quarrel with the oppressor for Malcolm's sake had drawn deeper around the Findlays, and hence it was that the setting sun shone upon the closed door of their cottage. But a shadow darkened it, cutting off the level stream of rosy red. An aged man in Highland garments stood and knocked. His overworn dress looked fresher and brighter in the friendly rays, but they shone very yellow on the bare hollows of his old knees. It was Duncan MacPhail, the supposed grandfather of Malcolm. He was older and feebler. I had almost said blinder, but that could not be. Certainly shabbier than ever. The glitter of dirk and broadsword at his sides, and the many-coloured ribbons adorning the old bagpipes under his arms, somehow enhanced the look of more than autumnal, of wintry desolation in his appearance. Before he left the Seton, the staff he carried was for show rather than use, but now he was bent over it, as if but for it he would fall into his grave. His knock was feeble and doubtful, as if unsure of a welcoming response. He was broken, sad, and uncomforted. A moment passed. The door was unlatched, and within stood the Partoness, wiping her hands in her apron and looking thunderous. But when she saw who it was, her countenance and manner changed utterly. "Preserve us all! Ye're a sight for sair een, Maister MacPhail," she cried, holding out her hand, which the blind man took as if he saw as well as she. Come away but the house. Wow, but you're welcome." "She thinks your own self, Mistress Parton," said Duncan as he followed her in, "and her heart will be thanking you for the good welcome. And it will be a long time since she'll saw you, however." "No, no," exclaimed Meg, stopping in the middle of her little kitchen, as she was getting a chair for the old man, and turning upon him to revive on the first possible chance what had been a standing quarrel between them. "What can be the reason it gars one like you, 'at never saw a man or woman in your lang life, the very minute you open your mouth, say it's long sin ye saw me? A minceful body like you, Maister MacPhail, should speak mair to the pint." "Don't you'll be breaking her heart with the one hand, while you'll be clapping her head with the other," said the piper. "Don't be taking her into your house to be telling her she can't see. Is it that old Duncan is not a man as much as any woman in the world, that you'll be telling her she can't see? I tell you she can see, and more than you'll be think. And I will tell it to you, there is a pape in this house, and there was none when Duncan shall go away." "We all ken ye hae the second sight," said Mrs. Findlay, who had not expected such a reply, "and it was only the first I spake. Haith, it would be ill said to me to anger ye the moment ye come back to your ain. Sit ye down there by the chimla nook till I make you a dish of tea. Or maybe you would prefer a drop of parentage and milk. It's no muckle I hae to offer ye, but ye couldna be mair welcome." As easily appeased as irritated, the old man sat down with a grateful, placid look, and while the tea was drawing, Mrs. Findlay, by judicious questions, gathered from him the history of his adventures. Unable to rise above the disappointment and chagrin of finding that the boy he loved as his own soul, and had brought up as his own son, was actually the child of a Campbell woman, one of the race to which belonged the murderer of his people in Glencoe, and which therefore he hated with an absolute passion of hatred, unable also to endure the terrible schism in his being, occasioned by the conflict between horror at the Campbell blood, and ineffaceable affection for the youth in whose veins it ran, and who so fully deserved all the love he had lavished upon him, he had concluded to rid himself of all the associations of place and people and event now grown so painful, to make his way back to his native Glencoe, and there endure his humiliation as best he might, beheld of the mountains which had beheld the ruin of his race. He would end the few and miserable days of his pilgrimage amid the rushing of the old torrents, and the calling of the old winds about the crags and precipices that had hung over his darksome yet blessed childhood. These were still his friends. But he had not gone many days' journey before a farmer found him on the road insensible, and took him home. As he recovered, his longing after his boy Malcolm grew, until it rose to agony, but he fought with his heart, and believed he had overcome it. The boy was a good boy, he said to himself. The boy had been to him as the son of his own heart. There was no fault to find with him or in him. He was as brave as he was kind, as sincere as he was clever, as strong as he was gentle. He could play on the bagpipes, and very nearly talk Gaelic. But his mother was a Campbell, and for that there was no help. To be on loving terms with one in whose veins ran a single drop of the black pollution was a thing no MacDonald must dream of. He had lived a man of honour, and he would die a man of honour, hating the Campbells to their last generation. How should the bard of his clan ever talk to his own soul if he knew himself false to the name of his fathers? Hard fate for him. As if it were not enough that he had been doomed to save and rear a child of the brood abominable, he was yet further doomed, worst fate of all, to love the evil thing. He could not tear the lovely youth from his heart, but he could go further and further from him. As soon as he was able, he resumed his journey westward, and at length reached his native glen, the wildest spot in all the island. There he found indeed the rush of the torrents and the call of the winds unchanged. But when his soul cried out in its agonies, they went on with the same song that had soothed his childhood. For the heart of the suffering man they had no response. Days passed before he came upon a creature who remembered him. For more than 20 years were gone, and a new generation had come up since he forsook the glen. Worst of all, the clan spirit was dying out. The family type of government all but extinct.
the patriarchal vanishing in a low form of the feudal, itself already in abject decay. The hour of the Celt was gone by, and the long-wandering raven, returning at last, found the ark it had left afloat on the waters, dry and deserted and rotting to dust. There was not even a cottage in which he could hide his head. The one he had forsaken when cruelty and crime drove him out had fallen to ruins, and now there was nothing of it left but its foundations. The people of the inn at the mouth of the valley did their best for him, but he learned by accident that they had Campbell connections, and rising that instant, walked from it forever. He wandered about for a time, playing his pipes, and everywhere hospitably treated, but at length his heart could endure its hunger no more. He must see his boy or die. He walked therefore straight to the cottage of his quarrelsome but true friend Mrs. Parton, to learn that his benefactor, the Marquis, was dead, and Malcolm gone. But here alone could he ever hope to see him again, and the same night he sought his cottage in the grounds of Lossie House, never doubting his right to reoccupy it. But the door was locked, and he could find no entrance. He went to the house, and there was referred to the factor. But when he knocked at his door, and requested the key of the cottage, Mr. Crathie, who was in the middle of his third tumbler, came raging out of his dining-room, cursed him for an old Highland goat, and heaped insults on him and his grandson indiscriminately. It was well he kept the door between him and the old man, for otherwise he would never have finished the said third tumbler. That door carried in it thenceforth the marks of every weapon that Duncan bore, and indeed the half of his scan-do was the next morning found sticking in it, like the sting which the bee is doomed to leave behind her. He returned to Mistress Parton, white and trembling, in a mountainous rage with "the low-bred hound of a factor." Her sympathy was enthusiastic, for they shared a common wrath. And now came the tale of the factor's cruelty to the fishers, his hatred of Malcolm, and his general wildness of behaviour. The piper vowed to shed the last drop of his blood in defence of his Mistress Parton. But when, to strengthen the force of his asseveration, he drew the dangerous-looking dirk from its sheath, she threw herself upon him, wrenched it from his hand, and testified that "fools shouldna hae chappin sticks, nor yet tailors' guns." It was days before Duncan discovered where she had hidden it. But not the less heartily did she insist on his taking up his abode with her, and the very next day he resumed his old profession of lamp-cleaner to the community. When Miss Horne heard that he had come, and where he was, her old feud with Meg Parton rendering it imprudent to call upon him, she watched for him in the street, and welcomed him home, assuring him that, if ever he should wish to change his quarters, her house was at its service. "I'm nae Campbell, ye ken, Duncan," she concluded, "and what an old woman like mysel' can do to make ye comfortable sall no fail, and that I promise ye." The old man thanked her with the perfect courtesy of the Celt, confessed that he was not altogether at ease where he was, but said he must not hurt the feelings of Mistress Parton. "For she'll not be a bad woman's," he added, "but her house will always be in the flames, however." So he remained where he was, and the general heart of the Seton was not a little revived by the return of one whose presence reminded them of a better time, when no such cloud as now threatened them heaved its ragged sides above their horizon. The factor was foolish enough to attempt inducing Meg to send her guest away. "We want no landlooping knaves, old or young, about Lossie," he said. "If the place is not keepit dacent, we'll never get the young marchioness to come near us again." "'Deed, factor," returned Meg, enhancing the force of her utterance by a composure marvellous from its rarity. "The first thing to make the place, I'll no say dacent, so long's there is so many claverin' wives in it, but mair dacent nor it has been for the last 10 years, would be to send factors back where they cam frae." "And whar may that be?" asked Mr. Crathie. "That's mair nor I readily can say," answered Meg Parton. "But old foreign folk threepit it was somewhere within the swing o' Sarton's tail." The reply on the factor's lips as he left the house tended to justify the rude sarcasm. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 56. Mid-Ocean. There came a breath of something in the east. It was neither wind nor warmth. It was light before it is light to the eyes of men. Slowly and slowly it grew until, like the dawning soul in the face of one who lies in a faint, the life of light came back to the world, and at last the whole huge hollow hemisphere of rushing sea and cloud-flecked sky lay like a great empty heart, waiting in conscious glory of the light for the central glory, the coming Lord of Day. And in the whole crystalline hollow, gleaming and flowing with delight, yet waiting for more, the Psyche was the only lonely life-bearing thing, the one cloudy germ-spot afloat in the bosom of the great rock-egg of sea and sky, whose sheltering nest was the universe with its walls of flame. Florimel woke, rose, went on deck, and for a moment was fresh born. It was a forescent, even this could not be called a foretaste, of the kingdom of heaven. But Florimel never thought of the kingdom of heaven, the ideal of her own existence. She could, however, half appreciate this earthly outbreak of its glory, this incarnation of truth invisible. Round her, like 1,000 doves, clamoured with greeting wings the joyous sea-wind. Up came 1,000 dancing billows to shout their good morning. Like a petted animal, importunate for play, the breeze tossed her hair, and dragged at her fluttering garments, then rushed in the Psyche's sails, swelled them yet deeper, and sent her dancing over the dancers. The sun peered up like a mother waking and looking out on her frolicking children. Black shadows fell from sail to sail, slipping and shifting, and one long shadow of the Psyche herself shot over the world to the very gates of the west, but held her not, for she danced and leaned and flew, as if she had but just begun her coranto la volta, fresh with the morning, and had not been dancing all the livelong night over the same floor. Lively as any new-born butterfly, not like a butterfly's flitting and hovering was her flight, for still, like one that longed, she sped and strained and flew. The joy of bare life swelled in Florimel's bosom. She looked up, she looked around, she breathed deep. The cloudy anger that had rushed upon her like a watching tiger the moment she waked, fell back, and left her soul a clear mirror to reflect God's dream of a world. She turned, and saw Malcolm at the tiller, and the cloudy wrath sprang upon her. He stood composed and clear and cool as the morning, without sign of doubt or conscience of wrong, now peeping into the binnacle, now glancing at the sunny sails, where swayed across and back the dark shadows of the rigging, as the cutter leaned and rose, like a child running and staggering over the multitudinous and unstable hillocks. She turned from him. "Good morning, my lady. What a good morning it is." As in all his addresses to his mistress, the freedom of the words did not infect the tone. That was resonant of essential honour. "Strange to think," he went on, "that the sun himself there is only a great fire, and knows nothing about it. There must be a sun to that sun, or the whole thing is a vain show. There must be one to whom each is itself, yet the all makes a whole, one who is at once both centre and circumference to all." Florimel cast on him a scornful look. For not merely was he talking his usual unintelligible rubbish of poetry, but he had the impertinence to speak as if he had done nothing amiss, and she had no ground for being offended with him. She made him no answer. A cloud came over Malcolm's face, and until she went again below, he gave his attention to his steering. In the meantime, Rose, who happily had turned out as good a sailor as her new mistress, had tidied the little cabin, and Florimel found, if not quite such a sumptuous breakfast laid as at Portland Place, yet a far better appetite than usual to meet what was there. And when she had finished, her temper was better, and she was inclined to think less indignantly of Malcolm's share in causing her so great a pleasure. She was not yet quite spoiled. She was still such a lover of the visible world and of personal freedom, that the thought of returning to London and its leaden-footed hours would now have been unendurable. At this moment,
She could have imagined no better thing than thus to go tearing through the water, home to her home. For although she had spent little of her life at Lossie House, she could not but prefer it unspeakably to the schools in which she had passed almost the whole of the preceding portion of it. There was little or nothing in the affair she could have wished otherwise, except its origin. She was mischievous enough to enjoy even the thought of the consternation it would cause at Portland Place. She did not realize all its awkwardness. A letter to Lady Belair when she reached home would, she said to herself, set everything right. And if Malcolm had now repented and put about, she would instantly have ordered him to hold on for Lossie. But it was mortifying that she should have come at the will of Malcolm, and not by her own. Worse than mortifying that perhaps she would have to say so. If she were going to say so, she must turn him away as soon as she arrived. There was no help for it. She dared not keep him after that in the face of society. But she might take the bold, and perhaps a little dangerous measure, of adopting the flight as altogether her own madcap idea. Her thoughts went floundering in the bog of expediency, until she was tired, and declined from thought to reverie. Then dawning out of the dreamland of her past, appeared the image of Lenormand. Pure pleasure, glorious delight, such as she now felt, could not long possess her mind, without raising in its charmed circle the vision of the only man except her father, whom she had ever, something like, loved. Her behaviour to him had not yet roused in her shame or sorrow or sense of wrong. She had driven him from her. She was ashamed of her relation to him. She had caused him bitter suffering. She had all but promised to marry another man. Yet she had not the slightest wish for that man's company there and then. With no one of her acquaintance but Lenormand could she have shared this conscious splendour of life. Would to God he had been born a gentleman instead of a painter, she said to herself, when her imagination had brought him from the past, and set him in the midst of the present. Rank, she said, I am above caring about. In that he might be ever so far my inferior, and welcome, if only he had been of a good family, a gentleman born. She was generosity, magnanimity itself in her own eyes. Yet he was of far better family than she knew, for she had never taken the trouble to inquire into his history. And now she was so much easier in her mind since she had so cruelly broken with him, that she felt positively virtuous because she had done it, and he was not at that moment by her side. And yet, if he had that moment stepped from behind the mainsail, she would in all probability have thrown herself into his arms. The day passed on. Florimel grew tired and went to sleep, woke and had her dinner, took a volume of the Arabian Nights and read herself again to sleep, woke again, went on deck, saw the sun growing weary in the west, and still the unwearied wind blew, and still the Psyche danced on, as unwearied as the wind. The sunset was rather an assumption than a decease, a reception of him out of their sight into an eternity of gold and crimson, and when he was gone, and the gorgeous bliss had withered into a dove-hued grief, then the cool, soft twilight, thoughtful of the past and its love, crept out of the western caves over the breast of the water, and filled the dome, and made of itself a great lens royal, through which the stars and their motions were visible. And the ghost of Aurora with both hands lifted her shroud above her head, and made a dawn for the moon on the verge of the watery horizon, a dawn as of the past, the hour of inverted hope. Not a word all day had been uttered between Malcolm and his mistress. When the moon appeared, with the waves sweeping up against her face, he approached Florimel where she sat in the stern. Davy was steering. "Will your ladyship come forward and see how the Psyche goes?" he said. "At the stern you can see only the passive part of her motion. It is quite another thing to see the will of her at work in the bows." At first she was going to refuse, but she changed her mind, or her mind changed her. She was not much more of a living and acting creature yet than the Psyche herself. She said nothing, but rose, and permitted Malcolm to help her forward. It was the moon's turn now to be level with the water, and as Florimel stood on the larboard side, leaning over and gazing down,
She saw her shine through the little feather of spray the cutwater sent curling up before it, and turn it into pearls and semi-opals.
"She's got a bone in her mouth, you see, my lady," said old Travers. "Go aft till I call ye, Travers," said Malcolm.
Rose was in Florimel's cabin, and they were now quite alone.
"My lady," said Malcolm, "I can't bear to have you angry with me."
"Then you ought not to deserve it," returned Florimel.
"My lady, if you knew all, you would not say I deserved it."
"Tell me all, then, and let me judge."
"I cannot tell you all yet, but I will tell you something, which may perhaps incline you to feel merciful. Did your ladyship ever think what could make me so much attached to your father?"
"No, indeed. I never saw anything peculiar in it. Even nowadays there are servants to be found who love their masters. It seems to me natural enough. Besides, he was very kind to you."
"It was natural indeed, my lady. More natural than you think. Kind to me he was, and that was natural too."
"Natural to him, no doubt, for he was kind to everybody."
"My grandfather told you something of my early history, did he not, my lady?"
"Yes. At least, I think I remember his doing so."
"Will you recall it, and see whether it suggests nothing?"
But Florimel could remember nothing in particular, she said. She had in truth, for as much as she was interested at the time, forgotten almost everything of the story. "I really cannot think what you mean," she added. "If you are going to be mysterious, I shall resume my place by the tiller. Travers is deaf and Davy is dumb. I prefer either."
"My lady," said Malcolm, "your father knew my mother, and persuaded her that he loved her."
Florimel drew herself up, and would have looked him to ashes if wrath could burn. Malcolm saw he must come to the point at once, or the parley would cease.
"My lady," he said, "your father was my father too. I am a son of the Marquis of Lossie, and your brother. Your ladyship's half-brother, that is."
She looked a little stunned. The gleam died out of her eyes, and the glow out of her cheek. She turned and leaned over the bulwark. He said no more, but stood watching her. She raised herself suddenly, looked at him, and said, "Do I understand you?"
"I am your brother," Malcolm repeated.
She made a step forward and held out her hand. He took the little thing in his great grasp tenderly. Her lip trembled. She gazed at him for an instant, full in the face, with a womanly, believing expression. "My poor Malcolm," she said, "I am sorry for you." She withdrew her hand, and again leaned over the bulwark. Her heart was softened towards her groom brother, and for a moment it seemed to her that some wrong had been done. Why should the one be a marchioness, and the other a groom? Then came the thought that now all was explained. Every peculiarity of the young man, every gift extraordinary of body, mind, or spirit, his strength, his beauty, his courage and honesty, his simplicity, nobleness, and affection, yes, even what in him was mere doggedness and presumption, everything explained itself to Florimel in the fact that the incomprehensible fisherman groom that talked like a parson was the son of her father. She never thought of the woman that was his mother, and what share she might happen to have in the phenomenon, thought only of her father, and a little pitifully of the half-honour and more than half-disgrace enfolding the very existence of her attendant. As usual, her thoughts were confused. The one moment the poor fellow seemed to exist only on sufferance, having no right to be there at all, for as fine a fellow as he was. The next she thought how immeasurably he was indebted to the family of the Collinses. Then arose the remembrance of his arrogance and presumption in assuming on such a ground something more than guardianship, absolute tyranny over her, and with the thought, pride and injury at once got the upper hand. Was she to be dictated to by a low-born, low-bred fellow like that? A fellow whose hands were harder than any leather, not with doing things for his amusement, but actually with earning his daily bread. One that used to smell so of fish. On the ground of right, too, and such a right as ought to exclude him forever from her presence. She turned to him again. "How long have you known this painful, indeed I must confess to finding it an awkward and embarrassing fact. I presume you do know it," she said, coldly and searchingly.
My father confessed it on his deathbed."
"Confessed?"
echoed Florimel's pride, but she restrained her tongue.
"It explains much," she said, with a sort of judicial relief. "There has been a great change upon you since then. Mind, I only say explains. It could never justify such behaviour as yours. No, not if you had been my true brother. There is some excuse, I dare say, to be made for your ignorance and inexperience. No doubt the discovery turned your head. Still, I am at a loss to understand how you could imagine that sort of thing gave you any right over me."
"Love has its rights, my lady," said Malcolm.
Again her eyes flashed and her cheek flushed. "I cannot permit you to talk so to me. You must not fancy such things are looked upon in our position with the same indifference as in yours. You must not flatter yourself that you can be allowed to cherish the same feelings towards me as if you were really my brother. I am sorry for you, Malcolm, as I said already, but you have altogether missed your mark if you think that can alter facts, or shelter you from the consequences of presumption." Again she turned away. Malcolm's heart was sore for her. How grievously she had sunk from the Lady Florimel of the old days. It was all from being so constantly with that wretched woman and her vile nephew. Had he been able to foresee such a rapid declension, he would have taken her away long ago, and let come of her feelings what might. He had been too careful over them. "Indeed," Florimel resumed, but this time without turning towards him, "I do not see how things can possibly, after what you have told me, remain as they are. I should not feel at all comfortable in having one about me who would be constantly supposing he had rights, and reflecting on my father for fancied injustice, and whom I fear nothing could prevent from taking liberties. It is very awkward indeed, Malcolm, very awkward. But it is your own fault that you are so changed, and I must say I should not have expected it of you. I should have thought you had more good sense in regard for me. If I were to tell the world why I wanted to keep you, people would but shrug their shoulders and tell me to get rid of you. And if I said nothing, there would always be something coming up that required explanation. Besides, you would forever be trying to convert me to one or other of your foolish notions. I hardly know what to do. I will consult my friends on the subject. And yet I would rather they knew nothing of it. My father, you see—" She paused. "If you had been my real brother, it would have been different."
"I am your real brother, my lady, and I have tried to behave like one ever since I knew it."
"Yes, you have been troublesome. I have always understood that brothers were troublesome. I am told they are given to taking upon them the charge of their sister's conduct. But I would not have even you think me heartless. If you had been a real brother, of course I should have treated you differently."
"I don't doubt it, my lady, for everything would have been different then. I should have been the Marquis of Lossie, and you would have been Lady Florimel Colonsay. But it would have made little difference in one thing. I could not have loved you better than I do now, if only you would believe it, my lady."
The emotion of Malcolm, evident in his voice as he said this, seemed to touch her a little. "I believe it, my poor Malcolm," she returned, "quite as much as I want, or as it is pleasant to believe it. I think you would do a great deal for me, Malcolm." "But then you are so rude. Take things into your hands and do things for me I don't want done. You will judge not only for yourself, but for me. How can a man of your training and position judge for a lady of mine? Don't you see the absurdity of it? At times it has been very awkward indeed. Perhaps when I am married it might be arranged, but I don't know." Here Malcolm ground his teeth, but was otherwise irresponsive as block of stone. "How would a gamekeeper's place suit you? That is a half-gentlemanly kind of post. I will speak to the factor and see what can be done. But on the whole, I think, Malcolm, it will be better you should go. I am very sorry. I wish you had not told me. It is very painful to me. You should not have told me. These things are not intended to be talked of. Suppose you were to marry, say—" She stopped abruptly, and it was well both for herself and Malcolm that she caught back the name that was on her lips. The poor girl must not be judged as if she had been more than a girl, or other than one with every disadvantage of evil training. Had she been 4 or 5 years older, she might have been a good deal worse, and have seemed better, for she would have kept much of what she had now said to herself, and would perhaps have treated her brother more kindly,
while she cared even less for him. "What will you do with Kelpie, my lady?" asked Malcolm quietly. "There it is, you see," she returned. "So awkward. If you had not told me, things could have gone on as before, and for your sake I could have pretended I came this voyage of my own will and pleasure. Now I don't know what I can do, except indeed let me see. If you were to hold your tongue and tell nobody what you have just told me, I don't know but you might stay till you got her so far trained that another man could manage her. I might even be able to ride her myself. Will you promise?" "I will promise not to let the fact come out, so long as I am in your service, my lady." "After all that has passed, I think you might promise me a little more. But I will not press it." "May I ask what it is, my lady?" "I am not going to press it, for I do not choose to make a favour of it. Still I do not see that it would be such a mighty favour to ask, of one who owes respect at least to the house of Lossie. But I will not ask. I will only suggest, Malcolm, that you should leave this part of the country, say this country altogether, and go to America, or New South Wales, or the Cape of Good Hope. If you will take the hint, and promise never to speak a word of this unfortunate— yes, I must be honest, and allow there is a sort of relationship between us. But if you will keep it secret, I will take care that something is done for you. Something, I mean, more than you could have any right to expect. And mind, I am not asking you to conceal anything that could reflect honour upon you, or dishonour upon us." "I cannot, my lady." "I scarcely thought you would. Only you hold such grand ideas about self-denial, that I thought it might be agreeable to you to have an opportunity of exercising the virtue at a small expense and a great advantage." Malcolm was miserable. Who could have dreamed to find in her such a woman of the world? He must break off the hopeless interview. "Then, my lady," he said, "I suppose I am to give my chief attention to Kelpie, and things are to be as they have been." "For the present. And as to this last piece of presumption, I will so far forgive you as to take the proceeding on myself, mainly because it would have been my very choice had you submitted it to me. There is nothing I should have preferred to a sea voyage and returning to Lossie at this time of the year. But you must also be silent on your insufferable share in the business, and for the other matter, the least arrogance or assumption I shall consider to absolve me at once from all obligation toward you of any sort. Such relationships are never acknowledged." "Thank you, sister," said Malcolm, a last forlorn experiment, and as he said the word, he looked lovingly in her eyes. She drew herself up like the Princess Lucifera, with lofty eyes half loath to look so low, and said, cold as ice, "If once I hear that word on your lips again, as between you and me, Malcolm, I shall that very moment discharge you from my service as for a misdemeanor. You have no claim upon me, and the world will not blame me." "Certainly not, my lady. I beg your pardon. But there is one who perhaps will blame you a little." "I know what you mean, but I don't pretend to any of your religious motives. When I do, then you may bring them to bear upon me." "I was not so foolish as you think me, my lady. I merely imagined you might be as far on as a Chinaman," said Malcolm, with a poor attempt at a smile. "What insolence do you intend now?" "The Chinese, my lady, pay the highest respect to their departed parents. When I said there was one who would blame you a little, I meant your father." He touched his cap and withdrew. "Send Rose to me," Florimel called after him, and presently with her went down to the cabin. And still the Psyche, soul-like, flew. Her earthly birth held her to the earth, but the ocean upbore her, and the breath of God drove her on. Little thought Florimel to what she hurried her. A queen in her own self-sufficiency and condescension, she could not suspect how little of real queendom, noble and self-sustaining, there was in her being. For not a soul of man or woman whose very atom leans not upon its father fact in God can sustain itself when the outer wall of things begins to tumble towards the centre, crushing it in on every side. During the voyage, no further allusion was made by either to what had passed. By the next morning, Florimel had yet again recovered her temper, and nothing fresh occurring to irritate her, kept it and was kind. Malcolm was only too glad to accept whatever parings of heart she might offer. By the time their flight was over, Florimel almost felt as if it had indeed been undertaken at her own desire and motion, and was quite prepared to assert that such was the fact. End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 57. The Shore. It was 2 days after the longest day of the year, when there is no night in those regions, only a long twilight in which many dream and do not know it. There had been a week of variable weather with sudden changes of wind to east and north, and round again by south to west, and then there had been a calm for several days. But now the little wind there was blew from the northeast, and the fervour of June was rendered more delicious by the films of flavouring cold that floated through the mass of heat. All Portlossie, more and less, the Seton especially, was in a state of excitement, for its little neighbour, Scaurnose, was more excited still. There the man most threatened, and with greatest injustice, was the only one calm amongst the men, and amongst the women his wife was the only one that was calmer than he. Blue Peter was resolved to abide the stroke of wrong, and not resist the powers that were, believing them in some true sense, which he found it hard to understand when he thought of the Factor as the individual instance, ordained of God. He had a dim perception, too, that it was better that one, he, should suffer, than that order should be destroyed and law defied. Suffering, he might still in patience possess his soul, and all be well with him. But what would become of the country if everyone wronged were to take the law into his own hands? Thousands more would be wronged by the lawless in a week than by unjust powers in a year. But the young men were determined to pursue their plan of resistance, and those of the older and soberer who saw the uselessness of it gave themselves little trouble to change the minds of the rest. Peter, although he knew they were not for peace, neither inquired what their purpose might be, nor allowed any conjecture or suspicion concerning it to influence him in his preparations for departure. Not that he had found a new home. Indeed, he had not heartily set about searching for one, in part because, unconsciously to himself, he was buoyed up by the hope he read so clear in the face of his more trusting wife, that Malcolm would come to deliver them. His plan was to leave her and his children with certain friends at Port Gordon. He would not hear of going to the Partons to bring them into trouble. He would himself set out immediately after for the Lewis fishing. Few had gone to the Hebrides that year from Scaurnose or Portlossie. The magnitude of the events that were about to take place, yet more the excitement and interest they occasioned, kept the most of the men at home, to content themselves with fishing the waters of the Moray Frith. And they had notable success. But what was success with such a tyrant over them as the Factor, threatening to harry their nests and turn the sea-birds and their young out of their heritage of rock and sand and shingle? They could not keep house on the waves, any more than the gulls. Those who still held their religious assemblies in the cave called the Bailey's Barn met often, read and sang the comminatory psalms more than any others, and prayed much against the wiles and force of their enemies, both temporal and spiritual, while Mr. Crathie went every Sunday to church, grew redder in the nose and hotter in the temper. Miss Horne was growing more and more uncomfortable concerning events, and dissatisfied with Malcolm. She had not for some time heard from him, and here was his most important duty unattended to. She would not yet say neglected. The well-being of his tenantry, namely, left in the hands of an unsympathetic, self-important underling, who was fast losing all the good sense he had once possessed. Were the life and history of all these brave fishermen and their wives and children to be postponed to the pampered feelings of one girl, and that because she was what she had no right to be, his half-sister, forsooth, said Miss Horne to herself, that bosom friend to whom some people, and those not the worst, say oftener what they do not mean than what they do. She had written to him within the last month a very hot letter indeed, which had afforded no end of amusement to Mrs. Catanach, as she sat in his old lodging over the curiosity shop, but I need hardly say had not reached Malcolm. And now there was but one night, and the best of all the Fisher families would have nowhere to lie down. Miss Horne, with Joseph Mayer, thought she did well to be angry with Malcolm. The blind piper had been very restless all day. Questioned again and again by Meg Parton as to what was amiss with him, he had always returned her odd and evasive answers. Every few minutes he got up, even from cleaning her lamp, to go to the shore. He had but to cross the threshold and take a few steps through the close to reach the road that ran along the sea-front of the village. On the one side were the cottages, scattered and huddled, on the other the shore and ocean, wide outstretched. He would walk straight across this road until he felt the sand under his feet. There stand for a few moments facing the sea, and with nostrils distended, breathing deep breaths of the air from the northeast. Then turn and walk back to Meg Parton's kitchen to resume his ministration of light. These his sallies were so frequent, and his absences so short, that a more serene temper than hers might have been fretted by them. But there was something about his look and behaviour that, while it perplexed, restrained her, and instead of breaking out upon him, she eyed him curiously. She had found that it would not do to stare at him. The instant she began to do so, he began to fidget and turned his back to her. It had made her lose her temper for a moment, and declare aloud as her conviction that he was after all an impostor, and saw as well as any of them.
"She has told you so, Mistress Parton, 100,000 times," replied Duncan with an odd smile. "And perhaps she will see a little better as any of you, no matter."
Thereupon she murmured to herself,
"The cratur'll be seeing something,"
and with mingled awe and curiosity sought to lay restraint upon her unwelcome observation of him. Thus it went on the whole day, and as the evening approached he grew still more excited. The sun went down, and the twilight began, and as the twilight deepened, still his excitement grew. Straightway it seemed as if the whole Seaton had come to share in it. Men and women were all out of doors, and late as it was when the sun set, to judge by the number of red legs and feet that trotted in and out with a little shadowy flash, with a dull patter-pat on earthen floor and hard road, and a scratching and hustling among the pebbles, there could not have been one older than a baby in bed, while of the babies, even not a few were awake in their mother's arms, and out with them on the sea-front. The men, with their hands in their trouser pockets, were lazily smoking pigtail, in short clay pipes with tin covers fastened to the stems by little chains, and some of the women, in short blue petticoats and worsted stockings, doing the same. Some stood in their doors, talking with neighbours standing in their doors, but these were mostly the elder women. The younger ones, all but Lizzie Findlay, were out in the road. One man half leaned, half sat on the window-sill of Duncan's former abode, and round him were 2 or 3 more, and some women talking about Scaurnose and the Factor, and what the lads would do tomorrow, while the hush of the sea on the pebbles mingled with their talk, like an unknown tongue of the infinite, never articulating, only suggesting, uttering in song and not in speech, dealing not with thoughts, but with feelings and foretastes. No one listened. What to them was the infinite, with Scaurnose in the near distance? It was now almost as dark as it would be throughout the night, if it kept as clear. Once more there was Duncan, standing as if looking out to sea, and shading his brows with his hand as if to protect his eyes from the glare of the sun and enable his sight. "There's the old piper again," said one of the group, a young woman. "He's unco fool-like to be standing in that gate, making as gin he couldna weel see for the sun in his een." "Hold your tongue, lass," rejoined an elderly woman beside her. "There's mair things nor ye ken, as the book says. There's een 'at can see and een 'at canna, and een 'at can see twice o'er, and een 'at can see stickit what nane can see open." "To boat! To boat o' my chief!" cried the seer. "She is coming like a dream of the night, but one that will not depart with the morning." He spoke as one suppressing a wild joy. "Who'll that be, Looky Daddy?" inquired, in a respectful voice, the woman who had last spoken, while those within hearing hushed each other and stood in silence.
and all the time the ghost of the day was creeping round west to east, to put on its resurrection body and rise new-born. It gleamed faint like a cold, ashy fire in the north.
"And who will it be than her own son, Mistress Riki?"
answered the piper, calling her by her husband's nickname, as was usual, but as was his sole wont, prefixing the title of respect, where custom would have employed but her Christian name.
"Who should it be but her own Malcolm?" he went on. "I see his boat come round to Deadhead. She flits over the water like a pale ghost over Morven. But it's the young and the strong she is bringing home to Duncan. Oh, manam benuch."
Involuntarily all eyes turned towards the point called the Death's Head, which bounded the bay on the east.
"It's o'er dark to see anything," said the man on the window-sill. "There's a bit haar come up."
Fog.
"Yes," said Duncan, "it'll be too dark for you who have got no eyes only to speak of. But you'll wait a few, and you'll be seeing as well as herself. Oh, her boy, her boy. Oh, manam, the Lord be praised, and she'll die in peace, for he'll be only the one half of him a camel, and he'll be saved at last, as sure as there's a heaven to go to and a hell to go from. For the half that's not a camel must be the strong half, and it will drag the other half into heaven, where it will not be the welcome, however."
As if to get rid of the unpleasant thought that his Malcolm could not enter heaven without taking half a Campbell with him, he turned from the sea and hurried into the house, but only to catch up his pipes and hasten out again, filling the bag as he went. Arrived once more on the verge of the sand, he stood again facing the northeast, and began to blow a pibroch loud and clear. Meantime the parton had joined the same group, and they were talking in a low tone about the piper's claim to the second sight, for although all were more or less inclined to put faith in Duncan, there was here no such unquestioning belief in the marvel as would have been found on the west coast in every glen from the Mull of Cantyre to Loch Erebol, when suddenly Meg Parton, almost the only one hitherto remaining in the house, appeared rushing from the close.
"Eh, sirs," she cried, addressing the Seton in general, "gin the old man be in the right?" "She'll be all in the right, Mistress Parton, and that you'll be seeing," said Duncan, who, hearing her first cry, had stopped his drone, and played softly, listening. But Meg went on without heeding him any more than was implied in the repetition of her exordium. "Gin the old man be in the right, it'll be the Marchioness hersel that's heard of the ill-doings of her factor, and comin' to see after her folk. And it'll be Malcolm's doing, and that'll be seen. But the bonny lad winna ken the state of the harbour, and he'll be making for the moat, and he'll just rin his bonny boatie agrown atween the two piers, and that'll no be a right hame-comin' for the lady of the lan. And what's mair, Malcolm'll get the weight o' it," the blame, "and that'll be seen. Say you mun some o' you to the pier-head, and look out to gie him warning." Her own husband was the first to start, proud of the foresight of his wife. "Haith, Meg," he cried, "you're maist as good at the lang sight as the paper himsel." Several followed him, and as they ran, Meg cried after them, giving her orders as if she had been Vice-Admiral of the Red, in a voice shrill enough to pierce the worst gale that ever blew on northern shore. "Ye'll just tell the bonny lad to hold west a bit and rin her ashore, and we'll all be there and hair as dry as Noah's Ark in a jiffy. Tell her ladyship we'll carry the boat and her into it to the tap of the boar's tail, gin she'll give us her orders. When are we, lads?" "We can but try," said one. "But the Fiskie'll be waur to get a grip on nor Nancy here," he added, turning suddenly upon the plumpest girl in the place, who stood next to him. She foiled him, however, of the kiss he had thought to snatch, and turned the laugh from herself upon him, so cleverly avoiding his clutch that he staggered into the road and nearly fell upon his nose. By the time the parton and his companions reached the pier-head, something was dawning in the vague of sea and sky that might be a sloop and standing for the harbour. Thereupon the parton and Jamie Ladle jumped into a small boat and pulled out. Dubbs, who had come from Scaurnose on the business of the conjuration, had stepped into the stern, not to steer, but to show a white ensign, somebody's Sunday shirt he had gathered as they ran from a furze bush where it hung to dry, between the Seton and the harbour.
"Hoots, ye'll affront the Marchioness," objected the parton.
"Man, in the gloamin' she'll no ken it frae buntin'," said Dubbs, and at once displayed it, holding it by the two sleeves.
The wind had now fallen to the softest breath, and the little vessel came on slowly. The men rowed hard, shouting, and waving their flag, and soon heard a hail which none of them could mistake for other than Malcolm's. In a few minutes they were on board, greeting their old friend with jubilation, but talking in a subdued tone, for they perceived by Malcolm's that the cutter bore their lady. Briefly the parton communicated the state of the harbour, and recommended porting his helm and running the Fisky ashore about opposite the brass swivel. "All the men and women in the Seaton," he said, "will be there to haul her up." Malcolm took the helm, gave his orders, and steered further westward. By this time the people on shore had caught sight of the cutter. They saw her come stealing out of the thin dark like a thought, half-thought, and go gliding along the shore like a sea-ghost over the dusky water, faint, uncertain, noiseless, glimmering. It could be no other than the Fisky. Both their lady and their friend Malcolm must be on board, they were certain, for how could the one of them come without the other? And doubtless the Marchioness, whom they all remembered as a good-humoured, handsome young lady, never shy of speaking to anybody, had come to deliver them from the hateful, red-nosed ogre, her factor. Out at once they all set along the shore to greet her arrival, each running regardless of the rest, so that from the Seaton to the middle of the Boar's Tail there was a long, straggling, broken string of hurrying fisher-folk, men and women, old and young, followed by all the current children, tapering to 1 or 2 toddlers, who felt themselves neglected and wept their way along. The piper, too asthmatic to run, but not too asthmatic to walk and play his bagpipes, delighting the heart of Malcolm, who could not mistake the style, believed he brought up the rear, but was wrong. For the very last came Mrs. Findlay and Lizzie, carrying between them their little deal kitchen-table, for her ladyship to step out of the boat upon, and Lizzie's child fast asleep on the top of it. The foremost ran and ran until they saw the Psyche had chosen her couch, and was turning her head to the shore, when they stopped and stood ready with greased planks and ropes to draw her up. In a few moments the whole population was gathered, darkening in the June midnight the yellow sands between the tide and Dune. The Psyche was well manned now with a crew of 6. On she came under full sail, till within a few yards of the beach, when in one and the same moment every sheet was let go, and she swept softly up like a summer wave, and lay still on the shore. The butterfly was asleep. But ere she came to rest, the instant indeed that her canvas went fluttering away, 30 strong men had rushed into the water, and laid hold of the now broken-winged thing. In a few minutes she was high and dry. Malcolm leaped on the sand just as the partoness came bustling up with her kitchen table between her 2 hands like a tray. She set it down, and across it shook hands with him violently, then caught it up and deposited it firm on its 4 legs beneath the cutter's waist. "No, my lady," said Meg, looking up at the Marchioness. "Set your bit foot upon my table, and we'll think the mair o' it after when we take our dinner off it." Florimel thanked her, stepped lightly upon it, and sprang to the sand, where she was received with words of welcome from many, and shouts which rendered them inaudible from the rest. The men, their bonnets in their hands, and the women curtsying, made a lane for her to pass through, while the young fellows would gladly have begged leave to carry her, could they have extemporized any suitable sort of palanquin or triumphal litter. Followed by Malcolm, she led the way over the Boar's Tail, nor would accept any help in climbing it, straight for the tunnel. Malcolm had never laid aside the key to the private doors his father had given him while he was yet a servant. They crossed by the embrasure of the brass swivel. That implement had now long been silent, but they had not gone many paces from the bottom of the dune when it went off with a roar. The shouts of the people drowned the startled cry with which Florimel, involuntarily mindful of old and, for her, better times, turned to Malcolm. She had not looked for such a reception, and was both flattered and touched by it. For a brief space the spirit of her girlhood came back. Possibly had she then understood that hope rather than faith or love was at the heart of their enthusiasm, that her tenants looked upon her as their saviour from the factor, and sorely needed the exercise of her sovereignty, she might have better understood her position and her duty towards them. Malcolm unlocked the door of the tunnel, and she entered, followed by Rose, who felt as if she was walking in a dream. As he stepped in after them, he was seized from behind and clasped close in an embrace he knew at once. "Daddy! Daddy!" he said, and turning, threw his arms round the piper. "My boy!
My boy, her name's son Malcolm, cried the old man, in a whisper of intense satisfaction and suppression. You must be forgiving her for coming back to you. She cannot help loving you, and you must forget that you are a camel.
Malcolm kissed his cheek, and said, also in a whisper, "My ain daddy, I hae a heap to tell ye, but I maun see my lady hame first."
Go, this moment go, cried the old man, pushing him away. To your duties to my ladyship first, and then come to her old daddy.
I'll be with ye in half an hour or less.
Good boy, good boy. Come to Mistress Parton's.
Aye, daddy, said Malcolm, and hurried through the tunnel. As Florimel approached the ancient dwelling of her race, now her own to do with as she would, her pleasure grew. Whether it was the twilight, or the breach in dulling custom, everything looked strange, the grounds wider, the trees larger, the house grander and more anciently venerable, and all the way the burn sang in the hollow. The spirit of her father seemed to hover about the place, and while the thought that her father's voice would not greet her when she entered the hall cast a solemn funereal state over her simple return, her heart yet swelled with satisfaction and far-derived pride. All this was hers to work her pleasure with, to confer as she pleased. No thought of her tenants, fishers or farmers, who did their strong part in supporting the ancient dignity of her house, had even an associated share in the bliss of the moment. She had forgotten her reception already, or regarded it only as the natural homage to such a position and power as hers. As to owing anything in return, the idea had indeed been presented to her when with Clementina and Malcolm she talked over St. Ronan's Well, but it had never entered her mind. The drawing-room and the hall were lighted. Mrs. Courthope was at the door as if she expected her, and Florimel was careful to take everything as a matter of course. "When will your ladyship please to want me?" asked Malcolm.
"At the usual hour, Malcolm," she answered.
He turned and ran to the Seton. His first business was the accommodation of Travers and Davy, but he found them already housed at the Salmon, with Jamie Ladle teaching Travers to drink toddy. They had left the Psyche snug. She was high above high-water mark, and there were no tramps about. They had furled her sails, locked the companion door, and left her. Mrs. Findlay rejoiced over Malcolm as if he had been her own son from a far country. But the poor piper, between politeness and gratitude on the one hand, and the urging of his heart on the other, was sorely tried by her loquacity. He could hardly get in a word. Malcolm perceived his suffering, and, as soon as seemed prudent, proposed that he should walk with him to Miss Horne's, where he was going to sleep, he said, that night. Mrs. Parton snuffed, but held her peace. For the third or fourth time that day, wonderful to tell, she restrained herself. As soon as they were out of the house, Malcolm assured Duncan, to the old man's great satisfaction, that, had he not found him there, he would, within another month, have set out to roam Scotland in search of him. Miss Horne had heard of their arrival, and was wandering about the house, unable even to sit down until she saw the Marquis. To herself she always called him the Marquis. To his face he was always Malcolm. If he had not come, she declared she could not have gone to bed. Yet she received him with an edge to her welcome. He had to answer for his behaviour. They sat down, and Duncan told a long, sad story, which finished, with the toddy that had sustained him during the telling, the old man thought it better, for fear of annoying Mistress Parton, to go home. As it was past 1 o'clock, they both agreed.
"And if she'll die to-night, my boy," said Duncan, "she'll be lie awake in her grave all the long darkness, to be waiting to hear the voice of your words in the morning. And never you mind, Malcolm, she'll has learned to forgive you for being only the one half of yourself, accursed camel."
Miss Horne gave Malcolm a wink, as much as to say, "Let the old man talk, it will hurt no Campbell," and showed him out with much attention. And then at last Malcolm poured forth his whole story, and his heart with it, to Miss Horne, who heard and received it with understanding, and a sympathy which grew ever as she listened. At length she declared herself perfectly satisfied, for not only had he done his best, but she did not see what else he could have done. She hoped, however, that now he would contrive to get this part over as quickly as possible, for which in the morning she would, she said, show him cogent reasons.
I ha no feelings mysel, as ye well ken, laddie, she remarked in conclusion, and I doubt, gin I had been in your place, I would na hae looked to all sides of the thing at once as ye had done. And it was a man like you 'at sae near lost your life for the hizzy, she exclaimed. I maunna think about it, or I winna sleep a wink, but we maun get that devil Catanach, and cat enough, hanged. Weel, my man, ye may hold up your head afore the Father, all ye, for ye're the first o' the race, I'm thinking, 'at ever was near hand dayin' for another. But make ye a speedy end till it no, lad, and fall to the lave o' your work. There's a terrible heap to be done, but I maun hold my tongue the nicht, for I would fain ye had a good sleep, and I'm needin' unsair mysel, for I'm no sae young as I once was, and I had been that anxious about ye, Malcolm, 'at though I never had ony feelings, yet know it all's gaen right, and ye're all right, and like to be right for evermore, my head's just like to split. Gang your wa's to your bed, and soon may ye sleep. It's the bed your bonny mither got a sound sleep in at last, and muckle was she on the need o't. And just take tent the morn what ye say when Jean's in the room, or maybe o' the other side of the door, for she's no mouse. I dinna ken what gars me keep the jerd. I believe it gin the very divil himsel had been with me sae lang, I wouldna hae the heart to turn him about his ill business. That's what comes o' haeing no feelings. Either folk would ha' gotten rid of her half a score o' years since syne.
End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of the Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 58. The Trench. Malcolm had not yet, after all the health-giving of the voyage, entirely recovered from the effects of the ill-compounded potion. Indeed, sometimes the fear crossed his mind that never would he be the same man again, that the slow furnace of the grave alone would destroy the vile deposit left in his house of life. Hence it came that he was weary and overslept himself the next day. But it was no great matter, he had yet time enough. He swallowed his breakfast as a working man alone can, and set out for Duff Harbour. At Leith, where they had put in for provisions, he had posted a letter to Mr. Souter, directing him to have Kelpie brought on to his own town, whence he would fetch her himself. The distance was about 10 miles, the hour 8, and he was a good enough walker, although boats and horses had combined to prevent him, he confessed, from getting over fond of Shanks's mare. To men who delight in the motion of a horse under them, the legs of a man are a tame, dull means of progression, although they too have their superiorities. And one of the disciplines of this world is to have to get out of the saddle and walk afoot. He who can do so with perfect serenity must very nearly have learned with St. Paul, in whatsoever state he is, therein to be content. It was the loveliest of mornings, however, to be abroad in upon any terms, and Malcolm hardly needed the resources of one who knew both how to be abased and how to abound, enviable perfection, for the enjoyment of even a long walk. Heaven and earth were just settling to the work of the day after their morning prayer, and the whole face of things yet wore something of that look of expectation, which one who mingled the vision of the poet with the faith of the Christian might well imagine to be their upward look of hope after a night of groaning and travailing. The earnest gaze of the creature waiting for the manifestation of the sons of God. And for himself, though the hardest thing was yet to come, there was a satisfaction in finding himself almost up to his last fence, with the heavy ploughed land through which he had been floundering nearly all behind him, which figure means that he had almost made up his mind what to do. When he reached the Duff Arms, he walked straight into the yard, where the first thing he saw was a stable boy in the air, hanging on to a twitch on the nose of the rearing Kelpie. In another instant he would have been killed or maimed for life, and Kelpie loose and scouring the streets of Duff Harbour. When she heard Malcolm's voice and the sound of his running feet, she stopped as if to listen. He flung the boy aside and caught her halter. Once or twice more she reared, in the vain hope of ridding herself of the pain that clung to her lip and nose. Nor did she, through the mist of her anger and suffering, quite recognize her master in his yacht uniform. But the torture decreasing, she grew able to scent his presence, welcomed him with her usual glad whinny, and allowed him to do with her as he would. Having fed her, found Mr. Souter, and arranged several matters with him, he set out for home. That was a ride. Kelpie was mad with life. Every available field he jumped her into, and she tore its element of space at least to shreds with her spurning hoofs. But the distance was not great enough to quiet her before they got to hard turnpike and young plantations. He would have entered at the grand gate, but found no one at the lodge, for the factor, to save a little, had dismissed the old keeper. He had therefore to go on and through the town, where, to the awe-stricken eyes of the population peering from doors and windows, it seemed as if the terrible horse would carry him right over the roofs of the fisher cottages below and out to sea.
But he's a terrible creature, that MacPhail,"
said the old wives to each other, for they felt there must be something wicked in him to ride like that. But he turned her aside from the steep hill, and passed along the street that led to the town gate of the house. Whom should he see, as he turned into it, but Mrs. Catanach, standing on her own doorstep opposite the descent to the Seton, shading her eyes with her hand, and looking far out over the water through the green smoke of the village below. As long as he could remember her, it had been her wont to gaze thus, though what she could at such times be looking for, except it were the devil in person, he found it hard to conjecture. At the sound of his approach she turned, and such an expression crossed her face in a momentary flash ere she disappeared in the house, as added considerably to his knowledge of fallen humanity. Before he reached her door she was out again, tying on a clean white apron as she came, and smiling like a dark pool in sunshine. She dropped him a low curtsy, and looked as if she had been occupying her house for months of his absence. But Malcolm would not meet even cunning with its own weapons, and therefore turned away his head, and took no notice of her. She ground her teeth with the fury of hate, and swore that she would yet disappoint him of his purpose, whatever it were, in this masquerade of service. Her heart being scarcely of the calibre to comprehend one like Malcolm's, her theories for the interpretation of the mystery were somewhat wild, and altogether of a character unfit to see the light. The keeper of the town gate greeted Malcolm, as he let him in, with a pleased old face and words of welcome, but added instantly, as if it was no time for the indulgence of friendship, that it was a terrible business going on at the Nose. "What is it?" asked Malcolm in alarm. "Ye have been o'er long away, I dote," answered the man, "to ken how the factor—" "But Lord save ye, hold your tongue," he interjected, looking fearfully around him. "Gin he kenned that I said sic a thing, he would turn me out of house and hall." "You said nothing yet," rejoined Malcolm. "I said factor, and that same's maist enough, for he's like a roaring lion and a raging bear among the people, and that's sin ever ye gaed. Bowameel said in the meeting the other night that he booed to be the very man the wicked ruler prophesied o' sae long sin sign in the book of the Proverbs. It's an awful thing to be foreordaint to be unrighteous." "But you haven't told me what is the matter at Scaurnose," said Malcolm impatiently. "It's just this. At this same as Midsummer Day, and Blue Peter, honest fallow, he's been for the last 3 months under notice frae the factor to quit. And sae, ye see—" "To quit!" exclaimed Malcolm. "Sic a thing was never heard tell o'." "Haith, it's hard tell o' noo," returned the gatekeeper. "Quittin's as plenty as quicken." Couch-grass. "'Deed, there's maist naething ither heard tell o' but quittin', for the full half o' Scaurnose is under like notice for Michaelmas, and the Lord kens what it'll all end in." "But what's it for? Blue Peter's not the man to misbehave himsel." "Weel, ye ken mair yoursel nor ony other as to the worst fault there is to lay till his charge. For they say, that is, some say, it's all your ain white, Malcolm." "What mean ye, man? Spake out," said Malcolm. "They say it's all anent the abduckin' of the Marquis's boat, 'at you and him gaed off with thegither." "That'll hardly hold, seeing the Marchioness hersel came hame in her the last nicht." "Ay, but ye see the decree's gane out, and what the factor says is like the laws of the Medes and the Prussians, 'at they say's no to be altered. I ken not mysel." Well, gin that be all, I'll see after that with the Marchioness." "Ay, but ye see there's a lot of the lads there, as I'm telt, 'at has vowed 'at factor nor factor's man shall ever set foot in Scaurnose frae this day firth. Gang ye down to the Seton, and see how many o' your old friends ye'll find there. Man, they're all out to Scaurnose to see the Plisky.
The factor, he's there, I ken, and some constables with him, to see at his orders carried out. And the lads, they ha' been fortifying the place, as they call it, for the last week. They've howked it trank, they tell me, and none but a hunter on his horse could win o'er, and they're posted along the town side o' it with sticks and stanes and boat hooks and guns and pistols. And gin there binna a man or twa kilt already." Before he finished his sentence, Kelpie was levelling herself for the sea gate. Johnny Bykes was locking it on the other side in haste to secure his eye-share of what was going on, when he caught sight of Malcolm tearing up. Mindful of the old grudge, also that there was no Marquis now to favour his foe, he finished the arrested act of turning the key, drew it from the lock, and to Malcolm's orders, threats, and appeals, returned for all answer that he had no time to attend to him, and so left him looking through the bars. Malcolm dashed across the burn, and round the base of the hill on which stood the little wind-god blowing his horn, dismounted, unlocked the door in the wall, got Kelpie through, and was in the saddle again before Johnny was half-way from the gate. When the churl saw him, he trembled, turned, and ran for its shelter again in terror, nor perceived until he reached it that the insulted groom had gone off like the wind in the opposite direction. Malcolm soon left the high road and cut across the fields, over which the wind bore cries and shouts, mingled with laughter and the animal sounds of coarse jeering. When he came nigh the cart road which led into the village, he saw at the entrance of the street a crowd, and rising from it, the well-known shape of the factor on his horse. Nearer the sea, where was another entrance through the backyards of some cottages, was a smaller crowd. Both were now pretty silent, for the attention of all was fixed on Malcolm's approach. As he drew up Kelpie foaming and prancing, and the group made way for her, he saw a deep, wide ditch across the road, on whose opposite side was ranged irregularly the flower of Scaurnose's younger manhood, calmly, even merrily prepared to defend their entrenchment. They had been chaffing the factor, and loudly challenging the constables to come on, when they recognized Malcolm in the distance, and expectancy stayed the rush of their bruising wit. For they regarded him as beyond a doubt come from the Marchioness with messages of goodwill. When he rode up, therefore, they raised a great shout, everyone welcoming him by name. But the factor, who, to judge by appearances, had had his forenoon dram ere he left home, moved his horse in between Malcolm and the assembled Scaurnosians on the other side of the ditch. He had self-command enough left, however, to make one attempt at the loftily superior. "Pray, what is your business?" he said, as if he had never seen Malcolm in his life before. "I presume you come with a message." "I come to beg you, sir, not to go further with this business." "Surely the punishment is already enough," said Malcolm respectfully. "Who sends me the message?" asked the factor, his teeth clenched and his eyes flaming. "One," answered Malcolm, "who has some influence for justice, and will use it, upon whichever side the justice may lie." "Go to hell!" cried the factor, losing utterly his slender self-command, and raising his whip. Malcolm took no heed of the gesture, for he was at the moment beyond his reach. "Mr. Crathie," he said calmly, "you are banishing the best man in the place." "No doubt, no doubt, seeing he is a crony of yours," laughed the factor in mighty scorn. "A canting, prayer-meeting rascal," he added. "Is that ony waur nor a drunken elder of the church?" cried Dubbs from the other side of the ditch, raising a roar of laughter. The very purple forsook the factor's face, and left it a corpse-like grey in the fire of his fury. "Come, come, my men, that's going too far," said Malcolm. "And who are ye for a fudgy fisher, to gie counsel unspeered?" shouted Dubbs, altogether disappointed in the poor part Malcolm seemed taking. "Hold to the factor there with your counsel." "Get out of my way," said Mr. Crathie, still speaking through his set teeth, and came straight upon Malcolm. "Home with you, or—" Again he raised his whip, this time plainly with intent. "For God's sake, factor, mind the mare," cried Malcolm. "Ribs and legs and all'll be to crack gin ye anger her with your whooping." As he spoke he drew a little aside that the factor might pass if he pleased. A noise arose in the smaller crowd, and Malcolm turned to see what it meant. Off his guard, he received a stinging cut over the head from the factor's whip. Simultaneously, Kelpie stood up on end, and Malcolm tore the weapon from the treacherous hand. "If I gave you what you deserve, Mr. Crathie, I should knock you and your horse together into that ditch. A touch of the spur would do it. I am not quite sure that I ought not. A nature like yours takes forbearance for fear." While he spoke, his mare was ramping and kicking, making a clean sweep all about her. Mr. Crathie's horse turned restive from sympathy, and it was all his rider could do to keep his seat. As soon as he got Kelpie a little quieter, Malcolm drew near and returned him his whip. He snatched it from his outstretched hand, and essayed a second cut at him, which Malcolm rendered powerless by pushing Kelpie close up to him. Then suddenly wheeling, he left him. On the other side of the trench the fellows were shouting and roaring with laughter. "Men," cried Malcolm, "you have no right to stop up this road. I want to go and see Blue Peter." "Come on," cried one of the young men, emulous of Dubbs's humour, and spread out his arms as if to receive Kelpie to his bosom. "Stand out of the way, then," said Malcolm. "I am coming." As he spoke, he took Kelpie a little round, keeping out of the way of the factor, who sat trembling with rage on his still excited animal, and sent her at the trench. The Devil's Jock, as they called him, kept jumping, with his arms outspread, from one place to another, as if to receive Kelpie's charge. But when he saw her actually coming, in short, quick bounds, straight to the trench, he was seized with terror, and half paralyzed, slipped as he turned to flee, and rolled into the ditch, just in time to let Kelpie fly over his head. His comrades scampered right and left, and Malcolm, rather disgusted, took no notice of them. A cart loaded with their little all, the horse in the shafts, was standing at Peter's door, but nobody was near it. Hardly was Malcolm well into the close, however, when out rushed Annie, and heedless of Kelpie's demonstrative repellence, reached up her hands like a child, caught him by the arm while yet he was busied with his troublesome charge, drew him down towards her and held him till, in spite of Kelpie, she had kissed him again and again. Malcolm, my lord," she said, "ye hae saved my faith. I kenned ye would come." "Hold your tongue, Annie. I mauna be kenned," said Malcolm. "There's nae danger. They'll take it for swearing," answered Annie, laughing and crying both at once. Out next came Blue Peter, his youngest child in his arms. "Peter, man, I'm blythe to see ye," cried Malcolm. "Gie us a grup o' your honest hand." More than even the sight of his face beaming with pleasure, more than that grasp of the hand that would have squeezed the life out of a polecat, was the sound of the mother tongue from his lips. The cloud of Peter's long distrust broke and vanished, and the sky of his soul was straightway a celestial blue. He snatched his hand from Malcolm's, walked back into the empty house, ran into the little closet off the kitchen, bolted the door, fell on his knees in the void little sanctuary that had of late been the scene of so many foiled attempts to lift up his heart, and poured out speechless thanksgiving to the God of all grace and consolation, who had given him back his friend, and that in the time of his sore need. So true was his heart in its love, that, giving thanks for his friend, he forgot that friend was the Marquis of Lossie, before whom his enemy was but as a snail in the sun. When he rose from his knees and went out again, his face shining and his eyes misty, his wife was on the top of the cart, tying a rope across the cradle. "Peter," said Malcolm, "ye was quite right to gang, but I'm glad they didna let ye." "I would have been half-way to Port Gordon or no," said Peter. "But no, ye'll no gang to Port Gordon," said Malcolm. "Ye'll just gang to the Salmon for a few days, till we see how things gang." "I'll do onything ye like, Malcolm," said Peter, and went into the house to fetch his bonnet. In the street arose the cry of a woman, and into the close rushed one of the fisher-wives, followed by the factor. He had found a place on the eastern side of the village, where, jumping a low earth wall, he got into a little backyard, and was trampling over its few stalks of kale, and its one dusty miller and double daisy, when the woman to whose cottage it belonged caught sight of him through the window, and running out, fell to abusing him in no measured language. He rode at her in his rage, and she fled shrieking into Peter's close, where she took refuge behind the cart, never ceasing her vituperation, but calling him every choice name in her vocabulary. Beside himself with the rage of murdered dignity, he rode up, and struck at her over the corner of the cart, whereupon, from the top of it, Annie Mare ventured to expostulate. "Hoots, man, it's no manners to lat at a woman like that." He turned upon her, and gave her a cut on the arm and hand, so stinging that she cried out and nearly fell from the cart. Out rushed Peter and flew at the factor,
who from his seat of vantage began to ply his whip about his head. But Malcolm, who, when the factor appeared, had moved aside to keep Kelpie out of mischief, and saw only the second of the two assaults, came forward with a scramble and a bound. "Hold away, Peter," he cried. "This belangs to me. I gae him back his whup, and say I'm accountable. Mr. Crathie," and as he spoke he edged his mare up to the panting factor, "the man who strikes a woman must be taught that he is a scoundrel, and that office I take. I would do the same if you were the Lord of Lossie instead of his factor." Mr. Crathie, knowing himself now in the wrong, was a little frightened at the set speech, and began to bluster and stammer. But the swift descent of Malcolm's heavy riding-whip on his shoulders and back made him voluble in curses. Then began a battle that could not last long with such odds on the side of justice. It was gazed at from the mouth of the close by many spectators, but none dared enter because of the capering and plunging and kicking of the horses. In less than a minute the factor turned to flee, and spurring out of the court, galloped up the street at full stretch. "Hold her to the gate," cried Malcolm, and rode after him. But more careful of the people, he did not get a good start, and the factor was over the trench and into the fields before he caught him up. Then again the stinging switch buckled about the shoulders of the oppressor, driven with all the force of Malcolm's brawny arm. The factor yelled and cursed and swore, and still Malcolm plied the whip, and still the horses flew, over fields and fences and ditches. At length, in the last field, from which they must turn into the high road, the factor groaned out, "For God's sake, Malcolm, hae mercy!" The youth's uplifted arm fell by his side. He turned his mare's head, and when the factor turned his, he saw the avenger already halfway back to Scaurnose, and the constables in full flight meeting him. While Malcolm was thus occupied, his sister was writing to Lady Belair. She told her that, having gone out for a sail in her yacht, which she had sent for from Scotland, the desire to see her home had overpowered her to such a degree that of the intended sail she had made a voyage, and here she was, longing just as much now to see Lady Belair, and if she thought proper to bring a gentleman to take care of her, he also should be welcomed for her sake. It was a long way for her to come, she said, and Lady Belair knew what sort of a place it was, but there was nobody in London now, and if she had nothing more enticing on her tablets, etc., etc. She ended with begging her, if she was mercifully inclined to make her happy with her presence, to bring to her Cayley and her hound Demon. She had hardly finished when Malcolm presented himself. She received him very coldly, and declined to listen to anything about the Fishers. She insisted that, being one of their party, he was prejudiced in their favour, and that of course a man of Mr. Crathie's experience must know better than he what ought to be done with such people, in view of protecting her rights and keeping them in order. She declared that she was not going to disturb the old way of things to please him, and said that he had now done her all the mischief he could, except indeed he were to head the Fishers and sack Lossie House. Malcolm found that, by making himself known to her as her brother, he had but given her confidence in speaking her mind to him, and set her free from considerations of personal dignity when she desired to humiliate him. But he was a good deal surprised at the ability with which she set forth and defended her own views of her affairs, for she did not tell him that the Reverend Mr. Cairns had been with her all the morning, flattering her vanity, worshipping her power, and generally instructing her in her own greatness, also putting in a word or two anent his friend Mr. Crathie and his troubles with her ladyship's fisher tenants. She was still, however, so far afraid of her brother, which state of feeling was, perhaps, the main cause of her insulting behaviour to him, that she sat in some dread lest he might chance to see the address of the letter she had been writing. I may mention here that Lady Belair accepted the invitation with pleasure for herself and Liftore, promised to bring Cayley, but utterly declined to take charge of Demon, or allow him to be of the party. Thereupon Florimel, who was fond of the animal, and feared much, as he was no favourite, that something would happen to him, wrote to Clementina, praying her to visit her in her lovely loneliness, good as the gloom in its way, though not quite so dark, and to add a hair to the weight of her obligations if she complied, by allowing her deerhound to accompany her. Clementina was the only one, she said, of her friends, for whom the animal had ever shown a preference. Malcolm retired from his sister's presence much depressed,
saw Mrs. Courthope, who was kind as ever, and betook himself to his own room, next to that in which his strange history began. There he sat down and wrote urgently to Lenormand, stating that he had an important communication to make, and begging him to start for the north the moment he received the letter. A messenger from Duff Harbour, well mounted, he said, would ensure his presence within a couple of hours. He found the behaviour of his old acquaintances and friends in the Seton much what he had expected. The few were as cordial as ever, while the many still resented, with a mingling of the jealousy of affection, his forsaking of the old life, for a calling they regarded as unworthy of one bred at least, if not born, a fisherman. A few there were besides who had always been, for reasons perhaps best known to themselves, less than friendly. The women were all cordial.
"Sick a mad-like thing," said old Fuddocks, who was now the leader of the assembly at the barn, "to gang scouring the country on that mad brute o' a mare. What good, think ye, can come o' sic like?" "Hard ye him ever tell the story about Colonsey Castle yonder?" "Aye have I." "Weel, isna his mare 'at they call Kelpie just the picture o' the Dale's ain horse 'at lay at the door and watched, when he flaw out and took the wa wi' him?" "I couldna say till I saw whether the Dale himsel' could gar her lie still."
End of chapter 58. Chapter 59 of the Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 59. The Peacemaker. The heroes of Scaurnose expected a renewal of the attack, and in greater force the next day, and made their preparations accordingly, strengthening every weak point around the village. They were put in great heart by Malcolm's espousal of their cause, as they considered his punishment of the Factor. But most of them set it down in their wisdom as resulting from the popular condemnation of his previous supineness. It did not therefore add greatly to his influence with them. When he would have prevailed upon them to allow Blue Peter to depart, arguing that they had less right to prevent than the Factor had to compel him, they once more turned upon him. What right had he to dictate to them? He did not belong to Scaurnose. He reasoned with them that the Factor, although he had not justice, had law on his side, and could turn out whom he pleased. They said, "Let him try it." He told them that they had given great provocation, for he knew that the men they had assaulted came surveying for a harbour, and that they ought at least to make some apology for having maltreated them. It was all useless. That was the women's doing, they said. Besides, they did not believe him. And if what he said was true, what was the thing to them, seeing they were all under notice to leave? Malcolm said that perhaps an apology would be accepted. They told him, if he did not take himself off, they would serve him as he had served the Factor. Finding expostulation a failure, therefore, he begged Joseph and Annie to settle themselves again as comfortably as they could, and left them. Contrary to the expectation of all, however, and considerably to the disappointment of the party of Dubs, Fight Fulp, and the rest, the next day was as peaceful as if Scaurnose had been a halcyon nest, floating on the summer waves. And it was soon reported that, in consequence of the punishment he had received from Malcolm, the Factor was far too ill to be troublesome to any but his wife. This was true, but severe as his chastisement was, it was not severe enough to have had any such consequences but for his late-growing habit of drinking whiskey. As it was, fever had followed upon the combination of bodily and mental suffering. But already it had wrought this good in him, that he was far more keenly aware of the brutality of the offence of which he had been guilty than he would otherwise have been all his life through. To his wife, who first learned the reason of Malcolm's treatment of him from his delirious talk in the night, it did not, circumstances considered, appear an enormity, and her indignation with the avenger of it, whom she had all but hated before, was furious. Malcolm, on his part, was greatly concerned to hear the result of his severity. He refrained, however, from calling to inquire, knowing it would be interpreted as an insult, not accepted as a sign of sympathy. He went to the doctor instead, who, to his consternation, looked very serious at first. But when he learned all about the affair, he changed his view considerably,
and condescended to give good hopes of his coming through, even adding that it would lengthen his life by 20 years if it broke him of his habits of whiskey drinking and rage. And now Malcolm had a little time of leisure, which he put to the best possible use in strengthening his relations with the Fishers. For he had nothing to do about the house except look after Kelpie, and Florimel, as if determined to make him feel that he was less to her than before, much as she used to enjoy seeing him sit his mare, never took him out with her, always stoat. He resolved, therefore, seeing he must yet delay action a while in the hope of the appearance of Lenormand, to go out as in the old days after the herring, both for the sake of splicing, if possible, what strands had been broken between him and the Fishers, and of renewing for himself the delights of elemental conflict. With these views, he hired himself to the Parton, whose boat's crew was short-handed. And now, night after night, he revelled in the old pleasure, enhanced by so many months of deprivation. Joy itself seemed embodied in the wind blowing on him out of the misty infinite, while his boat rocked and swung on the waters, hanging between two worlds, that in which the wind blew, and that other dark swaying mystery whereinto the nets to which it was tied went away down and down, gathering the harvest of the ocean. It was as if nature called up all her motherhood to greet and embrace her long-absent son. When it came on to blow hard, as it did once and again during those summer nights, instead of making him feel small and weak in the midst of the storming forces, it gave him a glorious sense of power and unconquerable life. And when his watch was out, and the boat lay quiet, like a horse tethered and asleep in his clover field, he too would fall asleep with a sense of simultaneously deepening and vanishing delight, such as he had not at all in other conditions experienced. Ever since the poison had got into his system, and crept where it yet lay lurking in hidden corners and crannies, a noise at night would, on shore, startle him awake, and set his heart beating hard. But no loudest sea noise ever woke him. The stronger the wind flapped its wings around him, the deeper he slept. When a comrade called him by name, he was up at once, and wide awake. It answered also all his hopes in regard to his companions and the fisher folk generally. Those who had really known him found the same old Malcolm, and those who had doubted him soon began to see that at least he had lost nothing in courage or skill or goodwill. Ere long he was even a greater favourite than before. On his part, he learned to understand far better the nature of his people, as well as the individual characters of them. For his long, but not too long, absence and return enabled him to regard them with unaccustomed, and therefore in some respects more discriminating eyes. Duncan's former dwelling happening to be then occupied by a lonely woman, Malcolm made arrangements with her to take them both in, so that in relation to his grandfather, too, something very much like the old life returned for a time, with this difference, that Duncan soon began to check himself as often as the name of his hate with its accompanying curse rose to his lips. The factor continued very ill. He had sunk into a low state, in which his former indulgence was greatly against him. Every night the fever returned, and at length his wife was worn out with watching and waiting upon him. And every morning Lizzie Findlay, without fail, called to inquire how Mr. Crathie had spent the night. To the last, while quarrelling with every one of her neighbours with whom he had anything to do, he had continued kind to her, and she was more grateful than one in other trouble than hers could have understood. But she did not know that an element in the origination of his kindness was the belief that it was by Malcolm she had been wronged and forsaken. Again and again she had offered, in the humblest manner, to ease his wife's burden by sitting with him at night, and at last, finding she could hold up no longer, Mrs. Crathie consented. But even after a week she found herself still unable to resume the watching, and so, night after night, resting at home during a part of the day, Lizzie sat by the sleeping factor, and when he woke, ministered to him like a daughter. Nor did even her mother object, for sickness is a wondrous reconciler. Little did the factor suspect, however,
that it was partly for Malcolm's sake she nursed him, anxious to shield the youth from any possible consequences of his righteous vengeance. While their persecutor lay thus, gradually everything at Scaurnose, and consequently at the Seton, lapsed into its old way, and the summer of such content as before they had possessed returned to the Fishers. I fear it would have proved hard for some of them, had they made effort in that direction to join in the prayer, if prayer it may be called, put up in church for him every Sunday. What a fearful canopy the prayers that do not get beyond the atmosphere would make, if they turned brown with age. Having so lately seen the Factor going about like a maniac, raving at this piece of damage and that heap of dirt, the few Fishers present could never help smiling when Mr. Cairns prayed for him as the servant of God and his church, now lying grievously afflicted, persecuted but not forsaken, cast down but not destroyed. Having found the fitting phrases, he seldom varied them. Through her sorrow, Lizzie had grown tender, as through her shame she had grown wise. That the Factor had been much in the wrong only rendered her anxious sympathy the more eager to serve him. Knowing so well what it was to have done wrong, she was pitiful over him, and her ministrations were none the less devoted that she knew exactly how Malcolm thought and felt about him. For the affair, having taken place in open village and wide field and in the light of midday, and having been reported by eye-witnesses many, was everywhere perfectly known, and Malcolm therefore talked of it freely to his friends, amongst them both to Lizzie and her mother. Sickness sometimes works marvellous changes, and the most marvellous on persons who, to the ordinary observer, seem the least liable to change. Much apparent steadfastness of nature, however, is but sluggishness, and comes from incapacity to generate change or contribute towards personal growth. And it follows that those whose nature is such can as little prevent or retard any change that has its initiative beyond them. The men who impress the world as the mightiest are those often who can the least, never those who can the most in their natural kingdom. Generally those whose frontiers lie openest to the inroads of temptation, whose atmosphere is most subject to moody changes and passionate convulsions, who, while perhaps they can whisper laws to a hemisphere, can utter no decree of smallest potency as to how things shall be within themselves. Place Alexander Ille Magnus beside Malcolm's friend Epictetus, Ille servorum servus. Take his crutch from the slave, and set the hero upon his Bucephalus, but set them alone and in a desert. Which will prove the great man, which the unchangeable? The question being what the man himself shall or shall not be, shall or shall not feel, shall or shall not recognize as of himself and troubling the motions of his being, Alexander will prove a mere earth bubble, Epictetus a cavern in which pulses the tide of the eternal and infinite sea. But then first, when the false strength of the self-imagined great man is gone, when the want or the sickness has weakened the self-assertion which is so often mistaken for strength of individuality, when the occupations in which he formerly found a comfortable consciousness of being have lost their interest, his ambitions their glow, and his consolations their colour, when suffering has wasted away those upper strata of his factitious consciousness, and laid bare the lower, simpler, truer deeps, of which he has never known, or has forgotten the existence, then there is a hope of his commencing a new and real life. Powers then, even powers within himself, of which he knew nothing, begin to assert themselves, and the man commonly reported to possess a strong will is like a wave of the sea, driven with the wind and tossed. This Factor, this man of business, this despiser of humbug, to whom the scruples of a sensitive conscience were a contempt, would now lie awake in the night and weep. Ah, I hear it answered, but that was the weakness caused by his illness. True. But what then had become of his strength? And was it all weakness? What if this weakness was itself a sign of returning life, not of advancing death, of the dawn of a new and genuine strength? For he wept because, in the visions of his troubled brain, he saw once more the cottage of his father the shepherd, with all its store of lovely nothings round which the nimbus of sanctity had gathered while he thought not of them. Wept over the memory of that moment of delight when his mother kissed him for parting with his willow whistle to the sister who cried for it. He cried now in his turn, after 55 years, for not yet had the little fact done with him. Not yet had the kiss of his mother lost its power on the man. Wept over the sale of the pet lamb, though he had himself sold thousands of lambs since. Wept over even that bush of dusty miller by the door, like the one he trampled under his horse's feet in the little yard at Scaurnose that horrible day. And oh, that nest of wild bees with its combs of honey unspeakable. He used to laugh and sing then. He laughed still sometimes. He could hear how he laughed, and it sounded frightful, but he never sang. Were the tears that honored such childish memories all of weakness? Was it cause of regret that he had not been wicked enough to have become impregnable to such foolish trifles? Unable to mount a horse, unable to give an order, not caring even for his toddy, he was left at the mercy of his fundamentals. His childhood came up and claimed him, and he found the childish things he had put away better than the manly things he had adopted. It is one thing for St. Paul, and another for Mr. Worldly Wiseman to put away childish things. The ways they do it, and the things they substitute, are both so different. And now first to me, whose weakness it is to love life more than manners, and men more than their portraits, the man begins to grow interesting. Picture the dawn of innocence on a dull, whiskey-drinking, commonplace soul, stained by self-indulgence and distorted by injustice. Unspeakably more interesting and lovely is to me such a dawn than the honeymoon of the most passionate of lovers, except indeed I know them such lovers that their love will outlast all the moons. "I'm a poor creature, Lizzie," he said, turning his heavy face one midnight towards the girl, as she sat half-dozing, ready to start awake. "God comfort you, sir," said the girl. "He'll take good care of that," returned the factor. "What did I ever do to deserve it? There's that MacPhail now. To think of him! Didn't I do what man could for him? Didn't I keep him about the place when all the rest were dismissed? Didn't I give him the key of the library that he might read and improve his mind? And look what comes of it." "You mean, sir," said Lizzie, quite innocently, "'at that's the way ye had done with God, and say he winna heed ye?" The factor had meant nothing in the least like it. He had merely been talking as the imps of suggestion tossed up. His logic was as sick and helpless as himself. So at that he held his peace, stung in his pride at least, perhaps in his conscience too, only he was not prepared to be rebuked by a girl like her, who had— well, he must let it pass. How much better was he himself? But Lizzie was loyal. She could not hear him speak so of Malcolm and hold her peace as if she agreed in his condemnation. "Ye'll ken Malcolm better some day, sir," she said. "Well, Lizzie," returned the sick man, in a tone that but for feebleness would have been indignant, "I have heard a good deal of the way women will stand up for men that have treated them cruelly, but you to stand up for him passes." "He's been the best friend I ever had," said Lizzie. "Girl, how can you sit there and tell me so to my face?" cried the factor, his voice strengthened by the righteousness of the reproof it bore. "If it were not the dead of night—" "I tell ye nothing but the truth, sir," said Lizzie, as the contingent threat died away. "But ye mun lie still, or I mun gang for the mistress. Gin ye be the word the morn, it'll be all my white, 'cause I couldna bide to hear sic things said o' Malcolm." "Do you mean to tell me," persisted her charge, heedless of her expostulation, "that the fellow who brought you to disgrace, and left you with a child you could ill provide for, and well I know never sent you a penny all the time he was away, whatever he may have done now, is the best friend you ever had?" "No, God forgie ye, Maister Crathy, for threeping sic a thing," cried Lizzie, rising as if she would leave him.
MacPhail's as clear o' ony sin like mine as my wee bairnie itsel. Do ye dare tell me he's no the father o' that same lass? No, nor never will be the father o' ony bairn whose mother's no his wife, said Lizzie, with burning cheeks and resolute voice. The factor, who had risen on his elbow to look her in the face, fell back in silence, and neither of them spoke for what seemed to the watcher a long time. When she ventured to look at him, he was asleep. He lay in one of those troubled slumbers into which weakness and exhaustion will sometimes pass very suddenly, and in that slumber he had a dream which he never forgot. He thought he had risen from his grave with an awful sound in his ears, and knew he was wanted at the judgment seat, but he did not want to go, therefore crept into the porch of the church, and hoped to be forgotten. But suddenly an angel appeared with a flaming sword, and drove him out of the churchyard away to Scaurnose, where the judge was sitting. And as he fled in terror before the angel, he fell, and the angel came and stood over him, and his sword flashed torture into his bones, but he could not and dared not rise. At last, summoning all his strength, he looked up at him and cried out, "Sir, hae mercy for God's sake!" Instantly all the flames drew back into the sword, and the blade dropped, burning like a brand, from the hilt, which the angel threw away. And lo, it was MacPhail, and he was stooping to raise him. With that he awoke, and there was Lizzie looking down on him anxiously. "What are you looking like that for?" he asked crossly. She did not like to tell him that she had been alarmed by his dropping asleep, and in her confusion she fell back on the last subject. "There maun be some mistake, Mr. Crathie," she said. "I wuss ye would tell me what gars ye hate MacPhail as ye do." The factor, although he seemed to himself to know well enough, was yet a little puzzled how to commence his reply. And therewith a process began that presently turned into something with which never in his life before had his inward parts been acquainted. A sort of self-examination, to wit. He said to himself, partly in the desire to justify his present dislike, he would not call it hate, as Lizzie did, that he used to get on with the lad well enough, and had never taken offence at his freedoms, making no doubt his manner came of his blood, and he could not help it, being a chip of the old block. But when he ran away with the Marquis's boat, and went to the Marchioness and told her lies against him, then what could he do but dislike him? Arrived at this point, he opened his mouth and gave the substance of what preceded it for answer to Lizzie's question. But she replied at once, "Nobody'll gar me believe, sir, 'at MacPhail ever tell't a lee again you or anybody. I dinna believe he ever tell't a lee in his life. Jist ye examine him well anent it, sir. And for the boat, nae doubt it was making free to take it. But ye ken, sir, at how he was maister o' the same. It was in his charge, and ye ken little about boats yoursel, or the sailing o' them, sir." "But it was me that engaged him again, after all the servants at the house had been dismissed. He was my servant." "That makes the thing look waur, nae doubt," allowed Lizzie with something of cunning. "How was it 'at he came to do it of all, sir? Can ye mind?" she pursued. "I discharged him." "And what for? Gin I may make bold to speir, sir," she went on.
"For insolence."
"Wad ye tell me how he answered ye? Dinna think me meddlin', sir. I'm clear certain there's been some mistake. Ye couldna be sae good to me and be ill to him on some mistake." It was consoling to the conscience of the factor, in regard of his behaviour to the two women, to hear his own praise for kindness from woman's lips. He took no offence, therefore, at her persistent questioning, but told her as well and as truly as he could remember, with no more than the all but unavoidable exaggeration with which feeling will colour fact, the whole passage between Malcolm and himself concerning the sale of Kelpie, and closed with an appeal to the judgment of his listener, in which he confidently anticipated her verdict.
"A most ridiculous thing. You can see yoursel as well as anybody, Lizzie. And sic a thing to call an honest man like mysel a hypocrite for. Ha ha! There's no a bairn atween John o' Groats and the Land's End doesna ken 'at the seller of a horse is bound to rease him, and the buyer to take care o' himsel. I'll not say it's just allowable to tell a downricht lee, but ye may come full nearer till it in horse-dealing onsinned nor in any other kind of merchandise. It's like love and war, in baith which it's weel kenned all things fair. The saw sud run, love and war and horse-dealing. Divna ye see, Lizzie?"
But Lizzie did not answer, and the factor, hearing a stifled sob, started to his elbow. "Lie still, sir," said Lizzie. "It's naething. I was only just thinking it that would be the way 'at the father my bairn reasoned with himsel' when he lead to me."
"Hey," said the astonished factor, and in his turn held his peace, trying to think. Now Lizzie, for the last few months, had been going to school, the same school with Malcolm, open to all comers, the only school where one is sure to be led in the direction of wisdom. And there she had been learning to some purpose, as plainly appeared before she had done with the factor. "Whose kirk are ye elder o', Measter Craithie?" she asked presently.
"Oh, the Kirk of Scotland, of course,"
answered the patient, in some surprise at her ignorance.
"Aye, aye," returned Lizzie.
"But whose ocht is it? Owning, property."
"Oh, whose but the Redeemer's?"
"And div ye think, Measter Craithie, 'at gien Jesus Christ had had a horse to sell, he would ha' hidden frae him 'at would buy a hair o' a fault at the beast had? Would he no ha' done till his neighbour as he would hae his neighbour do to him?"
"Lassie, lassie, take care hoo ye even him to sic like as his. What would he hae to do wi' horseflesh?"
Lizzie held her peace. Here was no room for argument. He had flung the door of his conscience in the face of her who woke it. But it was too late, for the word was in already. Oh, that false reverence which men substitute for adoring obedience, and wherewith they reprove the childlike spirit that does not know another kingdom than that of God and that of Mammon. God never gave man thing to do concerning which it were irreverent to ponder how the Son of God would have done it. But, I say, the word was in, and partly no doubt from its following so close upon the dream the factor had had, was potent in its operation. He fell a-thinking, and a-thinking more honestly than he had thought for many a day. And presently it was revealed to him that, if he were in the horse-market wanting to buy, and a man there who had to sell said to him, "He wouldna do for you, sir, ye would be tired o' him in a week," he would never remark, "What a fool the fellow is," but, "Weel no, I call that neighbourly." He did not get quite so far just then as to see that every man to whom he might want to sell a horse was as much his neighbour as his own brother. Nor indeed, if he had got as far, would it have indicated much progress in honesty, seeing he would at any time, when needful and possible, have cheated that brother in the matter of a horse, as certainly as he would a Patagonian or a Chinaman. But the warped glass of a bad maxim had at least been cracked in his window. The Peacemaker sat in silence the rest of the night, but the factor's sleep was broken, and at times he wandered. He was not so well the next day, and his wife, gathering that Lizzie had been talking, and herself feeling better, would not allow her to sit up with him any more. Days and days passed, and still Malcolm had no word from Lenormand, and was getting hopeless in respect of that quarter of possible aid. But so long as Florimel could content herself with the quiet of Lossie House, there was time to wait, he said to himself. She was not idle, and that was promising. Every day she rode out with Stoat. Now and then she would make a call in the neighbourhood, and, apparently to trouble Malcolm, took care to let him know that on one of these occasions her call had been upon Mrs. Stewart. One thing he did feel was that she made no renewal of her friendship with his grandfather. She had, alas, outgrown the girlish fancy. Poor Duncan took it much to heart. She saw more of the minister and his wife, who both flattered her, than anybody else, and was expecting the arrival of Lady Belair and Lord Philtre with the utmost impatience. They, for their part, were making the journey by the easiest possible stages, tacking and veering, and visiting every one of their friends that lay between London and Lossie. They thought to give Florimel the little lesson that, though they accepted her invitation, they had plenty of friends in the world besides her ladyship, and were not dying to see her. One evening, Malcolm, as he left the grounds of Mr. Morrison, on whom he had been calling, saw a travelling carriage pass towards Portlossie, and something liker fear laid hold of his heart than he had ever felt except when Florimel and he, on the night of the storm, took her father for Lord Gernon the wizard. As soon as he reached certain available fields, he sent Kelpie tearing across them, dodged through a fir wood, and came out on the road 1/2 mile in front of the carriage. As again it passed him, he saw that his fears were facts, for in it sat the bold-faced countess and the mean-hearted lord. Something must be done at last, and until it was done, good watch must be kept. I must here note that during this time of hoping and waiting, Malcolm had attended to another matter of importance. Over every element influencing his life, his family, his dependents, his property, he desired to possess a lawful, honest command. Where he had to render account, he would be head. Therefore, through Mr. Souter's London agent, to whom he sent up Davy, and whom he brought acquainted with Merton and his former landlady at the curiosity shop, he had discovered a good deal about Mrs. Catanach from her London associates. Among them the herb doctor and his little boy who had watched Davy, and he had now almost completed an outline of evidence, which, grounded on that of Rose, might be used against Mrs. Catanach at any moment. He had also set inquiries on foot in the track of Cayley's antecedents, and had discovered more than the acquaintance between her and Mrs. Catanach. Also he had arranged that Hodges, the man who had lost his leg through his cruelty to Kelpie, should leave for Duff Harbour as soon as possible after his discharge from the hospital. He was determined to crush the evil powers which had been ravaging his little world. End of chapter 59. Chapter 60 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 60. An Offering. Clementina was always ready to accord any reasonable request Florimel could make of her, but her letter lifted such a weight from her heart and life that she would now have done whatever she desired, reasonable or unreasonable, provided only it was honest. She had no difficulty in accepting Florimel's explanation that her sudden disappearance was but a breaking of the social jail, the flight of the weary bird from its foreign cage back to the country of its nest. And that same morning she called upon Demon. The hound, feared and neglected, was rejoiced to see her, came when she called him, and received her caresses. There was no ground for dreading his company. It was a long journey, but if it had been across a desert instead of through her own country, the hope that lay at the end of it would have made it more than pleasant. She, as well as Lady Belair, had friends upon the way, but no desire to lengthen the journey or shorten its tedium by visiting them. The letter would have found her at Wastbeach instead of London, had not the society and instructions of the schoolmaster detained her a willing prisoner to its heat and glare and dust. Him only in all London must she see to bid good-bye. To Camden Town, therefore, she went that same evening, when his work would be over for the day. As usual now, she was shown into his room, his only one. As usual also, she found him poring over his Greek Testament. The gracious, graceful woman looked lovelily strange in that mean chamber, like an opal in a brass ring. There was no such contrast between the room and its occupant. His bodily presence was too weak to stick fiery off from its surroundings, and to the eye that saw through the bodily presence to the inherent grandeur, that grandeur suggested no discrepancy, being of the kind that lifts everything to its own level, casts the mantle of its own radiance around its surroundings. Still, to the eye of love and reverence, it was not pleasant to see him in such entourage, and now that Clementina was going to leave him, the ministering spirit that dwelt in the woman was troubled. "Ah," he said, and rose as she entered. "This is then the angel of my deliverance." But with such a smile he did not look as if he had much to be delivered from. "You see," he went on, "old man as I am, and peaceful, the summer will lay hold upon me. She stretches out a long arm into this desert of houses and stones, and sets me longing after the green fields and the living air, it seems dead here, and the face of God, as much as one may behold of the infinite, through the revealing veil of earth and sky and sea. Shall I confess my weakness, my poverty of spirit, my covetousness after the visual? I was even getting a little tired of that glorious God and man lover, Saul of Tarsus. No, not of him, never of him, only of his shadow in his words. Yet perhaps, yes, I think so. It is God alone, of whom a man can never get tired. Well, no matter. Tired I was, when lo, here comes my pupil, with more of God in her face than all the worlds and their skies he ever made. I would my heart were as full of him too, then, sir, answered Clementina. But if I am anything of a comfort to you, I am more than glad. Therefore, the more sorry to tell you that I am going to leave you, though for a little while only, I trust. You do not take me by surprise, my lady. I have of course been looking forward for some time to my loss and your gain. The world is full of little deaths, deaths of all sorts and sizes, rather, let me say. For this one I was prepared. The good summer land calls you to its bosom, and you must go. Come with me, cried Clementina, her eyes eager with the light of the sudden thought, while her heart reproached her grievously that only now first had it come to her. A man must not leave the most irksome work for the most peaceful pleasure, answered the schoolmaster. I am able to live, yes, and do my work without you, my lady, he added with a smile, though I shall miss you sorely. But you do not know where I want you to come, she said. What difference can that make, my lady? Except indeed in the amount of pleasure to be refused, seeing this is not a matter of choice. I must be with the children whom I have engaged to teach, and whose parents pay me for my labor, not with those who, besides, can do well without me. I cannot, sir. Not for long, at least. What, not with Malcolm to supply my place? Clementina blushed, but only like a white rose. She did not turn her head aside. She did not lower their lids to veil the light she felt mount into her eyes. She looked him gently in the face as before, and her aspect of entreaty did not change. "Ah, do not be unkind, master," she said. "Unkind?" he repeated. "You know I am not. I have more kindness in my heart than my lips can tell. You do not know, you could not yet imagine the half of what I hope of and for and from you." "I am going to see Malcolm," she said with a little sigh. "That is, I am going to visit Lady Lossie at her place in Scotland, your own old home, where so many must love you. Can't you come? I shall be travelling alone, quite alone except my servants." A shadow came over the schoolmaster's face. "You do not think, my lady, or you would not press me. It pains me that you do not see at once it would be dishonest to go without timely notice to my pupils, and to the public too. But beyond that quite, I never do anything of myself. I go not where I wish, but where I seem to be called or sent. I never even wish much, except when I pray to him in whom are hid all the treasures of wisdom and knowledge. After what he wants to give me, I am wishing all day long. I used to build many castles, not without a beauty of their own. That was when I had less understanding. Now I leave them to God to build for me. He does it better, and they last longer. See now, this very hour when I needed help, could I have contrived a more lovely annihilation of the monotony that threatened to invade my weary spirit than this inroad of light in the person of my Lady Clementina? Nor will he allow me to get overwearied with vain efforts. I do not think he will keep me here long, for I find I cannot do much for these children. They are but some of his many pagans, not yet quite ready to receive Christianity, I think. Not like children with some of the old seeds of the truth buried in them, that want to be turned up nearer to the light. This ministration I take to be more for my good than theirs, a little trial of faith and patience for me, a stony corner of the lovely valley of humiliation to cross. True, I might be happier where I could hear the larks, but I do not know that anywhere have I been more peaceful than in this little room, on which I see you so often cast round your eyes curiously. Perhaps pitifully, my lady? It is not at all a fit place for you, said Clementina, with a touch of indignation. Softly, my lady. lest without knowing it your love should make you sin. Who set thee, I pray, for a guardian angel over my welfare? I could scarce have a lovelier, true. But where is thy brevet? No, my lady, it is a greater than thou that sets me the bounds of my habitation. Perhaps he may give me a palace one day. If I might choose, it would be the things that belong to a cottage, the whiteness and the greenness and the sweet odours of cleanliness. But the Father has decreed for his children that they shall know the thing that is neither their ideal nor his. Who can imagine how in this respect things looked to our Lord when he came and found so little faith on the earth? But perhaps, my lady, you would not pity my present condition so much if you had seen the cottage in which I was born, and where my father and mother loved each other, and died happier than on their wedding day. There I was happy too, until their loving ambition decreed that I should be a scholar and a clergyman. Not before then did I ever know anything worthy of the name of trouble. A little cold and a little hunger at times, and not a little restlessness always, was all. But then, then my troubles began. Yet God, who bringeth light out of darkness, hath brought good even out of my weakness and presumption, and half unconscious falsehood. When do you go? Tomorrow morning, as I purpose. Then God be with thee. He is with thee, only my prayer is that thou mayest know it. He is with me, and I know it. He does not find this chamber too mean or dingy or unclean to let me know him near me in it. Tell me one thing before I go, said Clementina. Are we not commanded to bear each other's burdens and so fulfill the law of Christ? I read it today. Then why ask me? For another question, does not that involve the command to those who have burdens that they should allow others to bear them? Surely, my lady. But I have no burden to let you bear. Why should I have everything and you nothing? Answer me that. My lady, I have millions more than you, for I have been gathering the crumbs under my master's table for 30 years. You are a king, answered Clementina. But a king needs a handmaiden somewhere in his house. That let me be in yours. No, I will be proud and assert my rights. I am your daughter. If I am not, why am I here? Do you not remember telling me that the adoption of God meant a closer relation than any other fatherhood, even his own first fatherhood, could signify? You cannot cast me off if you would. Why should you be poor when I am rich? You are poor, you cannot deny it, she concluded with a serious playfulness. I will not deny my privileges, said the schoolmaster, with a smile such as might have acknowledged the possession of some exquisite and envied rarity. I believe, insisted Clementina, you are just as poor as the Apostle Paul when he sat down to make a tent, or as our Lord himself after he gave up carpentering. You are wrong there, my lady. I am not so poor as they must often have been. But I don't know how long I may be away, and you may fall ill, or see some book you want very much, or— I never do, said the schoolmaster. What, never see a book you want to have? No, not now. I have my Greek Testament, my Plato, and my Shakespeare, and 1 or 2 little books besides, whose wisdom I have not yet quite exhausted. I can't bear it, cried Clementina, almost on the point of weeping. You will not let me near you. You put out an arm as long as the summers and push me away from you. Let me be your servant. As she spoke, she rose, and walking softly up to him where he sat, kneeled at his knees, and held out suppliantly a little bag of white silk tied with crimson. Take it, father, she said, hesitating, and bringing the word out with an effort. Take your daughter's offering, a poor thing to show her love, but something to ease her heart. He took it, and weighed it up and down in his hand with an amused smile, but his eyes full of tears. It was heavy. He opened it. A chair was within his reach. He emptied it on the seat of it, and laughed with merry delight as its contents came tumbling out. I never saw so much gold in my life, if it were all taken together, he said. What beautiful stuff it is! But I don't want it, my dear. It would but trouble me. And as he spoke, he began to put it in the bag again. You will want it for your journey, he said. I have plenty in my reticule, she answered. That is a mere nothing to what I could have tomorrow morning for writing a check. I am afraid I am very rich. It is such a shame. But I can't well help it. You must teach me how to become poor. Tell me true, how much money have you?" She said this with such an earnest look of simple love that the schoolmaster made haste to rise, that he might conceal his growing emotion. "Rise, my dear lady," he said as he rose himself, "and I will show you." He gave her his hand, and she obeyed, but troubled and disappointed, and so stood looking after him while he went to a drawer. Thence, searching in a corner of it, he brought a half-sovereign, a few shillings, and some coppers, and held them out to her on his hand, with the smile of one who has proved his point. "There," he said. "Do you think Paul would have stopped preaching to make a tent so long as he had as much as that in his pocket? I shall have more on Saturday, and I always carry a month's rent in my good old watch, for which I never had much use, and now have less than ever." Clementina had been struggling with herself. Now she burst into tears. "Why, what a misspending of precious sorrow!" exclaimed the schoolmaster.
"Do you think because a man has not a gold mine he must die of hunger?"
"I once heard of a sparrow that never had a worm left for the morrow, and died a happy death notwithstanding." As he spoke, he took her handkerchief from her hand, and dried her tears with it. But he had enough ado to keep his own back. "Because I won't take a bag full of gold from you when I don't want it," he went on, "do you think I should let myself starve without coming to you? I promise you I will let you know. Come to you if I can, the moment I get too hungry to do my work well and have no money left. Should I think it a disgrace to take money from you? That would show a poverty of spirit such as I hope never to fall into. My sole reason for refusing it now is that I do not need it." But for all his loving words and assurances, Clementina could not stay her tears. She was not ready to weep, but now her eyes were as a fountain. "See then, for your tears are hard to bear, my daughter," he said. "I will take one of these golden ministers, and if it has flown from me ere you come, seeing that, like the raven, it will not return if once I let it go, I will ask you for another. It may be God's will that you should feed me for a time." "Like one of Elijah's ravens," said Clementina, with an attempted laugh that was really a sob. "Like a dove whose wings are covered with silver, and her feathers with yellow gold," said the schoolmaster. A moment of silence followed, broken only by Clementina's failure in quieting herself. "To me," he resumed, "the sweetest fountain of money is the hand of love. But a man has no right to take it from that fountain except he is in want of it. I am not. True, I go somewhat bare, my lady, but what is that when my lord would have it so?" He opened again the bag, and slowly, reverentially indeed, drew from it one of the new sovereigns with which it was filled. He put it into a waistcoat pocket, and laid the bag on the table. "But your clothes are shabby, sir," said Clementina, looking at him with a sad little shake of the head. "Are they?" he returned, and looked down at his lower garments, reddening and anxious. "I did not think they were more than a little rubbed, but they shine somewhat," he said. "They are indeed polished by use," he went on with a troubled little laugh. "But they have no holes yet, at least none that are visible," he corrected. "If you tell me, my lady, if you honestly tell me that my garments," and he looked at the sleeve of his coat, drawing back his head from it to see it better, "are unsightly, I will take of your money and buy me a new suit." Over his coat sleeve he regarded her, questioning. "Everything about you is beautiful," she burst out. "You want nothing but a body that lets the light through." She took the hand still raised in his survey of his sleeve, pressed it to her lips, and walked with even more than her wonted state, slowly from the room. He took the bag of gold from the table, and followed her down the stair. Her chariot was waiting at the door. He handed her in, and laid the bag on the little seat in front. "Will you tell him to drive home?" she said, with a firm voice, and a smile which, if anyone cared to understand, let him read Spenser's 40th sonnet. And so they parted. The coachman took the queer, shabby, un-London-like man for a fortune-teller his lady was in the habit of consulting, and paid homage to his power with the handle of his whip as he drove away. The schoolmaster returned to his room, not to his Plato, not even to Saul of Tarsus, but to the Lord himself. End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of The Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 61. Thoughts. When Malcolm took Kelpie to her stall the night of the arrival of Lady Belair and her nephew, he was rushed upon by Demon, and nearly prostrated between his immoderate welcome and the startled rearing of the mare. The hound had arrived a couple of hours before, while Malcolm was out. He wondered he had not seen him with the carriage he had passed, never suspecting he had had another conductress, or dreaming what his presence there signified for him. I have not said much concerning Malcolm's feelings with regard to Lady Clementina, but all this time the sense of her existence had been like an atmosphere surrounding and pervading his thought. He saw in her the promise of all he could desire to see in woman. His love was not of the blind little boy sort, but of a deeper, more exacting, keen-eyed kind, that sees faults where even a true mother will not, so jealous it is of the perfection of the beloved. But one thing was plain, even to this seraphic dragon that dwelt sleepless in him, and there was eternal content in the thought, that such a woman, once started on the right way, would soon leave fault and weakness behind her, and become as one of the grand women of old, whose religion was simply what religion is, life, neither more nor less than life. She would be a saint without knowing it, the only grand kind of sainthood. Whoever can think of religion as an addition to life, however glorious, a starry crown, say, set upon the head of humanity, is not yet the least in the kingdom of heaven. Whoever thinks of life as a something that could be without religion is in deathly ignorance of both. Life and religion are one, or neither is anything. I will not say neither is growing to be anything. Religion is no way of life, no show of life, no observance of any sort. It is neither the food nor the medicine of being. It is life, essential. To think otherwise is as if a man should pride himself on his honesty, or his parental kindness, or hold up his head amongst men because he never killed one. Were he less than honest or kind or free from blood, he would yet think something of himself. The man to whom virtue is but the ornament of character, something over and above, not essential to it, is not yet a man. If I say, then, that Malcolm was always thinking about Lady Clementina when he was not thinking about something he had to think about, have I not said nearly enough on the matter? Should I ever dream of attempting to set forth what love is, in such a man, for such a woman? There are comparatively few that have more than the glimmer of a notion of what love means. God only knows how grandly, how passionately, yet how calmly, how divinely the man and the woman he has made might, may, shall love each other. One thing only I will dare to say, that the love that belonged to Malcolm's nature was one through the very nerves of which the love of God must rise and flow and return as its essential life. If any man think that such a love could no longer be the love of the man for the woman, he knows his own nature, and that of the woman he pretends or thinks he adores, but in the darkest of glasses. Malcolm's lowly idea of himself did not at all interfere with his loving Clementina, for at first his love was entirely dissociated from any thought of hers. When the mere idea of her loving him presented itself, from whatever quarter suggested, he turned from it with shame and self-reproof. The thought was in its own nature too unfit. That splendor regard him? From a social point of view, there was of course little presumption in it. The Marquis of Lossie bore a name that might pair itself with any in the land. But Malcolm did not yet feel that the title made much difference to the fisherman. He was what he was, and that was something very lowly indeed. Yet the thought would at times dawn up from somewhere in the infinite matrix of thought, that perhaps if he went to college and graduated, and dressed like a gentleman, and did everything as gentlemen do, in short, claimed his rank, and lived as a marquis should, as well as a fisherman might, then, was it not, might it not be within the bounds of possibility, just within them, that the great-hearted, generous, liberty-loving Lady Clementina, groom as he had been, menial as he had heard himself called, and as, ere yet he knew his birth, he had laughed to hear, knowing that his service was true, that she, who despised nothing human, would be neither disgusted, nor contemptuous, nor wrathful, if, from a great way off, at an awful remove of humility and worship, he were to wake in her a surmise that he dared feel towards her, as he had never felt and never could feel towards any other? For would it not be altogether counter to the principles he had so often heard her announce and defend, to despise him because he had earned his bread by doing honourable work hearty, and up to the worth of his wages? Was she one to say and not to see, to opine and not believe? Or was she one to hold and not practice, to believe for the heart and not for the hand, to say I go and not go, I love and not help? If such she were, then there were for him no further searchings of the heart upon her account. He could but hold up her name in the common prayer for all men, only praying besides not to dream about her when he slept. At length, such thoughts rising again and again, and ever accompanied by such reflections concerning the truth of her character, and by the growing certainty that her convictions were the souls of actions to be born of them, his daring belief in her strengthened, until he began to think that perhaps it would be neither his early history, nor his defective education, nor his clumsiness, that would prevent her from listening to such words wherewith he burned to throw open the gates of his world, and pray her to enter and sit upon its loftiest throne but one. And with the thought, he felt as if he must run to her, calling aloud that he was the Marquis of Lossie, and throw himself at her feet. But the wheels of his thought-chariot, self-moved, were rushing, and here was no goal at which to halt or turn. For feeling thus, where was his faith in her principles? How now was he treating the truth of her nature? Where now were his convictions on the genuineness of her professions? Where were those principles, that truth, those professions, if after all she would listen to a marquis, and would not listen to a groom? To suppose such a thing was to wrong her grievously. To herald his suit with his rank would be to insult her, declaring that he regarded her theories of humanity as wordy froth. And what a chance of proving her truth would he not deprive her of if, as he approached her, he called on the marquis to supplement the man? But what then was the man, fisherman or marquis, to dare even himself to such a glory as the Lady Clementina? This much of a man at least answered his waking dignity, that he could not condescend to be accepted as Malcolm, Marquis of Lossie, knowing he would have been rejected as Malcolm MacPhail, fisherman and groom. Accepted as Marquis, he would forever be haunted with the chattering question whether she would have accepted him as groom. And if in his pain he were one day to utter it, and she in her honesty were to confess she would not, must she not then fall prone from her pedestal in his imagination? Could he then, in love for the woman herself, condescend as Marquis, to marry one who might not have married him as anything else he could honestly have been, under the all-enlightening sun? Ah, but again, was that fair to her yet? Might she not see in the Marquis the truth and worth which the blinding falsehoods of society prevented her from seeing in the groom? Might not a lady, he tried to think of a lady in the abstract, might not a lady, in marrying a marquis, a lady to whom from her own position a marquis was just a man on the level, marry in him the man he was, and not the marquis he seemed? Most certainly, he answered. He must not be unfair. Not the less, however, did he shrink from the thought of taking her prisoner under the shield of his marquisate, beclouding her nobility, and depriving her of the rare chance of shining forth as the sun in the splendour of womanly truth. No,
he would choose the greater risk of losing her, for the chance of winning her greater. So far Malcolm got with his theories, but the moment he began to think in the least practically, he recoiled altogether from the presumption. Under no circumstances could he ever have the courage to approach Lady Clementina with a thought of himself in his mind. How could he have dared even to raise her imagined eidolon for his thoughts to deal withal? She had never shown him personal favour. He could not tell whether she had listened to what he had tried to lay before her. He did not know that she had gone to hear his master. Florimel had never referred to their visit to Hope Chapel. His surprise would have equalled his delight at the news that she had already become as a daughter to the schoolmaster. And what had been Clementina's thoughts since learning that Florimel had not run away with her groom? It were hard to say with completeness. Accuracy, however, may not be equally unattainable. Her first feeling was an utterly inarticulate, undefined pleasure that Malcolm was free to be thought about. She was clear next that it would be matter for honest rejoicing if the truest man she had ever met except his master was not going to marry such an unreality as Florimel, one concerning whom, as things had been going of late, it was impossible to say that she was not more likely to turn to evil than to good. Clementina, with all her generosity, could not help being doubtful of a woman who could make a companion of such a man as Philtre, a man to whom every individual particle of Clementina's nature seemed for itself to object. But she was not yet past befriending. Then she began to grow more curious about Malcolm. She had already much real knowledge of him, gathered both from himself and from Mr. Graham. As to what went to make the man, she knew him indeed, not thoroughly, but well. And just therefore, she said to herself, there were some points in his history and condition concerning which she had curiosity. The principal of these was whether he might not be engaged to some young woman in his own station of life. It was not merely possible, but was it likely he could have escaped it? In the lower ranks of society, men married younger. They had no false aims to prevent them. That implied earlier engagements. On the other hand, was it likely that in a fishing village there would be any choice of girls who could understand him when he talked about Plato in the New Testament? If there was one, however, that might be worse? Yes, worse. She accepted the word. Neither was it absolutely necessary in a wife that she should understand more of a husband than his heart. Many learned men had had mere housekeepers for wives, and been satisfied, at least never complained. And what did she know about the fishers, men or women? There were none at Wastbeach. For anything she knew to the contrary, they might all be philosophers together, and a fitting match for Malcolm might be far more easy to find amongst them than in the society to which she herself belonged, where in truth the philosophical element was rare enough. Then arose in her mind, she could not have told how, the vision, half logical, half pictorial, of a whole family of brave, believing, daring, saving fisher-folk, father, mother, boys and girls, each sacrificing to the rest, each sacrificed to by all, and all devoted to their neighbours. Grand it was, and blissful, and the borders of the great sea alone seemed fit place for such beings amphibious of time and eternity. Their very toils and dangers were but additional atmospheres to press their souls together. It was glorious. Why had she been born an earl's daughter, never to look a danger in the face, never to have a chance of a true life? That is a grand, simple, noble one. Who then denied her the chance? Had she no power to order her own steps, to determine her own being? Was she nailed to her rank? Or who was there that could part her from it? Was she a prisoner in the dungeons of the House of Pride? When the gates of paradise closed behind Adam and Eve, they had this consolation left, that the world was all before them where to choose. Was she not a free woman, without even a guardian to trouble her with advice? She had no excuse to act ignobly, but had she any for being unmaidenly? Would it be a very unmaidenly thing if— The rest of the sentence did not even take the shape of words. But she answered it nevertheless in the words, not so unmaidenly as presumptuous. And alas, there was little hope that he would ever presume to. He was such a modest youth, with all his directness and fearlessness. If he had no respect for rank, and that was, yes, she would say the word, hopeful, he had, on the other hand, the profoundest respect for the human, and she could not tell how that might, in the individual matter, operate. Then she fell a-thinking of the difference between Malcolm and any other servant she had ever known. She hated the servile. She knew that it was false as well as low. She had not got so far as to see that it was low through its being false. She knew that most servants, while they spoke with the appearance of respect in presence, altered their tone entirely when beyond the circle of the eye. Theirs was eye-service. They were men-pleasers. They were servile. She had overheard her maid speak of her as Lady Clem, and that not without a streak of contempt in the tone. But here was a man who touched no imaginary hat while he stood in the presence of his mistress, neither swore at her in the stable-yard. He looked her straight in the face, and would upon occasion speak, not his mind, but the truth to her. Even his slight mistress had the conviction that if one dared in his presence but utter her name lightly, whoever he were would have to answer to him for it. What a lovely thing was true service! Absolutely divine! But alas, such a youth would never, could never dare offer other than such service. Were she even to encourage him as a maiden might, he would but serve her the better, would but embody his recognition of her favour in fervour of ministering devotion. Was it not a recognized law, however, in the relation of superiors and inferiors, that with regard to such matters, as well as others of no moment, the lady— but for her to take the initiative would provoke the conclusion, as revolting to her as unavoidable to him, that she judged herself his superior, so greatly his superior as to be absolved from the necessity of behaving to him on the ordinary footing of man and woman. What a ground to start from with a husband! The idea was hateful to her. She tried the argument that such a procedure arrogated merely a superiority in social standing, but it made her recoil from it the more. He was so immeasurably her superior that the poor little advantage on her side vanished like a candle in the sunlight, and she laughed herself to scorn. Fancy, she laughed, a midge on the strength of having wings, condescending to offer marriage to a horse. It would argue the assumption of equality in other and more important things than rank, or at least the confidence that her social superiority not only counterbalanced the difference, but left enough over to her credit to justify her initiative. And what a miserable fiction that money and position had a right to the first move before greatness of living fact, that having had the precedence of being, that Malcolm should imagine such her judgment. No, let all go, let himself go rather. And then he might not choose to accept her munificent offer. Or worse, far worse, what if he should be tempted by rank and wealth, and accepting her, be shorn of his glory, and proved of the ordinary human type after all? 1,000 times rather would she the bright particular star blazing unreachable above her. What, would she carry it about, a cinder in her pocket? And yet if he could be turned to a coal, why should she go on worshipping him? Alas, the offer itself was the only test severe enough to try him withal, and if he proved a cinder, she would by the very use of the test be bound to love, honour, and obey her cinder. She could not well reject him for accepting her. Neither could she marry him if he rose grandly superior to her temptations. No, he could be nothing to her nearer than the bright particular star. Thus went the thoughts to and fro in the minds of each. Neither could see the way. Both feared the risk of loss. Neither could hope greatly for gain. End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of the Marquis of Lossie by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Devorah Allen. Chapter 62. The Dune. Having put Kelpie up and fed and bedded her, Malcolm took his way to the Seton, full of busily anxious thought. Things had taken a bad turn, and he was worse off for counsel than before. The enemy was in the house with his sister, and he had no longer any chance of judging how matters were going, as now he never rode out with her. But at least he could haunt the house. He would run therefore to his grandfather, and tell him that he was going to occupy his old quarters at the house that night. Returning directly, and passing, as had been his custom, through the kitchen to ascend the small corkscrew stair the servants generally used, he encountered Mrs. Courthope, who told him that her ladyship had given orders that her maid, who had come with Lady Belair, should have his room. He was at once convinced that Florimel had done so with the intention of banishing him from the house, for there were dozens of rooms vacant, and many of them more suitable. It was a hard blow. How he wished for Mr. Graham to consult. And yet Mr. Graham was not of much use where any sort of plotting was wanted. He asked Mrs. Courthope to let him have another room, but she looked so doubtful that he withdrew his request, and went back to his grandfather. It was Saturday, and not many of the boats would go fishing. Findlay's would not leave the harbour till Sunday was over, and therefore Malcolm was free. But he could not rest, and would go line-fishing. "Daddy," he said, "I'm gaeing out to catch a haddock or sae to our dinner the morn. Ye micht just sit down upon one of the boar's taes and take a play o' your pipes. I'll hear ye fine, and it'll do me good." The boar's toes were 2 or 3 small rocks that rose out of the sand near the end of the dune. Duncan agreed right willingly, and Malcolm, borrowing some lines and taking the Psyche's dinghy, rowed out into the bay. The sun was down, the moon was up, and he had caught more fish than he wanted. His grandfather had got tired and gone home, and the fountain of his anxious thoughts began to flow more rapidly. He must go ashore. He must go up to the house. Who could tell what might not be going on there? He drew in his line, purposing to take the best of the fish to Miss Horne, and some to Mrs. Courthope, as in the old days. The Psyche still lay on the sands, and he was rowing the dinghy towards her, when, looking round to direct his course, he thought he caught a glimpse of someone seated on the slope of the dune. Yes, there was someone there, sure enough. The old times rushed back on his memory. Could it be Florimel? Alas, it was not likely she would now be wandering about alone. But if it were? Then for one endeavour more to rouse her slumbering conscience, he would call up all the associations of the last few months she had spent in the place, and with the spirit of her father, as it were, hovering over her, conjure her in his name to break with Philtre. He rowed swiftly to the Psyche, beached and drew up the dinghy, and climbed the dune. Plainly enough, it was a lady who sat there. It might be one from the upper town, enjoying the lovely night. It might be Florimel, but how could she have got away, or wished to get away from her newly arrived guests? The voices of several groups of walkers came from the high road behind the dune, but there was no other figure to be seen all along the sands. He drew nearer. The lady did not move. If it were Florimel, would she not know him as he came, and would she wait for him? He drew nearer still. His heart gave a throb. Could it be? Or was the moon weaving some hallucination in his troubled brain? If it was a phantom, it was that of Lady Clementina. If but modelled of the filmy vapours of the moonlight, and the artist his own brain, the phantom was welcome as joy. His spirit seemed to soar aloft in the yellow air, and hang hovering over and around her, while his body stood rooted to the spot, like one who fears by moving nigher to lose the lovely vision of a mirage. She sat motionless, her gaze on the sea. Malcolm bethought himself that she could not know him in his fisher dress, and must take him for some rude fisherman staring at her. He must go at once, or approach and address her. He came forward at once. "My lady," he said. She did not start. Neither did she speak. She did not even turn her face. She rose first, then turned, and held out her hand. 3 steps more, and he had it in his, and his eyes looked straight into hers. Neither spoke. The moon shone full on Clementina's face. There was no illumination fitter for that face than the moonlight, and to Malcolm it was lovelier than ever. Nor was it any wonder it should seem so to him, for certainly never had the eyes in it rested on his, with such a lovely and trusting light in them. A moment she stood, then slowly sank upon the sand, and drew her skirts about her with a dumb show of invitation. The place where she sat was a little terraced hollow in the slope, forming a convenient seat. Malcolm saw, but could not believe, she actually made room for him to sit beside her, alone with her in the universe. It was too much. He dared not believe it. And now, by one of those wondrous duplications which are not always at least born of the fancy, the same scene in which he had found Florimel thus seated on the slope of the dune appeared to be passing again through Malcolm's consciousness, only instead of Florimel was Clementina, and instead of the sun was the moon. And creature of the sunlight as Florimel was, bright and gay and beautiful, she paled into a creature of the cloud beside this maiden of the moonlight, tall and stately, silent and soft and grand. Again she made a movement. This time he could not doubt her invitation. It was as if her soul made room in her unseen world for him to enter and sit beside her. But who could enter heaven in his workday garments? "Won't you sit by me, Malcolm?" Seeing his more than hesitation, she said at last, with a slight tremble in the voice that was music itself in his ears. "I have been catching fish, my lady," he answered, "and my clothes must be unpleasant. I will sit here." He went a little lower on the slope, and laid himself down, leaning on his elbow. "Do freshwater fishes smell the same as the sea fishes, Malcolm?" she asked. "Indeed, I am not certain, my lady." "Why?" "Because if they do— You remember what you said to me as we passed the sawmill in the wood?" It was by silence Malcolm showed he did remember. "Does not this night remind you of that one at Wastbeach when we came upon you singing?" said Clementina. "It is like it, my lady, now. But a little ago, before I saw you, I was thinking of that night, and thinking how different this was." Again a moon-filled silence fell, and once more it was the lady who broke it. "Do you know who are at the house?" she asked. "I do, my lady," he replied. "I had not been there more than an hour or two," she went on, "when they arrived. I suppose Florimel, Lady Lossie, thought I would not come if she told me she expected them." "And would you have come, my lady?" "I cannot endure the Earl." "Neither can I. But then I know more about him than your ladyship does, and I am miserable for my mistress." It stung Clementina, as if her heart had taken a beat backward. But her voice was steadier than it had yet been, as she returned, "Why should you be miserable for Lady Lossie?" "I would die rather than see her marry that wretch," he answered. Again her blood stung her in the left side. "You do not want her to marry, then?" she said. "I do," answered Malcolm emphatically, "but not that fellow." "Whom, then, if I may ask?" ventured Clementina, trembling. But Malcolm was silent. He did not feel it would be right to say. Clementina turned sick at heart. "I have heard there is something dangerous about the Moonlight," she said. "I think it does not suit me tonight. I will go home." Malcolm sprung to his feet and offered his hand. She did not take it, but rose more lightly, though more slowly than he. "How did you come from the park, my lady?" he asked. "By a gate over there," she answered, pointing. "I wandered out after dinner, and the sea drew me." "If your ladyship will allow me, I will take you a much nearer way back," he said. "Do then," she returned. He thought she spoke a little sadly, and set it down to her having to go back to her fellow guests. What if she should leave tomorrow morning, he thought. He could never then be sure she had really been with him that night. He must then sometimes think it a dream. But oh, what a dream! He could thank God for it all his life if he should never dream so again. They walked across the grassy sand towards the tunnel in silence, he pondering what he could say that might comfort her and keep her from going so soon. "My lady never takes me out with her now," he said at length. He was going to add that, if she pleased, he could wait upon her with Kelpie and show her the country. But then he saw that, if she were not with Florimel, his sister would be riding everywhere alone with Philtre. Therefore he stopped short, And you feel forsaken? Deserted? Returned Clementina, sadly still.
Rather, my lady. They had reached the tunnel. It looked very black when he opened the door, but there was just a glimmer through the trees at the other end. This is the valley of the shadow of death, she said. Do I walk straight through? Yes, my lady. You will soon come out in the light again, he said. Are there no steps to fall down? She asked. None, my lady. But I will go first, if you wish. No, that would but cut off the little light I have, she said. Come beside me. They passed through in silence, save for the rustle of her dress and the dull echo that haunted their steps. In a few moments they came out among the trees, but both continued silent. The still, thoughtful moonlight seemed to press them close together, but neither knew that the other felt the same. They reached a point in the road where another step would bring them in sight of the house. You cannot go wrong now, my lady, said Malcolm. If you please, I will go no farther. Do you not live in the house? She asked. I used to do as I liked, and could be there or with my grandfather. I did mean to be at the house tonight, but my lady has given my room to her maid. What, that woman Cayley? I suppose so, my lady. I must sleep tonight in the village. If you could, my lady, he added after a pause, and faltered, hesitating. She did not help him, but waited. If you could, if you would not be displeased at my asking you, he resumed, if you could keep my lady from going farther with that— I shall call him names if I go on. It is a strange request, Clementina replied after a moment's reflection. I hardly know, as the guest of Lady Lossie, what answer I ought to make to it. One thing I will say, however, that, though you may know more of the man than I, you can hardly dislike him more. Whether I can interfere is another matter. Honestly, I do not think it would be of any use. But I do not say I will not. Good night. She hurried away, and did not again offer her hand. Malcolm walked back through the tunnel, his heart singing and making melody. Oh, how lovely, how more than lovely, how divinely beautiful she was, and so kind and friendly. Yet she seemed just the least bit fitful, too. Something troubled her, he said to himself. But he little thought that he and no one else had spoiled the moonlight for her. He went home to glorious dreams, she to a troubled, half-wakeful night. Not until she had made up her mind to do her utmost to rescue Florimel from Philtre, even if it gave her to Malcolm, did she find a moment's quiet. It was morning then, but she fell fast asleep, slept late, and woke refreshed. End of chapter 62.